We'll start as soon as he tells us we're on the record, okay?
Okay.
All right, we are on the record. Today's the time and place set for a parole violation original hearing for, can you say your name so I don't say it incorrectly?
MELE, PALEI.
MELE PALEI, am I
Yeah.
saying it correctly?
Yeah.
Offender number 241623. Is that you, ma'am?
Yes.
My name is Kelly Perry. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today.
Okay.
As is an official proceeding, I do need to swear you in, so if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Okay. Did you receive 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yeah.
And did you have a chance to review that?
Yeah, I reviewed it.
Okay. Do you feel prepared to go forward with today's hearing?
Yeah.
Okay. Are there any errors or corrections I should know about in that blue disclosure packet before we begin today?
No.
Okay. So just to kind of tell you how today's going to go, ma'am, I'm going to go over procedurally how we got to this hearing. I'm going to go over your most recent offense. I'll go over the allegations contained in the warrants. Some of them you've already made pleas to, so if you just want to reaffirm those, please, you're welcome to. We'll go over any background questions I have, institutional behavior and programming, if you were released, what that would look like. At the end of the hearing, if you have further questions or comments, let me know, okay? So it looks like a parole violation hearing with waiver occurred in September of 2024, where a paper review was ordered to track case 2419-10631. The board accepted the waiver, accepted your admissions to allegations 1 through 5, and no contest to allegation number 6. In a scheduling review in January of this year, the parole violation original hearing was ordered for now. They noted no restitution they ordered restitution in case 2419-10631 was previously ordered by the court and sent to the Office of State Debt Collection. And it was noted there were no pleas taken to allegations 7 through 8, so we will have to do those ones today for sure. Does that sound procedurally correct?
Right. Yeah.
In regards to your most recent offense, I showcase 2419-10631. I show on September 4th, 2024, an officer initiated traffic stop. The driver, Miss PALEI, am I saying it correctly? Had active warrants for her arrest. The vehicle was listed as stolen. Is that correct, ma'am?
Correct.
Anything you want to say about the offense?
Just that I feel bad for my victims because I wasn't really in the right mind at that time.
And what do you mean by that?
I just, well, because I was in a situation where I just feel bad for the victim that had the vehicle because people go to work, and every day and they work for their vehicles, and I just, I feel really bad and I'm working towards not ever putting myself in that position again to.
And when I say, what do you mean by that? When you said you're not in the right state of mind?
Yeah, well, because I'm in mental health and I have to take meds and I'm barely realizing now that I actually need medication so that I could stay on task with things because, with, like when I don't take my meds, I get angry and irritable quick. And I hear voices and, the voices, they're just getting worse. So like I feel like the more I fight myself at not taking my medication, the more that like it'll enhance. Like if I don't take care of it.
Okay.
Because there's no reason for why I'm even going out there, It's just, and plus when I'm on drugs, like I'm not myself. So, and I'm starting to realize that like that I need to start working on myself. Seriously.
What, were you on drugs at the time?
Yeah, I was on drugs.
What were you taking?
Methamphetamine.
You were using meth?
Yeah.
And
so
then,
it kind of like enhances, it makes everything worse for me. So like I'm just trying to work on actually taking myself. I've been realizing that I need to take myself serious.
Okay.
Since this last time I've been kind of down this last time. And I genuinely am starting to realize that my family has been there for me a lot too. Am I allowed to talk?
of course.
Okay. So I'm just starting to realize that that I'm not thinking about anybody else but myself because of my anger and my because of my psychosis that I've been having. And like I'm starting to give myself a chance to realize that.
And ma'am, I appreciate you talking about some of this stuff. I'm sure it's not easy, so I appreciate that.
Yeah.
So you said you were using meth, and now you're talking about being on medication, which is good.
Yeah.
Were you on mental health medication during the offense?
During the offense, I was not taking my meds.
Okay. And so were you prescribed them and not taking them?
Yeah.
Okay. So it sounds like things have changed though.
Yeah.
And you're taking medication now?
Yeah.
What are you taking?
It's Invega.
Okay. And what do you think of that?
I like the medication. It actually stabilizes my moods and my reactions and my thoughts that are going on.
That's good. Do you plan on
I
continue
do.
using the medication moving forward?
Yeah, anything to help me work towards my goal, which is going home and going back to church and all that.
Okay. So it sounds like you want to continue it.
Yeah.
Are you on voluntary medication or is it?
It was supposed to be that. It's because Invega is the same as the involuntary medication, but it's just the meds. Oh yeah, I think it's the same thing, but I just don't do the shot.
Okay. So are you taking it voluntarily though, or are you on a forced medication order?
I'm kind of on a forced one
Okay.
because I've been kind of like, ever since I came this last time, I've been giving them a hard time with I've just been kind of defiant.
And so can you kind of expand on that? What do you mean by that? Meaning you don't want to take it or?
I just wanted to do it the way I wanted to do it.
Okay. Do you think, is it maybe like a lower dose? Like,
Lower doses, but they allowed me to do it, but they've been just looking for the right medication for me, and I think it's Invega.
okay. So it sounds like now you want to take it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, ma'am. So you've already made pleas to allegations 1 through 3. Like I said, you submitted admissions to allegations 1 through 5 and a no contest to allegation number 6. You can just reaffirm those prior pleas if you want to. Do you want to just reaffirm those?
Is that like
Just saying, just,
admitting to like okay, yeah.
it's just, you've already submitted it and the board's already accepted it. So it's already just saying, yes, since I already provided those pleas, I'm going to keep giving those pleas. Is
Yeah.
that, okay. But I do need, pleas to the new ones. And I'm just making notes of everything we're talking about, just so you know.
Okay.
So just so you know, I'm gonna tell you the new pleas of 7 and 8. If you plea admit or no contest to either or both of these allegations, I want you to understand the rights that you're waiving. You're waiving your right to have the state prove in an evidentiary hearing by preponderance of the evidence standard the allegations they maintain. They would have the ability to bring witnesses and exhibits. You would have a right to cross-examine them. You would have a right to bring your own witnesses and exhibits. If there were any unadjudicated criminal charges, you could remain silent. The board can make an inference from your silence. You'd also have the right and be an appointed attorney. Ma'am, if you plea admit or no contest to either or both of these, do you understand that you're waiving those rights?
Okay.
Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. So allegation number 7, by having committed or having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated a court order, theft by receiving stolen property, firearm or operable motor vehicle, or by having associated with a person involved in that criminal activity on or about September 4th, 2024. Admit, deny, or no contest.
I admit.
And number 8, ma'am, by having committed or having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated a court order, use or possession of drug paraphernalia, or having associated with the person involved in that criminal activity on or about September 4th, 2024.
I admit.
Okay. All right, ma'am. So I show, just kind of going over your last parole in general, I show that you had 10 months on parole, but it appears that meth use was it pretty constant throughout your parole?
Yeah, I think I relapsed like 6 times.
Okay.
Or I think it was 5 times. Or 1, 2, or 4 times. It wasn't that many times I relapsed, but I relapsed and then I would check in.
Okay. So that's good. You would check in. What do you think caused your relapses?
I think it was just because it was right there.
Can you tell me, like, meaning you were in a house where it was available?
Well, it was available at work, so or with a friend, somebody came by and they just had it, so I was like, oh, I might as well just do it. So I kind of had like a fast reaction towards it. Like I don't ever think when I'm around it sometimes, but it gets hard.
Okay. So it sounds like, I mean, if you're paroled again, do you think this will be a continuing issue? And do you think things have changed?
I feel like things have changed because I'm starting to actually realize like all the things that how I am when I'm around it. I realize like, and I've been praying on like, I actually do really want to change.
Okay. What does change look like to you?
Change looks like going home, taking my meds, admitting that I even have a psychosis, like that I need my medication, you know? admitting to it, just allowing anything to basically just work.
Okay. So, and it sounds like things have been changing for you, which is really good. Is there anything in particular that caused that change? Do you think it,
I think it was this last time down, like so I was really emotional that last time that I was actually out and I was getting high. It was a different thing for me because it was like I was preparing myself to come back in instead of just like going out for like a long run, away from APMP and from home basically. But
so it sounds like you're saying that you just thought you were coming back to prison?
I just felt like I prepared myself to come back to prison because I don't want to go back into that life. I miss home.
Okay.
Yep.
So it sounds like you want to stay away from substances. Do you think you need substance use treatment?
I feel like I need more of my DV classes handled before like the substance abuse part. Because I graduated the residential program and I've learned ways of saying no to it. I learned all the skills and the DVT skills. I'm able to use them now because I'm actually I'm drifting. I gave my life to God and I'm starting to do prayers and I'm using that as a technique to kind of, well, it helps me actually. It helps me it's not a technique, but it helps me a lot when I'm feeling
Do-
down.
So it sounds like you've done treatment previously and it sounds like you've learned some concepts that you can use now.
Yeah.
Do you see yourself in any kind of treatment, outpatient, AA, NA, any of those? Do you think that would be helpful to you?
Yeah, so I had a plan that I was gonna do AA and because me and my therapist, we had a plan. We had like right after I graduated, I was gonna do AA therapy, my DV classes. And they even suggested IOP, but my therapist didn't think that I needed that. But because they wanted me to do a step level down from 3.1 to 3.0, I think, or I don't know how they work, but they suggested that I just do that part. But I felt like because I graduated residential already, I felt like I already had all the classes and I felt like I deserve a chance to just go home and do my DV classes and also do therapy and AA meetings so that because I feel like that's would be easier flow for me and take my medication as well and check in with my therapist about the medications and stuff.
Okay. It sounds like you've thought about things that you would like to do moving forward. So that's
Yeah.
really good. I do show some incidents from October 2024 for assault, some disciplinary incidents. Can you tell me about those?
Well, that was also a part of I was still I don't want to blame it on my psychosis, but like I was still kind of I was really thinking I don't know, I was really angry and I was like mad at the world as well. And
Anything in particular you were angry about?
well, this girl, she kind of told me that she was like, I don't know, I don't know if I heard it or she was just lying but she said that she was like, it was an inappropriate thing that she said. And she said it was towards me and I got mad. So I just freaked out and then I kind of like got in an argument with her and stuff. But it was a friend. It was one of my, like a good friend for me, but
So do you think you could have handled it differently?
different, yeah. I could have handled it a different way.
So how would you handle it now?
I just either I walk away or I tell them that I don't really, I kind of conversate with them and tell them that I don't like being talked to like that.
Okay. All right, ma'am. And then also, I think it was in the institutional progress report, it talked about in January that you went to the psychiatric infirmary. Can you tell me what happened with that?
The psychiatric infirmary,
The-
when I went to the psych hall,
Yeah.
that was it was a hard time, but I was there for 3 days, I think, and I went there because of that situation. I think it's because I've been talking to myself and myself.
Okay.
Been talking to myself in my cell, and the cops didn't know why I was talking to myself. I didn't realize it, but I did realize it, but I just at the same time I didn't realize what I was doing.
Okay.
So now actually.
All right, ma'am. So I show if you're released that you would like to go live with your family, and then I show two different places, either West Valley or California.
West Valley.
Okay.
Well, I was thinking of California because I've been having a hard time in Utah.
Okay, but it sounds like you want to stay here now. Okay. And then I show work in a warehouse. Do you have a job set up?
Yeah, I actually have the number for the job that I work at.
And
That-
this is being live streamed, ma'am. You don't have to give me the number.
Oh,
If you
okay.
can just tell me, so do you have a job already set up?
Yeah, she actually Tiffany, she helps they like hold the job for me. Like they because it's the family that the team that we work with,
Mm.
and they say like they help out with a lot of people that are in parole, on parole and stuff, and they already like see me as their family. Tiffany's she's a really good supervisor. I think she's a supervisor. She's a really good supervisor, and she's it's the Delta Center where we help set up the events and the stages our stages for the events that
That's
happen
good.
over there.
Uh,
And for Salt Palace as well.
Oh, that's really good. What about treatment? Do you have any treatment set up, whether mental health?
I was thinking of if I do have to do a treatment program, I would love to do sober living.
Or, and I know you said you didn't want to kind of do another treatment center in regards to substance use. I was wondering maybe if you had any, because you're talking about medication, if
Oh,
you
yeah.
have any.
Oh, yeah. I think I don't know if it was UHP or is it UHP? I don't know. But she said my therapist had a place that she could set me up.
Okay,
Like I could try and call because I forgot what it was. We haven't oh, it's Valley Health.
Valley Behavioral.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Valley Behavioral Health.
All right, ma'am. Those are all of my questions. From here, I'm a hearing officer. I make recommendations. The board ultimately decides. They're made up of 5 members. 3 of them have to come to one decision. That's the decision of the board. You
Okay.
should get that in writing within 2 to 4 weeks.
Okay.
Your family members, your friends, anyone listening to this hearing via video, you can go to bop.utah.gov. As soon as we have the decision, we post it on our website. Just so you know, it's not immediate, still takes time, but it's faster on our website than the mail. So someone can look that up for you and while you're waiting for your written decision.
Okay.
I note your guideline, ma'am, is 14 months or November 4th, 2025. The easiest way to think of that is a suggestion. The CCJJ, they issue them. They're based on a number of factors, obviously one of them being your offenses. And the board can go below that date. They can go above that date. They can do the same date they decide, okay?
Okay, cool.
And the expiration of your sentence, meaning the longest time the board could have jurisdiction over you, assuming no other offenses, is February 17th, 2036. Do you have any closing comments or questions for myself or for the board, ma'am?
I do. I would love to ask for immediate release or after the board or even just a shorter sentence of my guideline. I would appreciate it because I feel like there's a lot of time that I'm putting into the prison that I could put outside of the prison as well. Especially because I'm already coming off on parole, I feel like it's best that I start now.
Okay. Well, I've made notes of everything you've said today. I appreciate you attending this hearing. We'll go ahead and conclude, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
Glad I got this.
All right, we are on the record. Today is the time and place set for an original hearing for Mr. Bo ELIASON. Is that how you say your last name?
Yep.
Offender number 267151. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir. Or yes, ma'am.
My name is Kelly Perry. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. As this is an official proceeding, I do need to swear you in, so if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Did you receive 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
Yes.
Okay. And do you mind getting a little close to the microphone? We just want to make sure you hear you.
Yes, sorry.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes.
And did you have a chance to review that?
Yeah.
Do you feel prepared to go forward with today's hearing?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any errors or corrections I should know about in that blue disclosure packet before we begin today?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay, sir. So just to kind of tell you how today's going to go, I'm going to go over procedurally how we got to this hearing. I'm going to go over a description of the offenses. I realize some of the stuff we could talk about could be traumatizing or re-traumatizing to anyone listening, and I apologize for that. I'm just trying to get as much information as possible.
Right.
After getting any comments you have about the offenses, I will be taking victim testimony. I'll swear the victim in and having the victim give testimony. When the victim is finished, I will allow you to provide a response, of course, and I just ask that you direct it towards me and not towards the victim, okay?
Okay.
We'll go over any background questions I have, institutional behavior and programming, if you were released, what that would look like.
Okay.
Then at the end of the hearing, if you have further questions or comments, to let me know, okay?
Sounds good.
So it looks like you had a scheduling review in January of this year. The board ordered an original hearing for now. They returned case 2311-01351 to the court to determine restitution and forwarded to the Office of State Debt Collection. It was noted there was no restitution claimed in case 2311-00684. Does that sound procedurally correct, sir?
Yeah.
In regards to your first offense, I show case 2311-01353. I show during the week of November 5th, 2023, officers were informed Bo had been sending threatening text messages to the victim, a former religious leader to him. On November 5th of that year, he arrived uninvited to the victim's home. Bo was instructed to leave. He refused and pushed his way into the house. Bo repeatedly stated he was there to fight the victim. He swung a closed fist at the victim and missed. The victim reported the altercation caused pain in his shoulder. There were multiple women and children in the home. The victim expressed concern for their safety. Is that correct, sir?
Not really, no.
So what is incorrect?
I was never asked to leave. I never swung a fist, and I never tried to go into the homeowner's house.
So what were you doing? Because did you send threatening texts?
Yes, I did do that.
And why did you do that?
Because I felt like I was threatened by someone.
The victim?
Yeah.
So, and I'm just trying to make sure I understand, sir, right? Because part of this hearing is for me, I've read your blue disclosure packet, right? But I want to hear what you have to say.
Okay.
But I'm a little confused because you're saying you felt threatened by him, so you sent threatening text to him. I guess I'm not. Can you clarify that?
Not really. I guess I just was hearing voices that I was being threatened by his family, or not by his family, but by him about my family, and I felt like my family was in danger. That was why I showed up to his place.
Okay. So you said you were hearing voices, and I appreciate you talking about some of this stuff. When were you diagnosed, sir? Do you have diagnoses?
Yeah.
When were you diagnosed?
Back in like 2021.
I'm sorry?
2021.
Were you prescribed medication?
Yeah.
And were you taking the medication during this offense?
No, I was not.
And why not, sir?
Just was not feeling comfortable with the way medications have been making me act and feel towards others.
Okay. Were you taking any substances at the time?
Just my prescribed ones.
I thought you said you weren't taking mental health medication. I meant like any illegal substances.
Oh, no, illegal, no.
Okay. All right. So you, s- so do you remember going to the home?
Yeah.
But you don't, but you said you didn't, did you, but you didn't go into the actual home. You just was outside?
Yeah, I just was on their doorstep, on their front porch.
Do you see how that could be threatening?
Yeah, I do, yeah.
What was your intention when you went there?
My intention was to fight.
Okay. Do you think you have an anger issue, sir?
I wouldn't say so, no.
Okay. All right, sir, next case, 231100684. On April 26, 2023, the victim reported her stepson, Beau, had violated the protective order. The protective order named her and her 5 children from a previous marriage as the protected persons. She reported Beau went to their residence on April 24th, 2023 in the evening. He and another individual got into altercation outside the home in which he had threatened Ty and told Ty he was going to annihilate him and stab him with a knife. Beau also punched Ty in the face, and Ty punched Beau in return. She was concerned about the threats he had made. She stated Beau was not thinking rationally as he was not taking his medication. Is that correct, sir?
For the most part, yeah.
So is there something incorrect about it?
No, I don't remember telling him I was going to stab him or anything like that. I remember, I did have a knife with me, but no, I don't remember telling him I would stab him or anything like that.
Why did you have a knife with you?
Because I feel like he's been taking advantage of me.
Do you mean Ty?
Yeah.
So what was your intention with the knife?
To just scare him.
And were you taking your mental health medication at the time?
I was not, no.
Sir, obviously these are concerning offenses, right? Violent offenses. Is there anything you want to say about that? Do you think things have changed at all for you since this time?
I think they have, yeah.
And how have they changed?
I don't know how to explain it really.
Is there anything in particular in your life that's changed or your perspective or?
I guess being in prison doesn't really make total sense to me about the whole situation.
Can you expand on what you mean by that for me?
Not really, no.
And I realize I'm asking difficult questions. But I am, like I said, I'm trying to gain insight, right? Because I do want to hear what you have to say. So it sounds like you're saying being in prison, I'm assuming, has been difficult, right? Are you saying that you don't think you should have been in prison for this offense?
Right,
Okay. And that's why I'm trying to clarify, right? Because I don't want to assume I know what you're saying.
right.
Is there anything you want to say about victim impact or victim empathy?
I don't think I was treated fair by either of the individuals. I've been threatened by one of them, and I feel like I've been threatened by the other one too before.
Sir, I'm a hearing officer. What I do is I make recommendations. The board
Okay.
ultimately decides.
Okay.
But I've never seen them grant parole without some kind of no victim contact condition. Would
Okay.
you abide by that?
Yeah.
When's the last time you saw the victims?
The last time was November 5th, I guess the incident was.
So was the last time you saw each of the victims was during the offenses?
Yeah, during the offenses, yeah.
Okay, sir, at this time, I'm going to take some victim testimony, okay?
Okay.
Can you hear me, sir?
I can, thank you.
Thank you, sir. My name is Kelly Perry. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons, and I appreciate you attending this hearing. Can you please state your name for the record?
Dennis D. N.
Sir, like I said, I appreciate you attending this hearing. I'm going to go ahead and swear you in. So obviously I can't see you, but I'm going to trust that you please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, sir. Please make any statement that you would like to make today.
First and foremost, I want Bo to know that, Bo, as I told you in the hearings, on multiple hearings, I will always love you. But today's a good example that you're not willing or capable of being responsible for your actions. For you to tell them you haven't seen me since November 5th is preposterous. I've been to multiple hearings and addressed you face to face and treated you with kindness and love. And furthermore, sorry, board, this is difficult. Bo, I was your friend, a father figure, cared for your family at the end of their lives. I was your coach, your bishop, your friend, your neighbor. To this day, I don't know why you came to my home to provide harm to me and my family. But the video, your testimony, and that you pled guilty to these is a further indication that you should not be released. Medication management is the ticket to this, and that was not taking place in its board. I want to thank you for your time this morning. Thank you for your community service. And that's all I have to say.
Sir, once again, thank you so much. And I've been typing everything everyone's saying. I want you to know I am listening. Do you have any other comments, sir?
Once again, as in my statement, we are not safe for Bo to be released in this mental health capacity.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Eliason, I'm going to go ahead and take your response. Please direct your response towards me, the hearing officer, not towards the victims, okay? So do you have any response?
My response would be is I never really threatened or harmed anyone. I was the one that was targeted, and that's about all I have to say.
Sir, and I would say these cases have been adjudicated, right? And you were adjudicated guilty in both of them, okay? So from the board's perspective, right, these cases have occurred, and it sounds to me that in both instances, although you don't necessarily agree with everything with that said in the pre-sentence investigation, you are saying both of these incidents, you went to people's homes to threaten them, right? So do you think you have any risks moving forward?
Yes, I do.
What are your risks?
There's a weapon involved,
So,
not with one of them, but with the other one.
so what is your risk then, having a weapon around you?
Having a weapon around another individual.
You got to explain that to me a little bit. What do you mean by that?
I had a weapon with someone that I had threatened, and I feel like that is not a good thing.
So are you saying you shouldn't have weapons on you?
Yeah.
Okay. And although I definitely see if you're paroled that you could have weapon restrictions for sure. Do you think there are any other risks though? Because obviously you took those weapons and you brought them places to these victims' homes. Do you think you have issues with medication management? Do you think an issue?
Maybe a little bit. I wouldn't say that's my biggest concern.
What's your biggest concern?
I don't know, being able to get along with others.
Okay. Is there anything in particular that, do you think it's everyone that you have trouble getting along with? Is it certain people?
I'd say a little bit of both.
Okay.
I can't really explain it very well.
Okay. All right, sir. How's your mental health currently?
It's good.
Are you currently on any mental health medication?
I am.
What are you taking, sir?
I'm taking Prozac and Boost Bar and paliperidone.
Okay. And what do you think of those?
I think they're really helpful.
Okay. Do you plan on continuing using them moving forward?
I do.
Okay. Are you taking them voluntarily? Are you on any involuntary medication orders?
No.
You're taking them voluntarily?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you seeing therapists within the prison, or
Not in the prison, no.
is that because you haven't requested them, or it's just that I know the prison, they can be very busy with a
Right.
therapist there. Is there any particular reason why you haven't seen any therapists in here?
I haven't, no. I just haven't requested any.
Okay. And where are you currently housed within the prison, sir?
I'm in Bear 4, Section 3.
Okay. Have you completed any programming, sir?
I have not, no.
Do you think you need any programming?
I don't know if it would be recommended here or where it would be.
Well, I'm asking you, what do you think would be helpful to you, right? Because part of this
Right.
hearing is, of course, talk about those offenses, but it is also to talk about if you were released, which I don't know what the board will do, but if you were released, how these offenses won't happen moving forward. So, and possible treatment that would assist in that regard, right?
Right.
So is there any treatment that you think you need? And do you think you need it in prison or in the community?
That's a good question. I'm not totally sure on that. I wouldn't know.
So you're not sure what treatment you need?
Yeah, I'm not.
Because obviously there are different programming. Have you heard of like the MRT class, moral recognition therapy, cognitive behavioral therapy, anger management, captain of your story, mental health treatment. There's a lot of different classes. And if you don't know all about them or don't know which one would be beneficial to you, I understand that. Have you looked into any of those classes?
No, I've taken MRT before,
Okay.
but as far as the other ones go, I haven't really looked into them very much.
What did you think of MRT previously?
I think it's a good class.
Sir, if you were released, what are your plans? This is a live streamed hearing. You don't have to give me an address, but where do you plan on going, living? What city? Any treatment, any jobs, those kind of things.
Right. I live in Logan, Utah. I have an apartment there. And
Is it just your apartment by yourself, or is it
Yeah.
with other people? Okay.
yeah. And my goal is to get a job and find another source of income, or a source of income, sorry.
Do you have a job upon release?
I do not know.
What, any job in particular that you're hoping to have?
Not that I know of right now.
All right, sir. Those are all of my questions. From here, I'm a hearing officer. I make recommendations. The board ultimately decides. They're made up of 5 members. 3 of them have to come to one decision. That's the decision of the board. You should get that in writing within 2 to 4 weeks.
Okay.
Anyone listening to this hearing via video can go to bop.utah.gov As soon as we have the decision, we post it on our website. So you know it's not immediate, still takes time even on the website, but it's obviously faster on the website than in the mail. Someone can look that up for you while you're waiting for your written decision. I note your guidelines, sir. The easiest way to think of that is a suggestion. The CCJJ issue these. They're based on a number of factors, obviously one of them being your offenses, and it's calculated. I show the calculated date of 18 months or May 4th, 2025. But I want you to understand that's just a suggestion.
Okay.
The board can go below that date, they can go above that date, they can do the same date they ultimately decide. And I show the expiration of your sentence, meaning the longest time the board could have jurisdiction over you, assuming no other offenses, is November 4th, 2028. Do you have any closing comments or questions for myself or for the board?
No.
Well, I appreciate everyone's testimony today. I've been typing everything up. I'm making notes of everything everybody's been talking about. We'll go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you.
All right, we are on the record. Today's the time and place set for an original hearing for Mr. Dustin Jardine. Am I saying that correctly?
Jardine?
Jardine, I apologize. Offender number 196967. Is that you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Kelly Perry. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. As is an official proceeding, I do need to swear you in, so if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Did you receive 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes.
And did you have a chance to review that?
There wasn't anything in it other than my current charges. There wasn't any
Like
other
new information?
information.
So it probably was just your most recent offenses. Okay. If there is something though we come across today that you feel like you didn't know about, please feel free to tell me and we can address that at that time.
Okay.
Do you feel prepared to go forward with today's hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
Are there any errors or corrections I should know about in that blue disclosure packet before we begin today?
No, ma'am.
So just to kind of tell you how today's going to go, sir, I'm going to go over procedurally how we got to this hearing. We'll go over your most recent offenses, institutional behavior and programming, if you were released, what that would look like. And at the end of the hearing, of course, I'll give you the final word, okay?
Okay.
And it looks like a parole violation waiver happened in January of 2024. The board accepted the waiver, accepted your admissions to allegations 1 through 2 in order to paper review pending adjudication of a new charge. In a scheduling review in September of last year, an original hearing was ordered for now. The board affirmed the prior revocation of parole and took judicial notice of case number 2411-00393 and 2411-00146, which resulted in board jurisdiction. They also ordered cognitive behavioral therapy. They noted no restitution in those cases. And a special attention in July of last year, it was noted that you were involved in an incident related to destruction of state property and that criminal charges were being screened. Does that all sound procedurally correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. In regards to your offenses, I show case 2411-00393. I show on December 22nd, 2023, a deputy noticed Dustin was in the bathroom area. He threw the substance in a toilet and flushed it. All inmates in the block were drug tested. There were 7 inmates who tested positive for Suboxone, including him. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything you want to say about the offense?
No, ma'am.
Next case 2411-00146. I show on December 11th, 2023, an officer was asked to assist with collecting a urine sample from Dustin. He stated his urine would be positive for meth. It was. Is that correct, sir?
On what day was this?
December 11th, 2023.
December 11th. Yes. Yes.
Anything you want to say about that offense?
No, ma'am.
So, sir, kind of going over those are the new offenses, but going over all of your offenses, going over 7 paroles, right? So it's quite a bit of paroles. How are things the same or different moving forward?
Well, I know that they're different this time back because I've modified this time coming back from my gang. I was sat for 14 years and coming into the prison this time while I was in R&O, I decided to modify. And then
Why did you decide that?
just because it hasn't brought me any good. It's just caught me more hardship, more time, and a lot more pain on my family. I understand that that I have a drug problem, and that's why I chose to be in solid now. I'm in solid now, and I've been trying to get into solid for I'd say the last, I think, 7 or so months. And then I went to Max for the computer when I broke the computer incident, like you were talking about. And then I got out of Max, and then resubmitted to solid, and then was able to get over here where I am now. And that's the best thing that's for me. It's gonna help me get my head on straight before I get out, and I have treatment lined up at Clear Recovery in Logan. I'll be doing.
Is that a residential?
They have residential, they have intensive outpatient, and then they have, I guess, like regular like classes. I was planning on going to IOP, to intensive outpatient, so I could get a job and help my wife with the bills. She's currently taking care of our 2 kids at the house by herself, struggling to make all the bills, has medical issues herself. And so there's a huge burden that I've placed on her coming back. There's a lot that has changed this time back. I feel, and my actions this time down probably don't do the best to show this, but I know that I've matured a lot.
And does sound like you're talking about change. Obviously, gang status sounds like that's changed. When would you finish the modified program?
In January of this coming year.
The 2026?
Yeah.
And it sounds like, and just so you know, I'm making notes of everything we're saying. It sounds like almost the minute you got here that you decided that you wanted to leave your gang. And that there's been different things that have occurred. Is there anything in particular that caused that once you got here? Because like I said, you've had multiple paroles and you've had some of your offenses, in the past have been some violent offenses, right? So I'm just curious as to what you think this time caused those changes.
I think it was just the realization that there is never, like, I've lost my date every time for committing violence for them, it seems like, or some way or another, like I get in
You say them,
trouble.
I'm assuming your gang.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's always leading me to get in trouble and to defend the gang and to defend myself because of the mentality and the walls that I've put up since being, sorry.
And I appreciate your insight, sir.
Since sorry. Since being just in prison in general, but especially being a part of SAC, like I've threw up all these different barriers and walls, and the way of thinking that I've created and built throughout the years is not something that I like. It's not something that I want to be. It's definitely not something that I want my children to see and to learn. So that's, I guess, the main reason why. It's because I want something better for myself and my family.
So it sounds like you're talking about a future success. What does success look like to you?
Not ever coming back to prison, being able to live a healthy life out there in society, being able to raise my kids in a healthy way. Being happy, being able to have healthy and happy relationships my family, my loved ones. Being able to pursue a career.
What career?
So I got my crane operator's license, last time I was out, and that's something I want to go back to.
It's good. So one of the other things you talked about was substance use. How would you describe your current attitude towards substances?
I hate it. I hate them. It's been able to have such an effect on my life where I came back to prison because of it. If I, oh my gosh, I'm sorry.
You're
If I would have been able to just stay clean and been able to cope with all of my stresses out there that compounded, like if I wouldn't be able to just stay clean and learn how to deal with them healthily, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't have been here for the last 16 months. My wife wouldn't have had to suffer like she has. Like, it makes me feel horrible for putting her through things that she's been put through this time down. It's selfish and there's an immense guilt that I feel for that because she deserves much better. Much better.
I appreciate your insight. You're talking about having stress last time. I don't want to downplay that. But I'm assuming you're gonna have stress again.
Absolutely.
And how do you plan on dealing with it now?
So I'm involved in an emotional resilience class that I feel I've learned a lot from, and the cognitive behavioral therapy that I'm enrolled in on the tablet, that as well. Like, I'm able to finally, I feel, retain the lessons that I'm learning there, because it's nothing that I haven't learned throughout the years or had the opportunity of learning throughout the years. I just wasn't ready for any of it. I didn't care, I guess you could say. I never had anything like I do now that I'm at risk of losing that made me care.
How's your mental health, sir?
Day by day, I guess.
Okay. Are you currently taking any mental health medication?
No, ma'am.
I do show a November 2024 for assault. Can you tell me about that disciplinary incident?
November 2020. November 2024 assault. That was
About
of
4.
last year.
Yeah.
Gosh,
If you don't remember,
I'm sorry, I don't remember it.
That's
Can
okay.
you-
it's okay. Sir,
There's
if you,
been so many things that have happened this time down. Like with me getting out of SAC, they've had 2 incidents where they've tried to get me.
so
And
is your safety a concern?
it has been, yeah, but it's better now that I'm in solid, that I'm in Bear 2.
Okay. All right, sir. If you were released, paint me a picture. This is being a live streamed hearing. You don't have to give me an address, but just who do you plan on living with, a job, treatment, that kind of stuff.
So I would be going home to live with my wife and our kids. We're buying a home in Richmond, and I would be going to Clear Recovery on the intensive outpatient program. And I would be going back to ABC Supply, and where I have my crane operator's license. That's where I got it, and they've offered me my job back. I also have a job that I could get at JBS up there at the meatpacking.
So it sounds like you already have jobs upon parole.
Yeah,
Um,
I have several options for employment.
Okay, sir. Those are all of my questions. From here, I'm a hearing officer. I make recommendations. The board ultimately decides. They're made up of 5 members. 3 of them have to come to one decision. That's the decision of the board. You should get that in writing within 2 to 4 weeks. Your family members, your friends, anyone listening to this hearing via video can go to bop.utah.gov. As soon as we have the decision, we post it on our website. It's not immediate on the website. Still takes time, but it's faster on the website. Then you'll get it in the mail so someone can look that up for you while you're waiting for your written decision. I note your guideline, sir, is 17 months or May 12th, 2025. Easiest way to think of that is a suggestion, right? The board can go below that date. They can go above that date. They can do the same date. They ultimately decide. And actually, the expiration of your sentence, meaning the longest time the board could have jurisdiction over you, assuming no other offenses, is December 9th, 2029. Do you have any closing comments or questions for myself or for the board?
I do. I just want to thank you for this opportunity to hear me. And that's what I was hoping for the opportunity to come and plead my case and to explain myself and my time down this time and why I came back. And I just ask for the opportunity to parole again. I know, like you said, like this isn't my first time here, and this is my 7th or 8th time in. I just want you to please look at all the mitigating factors that I have. I know I have some aggravating factors as well, but there are some mitigating factors that I feel really help me, like me modifying and being out of that lifestyle finally. Me having a good support system, I feel like me having treatment lined up, employment lined up. I have great goals. I'm ready to do good. And yeah, like you were saying, like all the stresses, that's definitely no excuse. I don't want it to make it seem like I was making excuses, because I'm not. Like, I should have had the tools necessary to succeed with all my stresses and all my bull crap out there. And I just want it to be known that I'm hungry. I'm hungry for change, and I'm hungry for this opportunity. That's it. Thank you.
Well, sir, part of this hearing was obviously to talk about the past, right? But as every hearing, it's also talk about what happens moving forward. So that's why I ask you the questions I do, because I want to hear about how you think things have changed. And you've made notes of some of them, and I've made notes of all of them. That's what I've been doing, is typing, okay? Appreciate your comments. We'll go ahead and conclude today's hearing.
Thank you.
All right, we are on the record. Today's the time and place set for an original hearing for Mr. Jonathan. Can you say your last name so I don't say it incorrectly, sir?
It's ARGUETA.
Argueta, am I saying that
Yes.
correctly?
Yes,
Okay, offender number 176051. Is that you, sir?
yes, that's me.
My name is Kelly Perry. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. As this is an official proceeding, I do need to swear you in, so if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, it is.
Did you receive 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
Yes,
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
yes,
And did you have a chance to review that?
yes,
Do you feel prepared to go forward with today's hearing?
yes, I do.
Are there any errors or corrections I should know about in that blue disclosure packet before we begin today?
No,
Okay, sir. So just to kind of tell you how today's going to go, I'm going to go over procedurally how we got to this hearing. I'll go over a description of the offenses. I'm going to ask you for any comments. We'll go over any background questions I have, institutional behavior and programming, if you were released, what that would look like. And at the end of the hearing, of course, I'll give you the final word, okay?
okay,
So it looks like a special attention happened in September of 2022. The board continued the original hearing till now. They noted prior to this hearing that they expected you to complete all available and recommended residential substance use treatment and to remain case action plan compliant. They returned case 181911169 to the trial court for restitution determination and referral to the Office of State Debt Collection. The court had already ordered restitution in case 2117-01751 and sent it to the Office of State Debt Collection. In a special attention in May of last year, it was noted that you completed a case action plan intensive outpatient substance use treatment at Garfield County. Is that correct, procedurally correct, sir?
Yeah, that's correct.
In regards to your offenses, I show case 181911169. I show on October 17, 2018, an officer observed a vehicle speeding 50 miles an hour in a 20-mile-an-hour school zone. There was heavy foot traffic due to it being the beginning of school. An officer activated his emergency lights, attempted to pull over the vehicle. The vehicle turned at a high rate of speed. The vehicle failed to navigate its turn and crashed into a no parking sign. The vehicle almost T-boned a school bus and forced the bus to perform evasive maneuvers. The crash was in another school zone, which was occupied by heavy traffic. The driver was Jonathan, who fled on foot. The passenger fled after the crash. The vehicle was stolen and had temporary registration tags. He was a fugitive from APMP since April of 2018. The officer found 2 syringes and a baggie containing meth. Is that correct, sir?
That's correct.
Anything you want to say about the offense?
Yes, just would like to say that I'm sorry I committed that offense, and I'm very remorseful for it. And that's it.
I mean, obviously, sir, I understand in this offense, nobody was hurt, right? But it's a really concerning offense in a school zone, going really fast with, it sounds like, children around. Were you using substances when you were driving?
Yes, I was.
What were you using, sir?
I was on opiates.
Do you remember most of this offense?
Yes.
It sounds like when I'm reading this offense that even before you saw the officer that you were driving really fast. Why were you driving in this manner? Was it because you were under the influence? Is it because something else was going on?
The reason why I was driving is I was actually going to a store around that area and to buy some things, and
To buy what?
just to buy some things. Just like,
And so you felt like you had to drive really fast in a school
no,
zone?
so I was with the girl that I was with, I was arguing with her, and I wasn't paying attention on the road, and I didn't notice that I was speeding.
And I think she's the same person that's involved in the next offense, right?
Yes,
What's your current contact with your co-defendant?
I haven't had no contact since.
And I think it's very likely, sir, if you are paroled, that you have a no contact order with this individual. I don't know. I'm a hearing officer. The board ultimately decides, but do you see that as an issue moving forward?
No, it's not.
And thank you for your insight, sir.
Thank you.
All right, next case, sir. 211701751. I show on September 16th, 2021, officers responded to a theft. Surveillance video showed the suspect driving a golf cart and entered the garage. He took an electric motorcycle and a charger. The suspect was located driving the motorcycle with a female. A traffic stop was attempted. He didn't stop. He stopped for the passenger to get off. He continued to flee. The motorcycle crashed. Officer made contact with Jonathan. He was placed in handcuffs. He had meth and heroin on him. Is that correct, sir?
That's correct.
Anything you want to say about that offense?
Just the same thing. Sorry for that offense, and very remorseful for the victims of my crime. It's not right what I did, and I apologize.
Were you using in that offense as well, sir?
Yes, I was.
What were you using?
I was using heroin.
And sir, I do show some restitution owed. I'm not sure of the exact amount. Are you willing to pay restitution, sir?
Yes, I am.
All right, sir, it seems like at least partially that these offenses you're contributing to being under the influence, is that right?
Yes.
What's your current attitude towards substances?
My current attitude is I'm definitely against it now. I have been clean this whole time. I've been incarcerated. I have been able to figure out the reason why I use, and not making an excuse for it. And I have a good plan to remain sober and stay sober, not to reuse again. So,
And you did complete some substance use treatment, right? Which is really good. What'd you
Yeah.
think of that program?
I liked it a lot. I completed CPT, MRT, and the DTS program here. What stood out to me the most was the DTS program, which I was able to reflect on myself, you know, figure out why I wasn't okay with being under my skin, you know, and I stopped making excuses for myself and started taking responsibility for my actions and not blaming it on circumstances or issues and stuff like that. And started taking responsibility and realized that it's not okay with the things that I'm doing. And just because I use drugs doesn't make it okay. And I learned that it's okay to be under my skin, you know.
So it sounds like you're talking about some things have changed, right? You're talking about
Yes.
substance use, things that you've learned, which sounds like those are really good. Moving forward, if you're paroled a year from now, 5 years from now, how do you see success, sir?
I see it happening for myself. I have made changes, like I have addressed my drug problem. No longer in since September of 2022. I started the modified program, which should be completed. I just have to contact the president to see what's the next step to complete the modification program. I have no longer contact with any of my old friends, only the old places I used to hang out at and stuff like that.
Anything else you see for yourself moving forward, whether it's a certain job or education or other goals that you have for yourself?
Yeah, one goal was moving out of the area where I always lived at. This was in Rose Park. I was gonna try to move to my family's house. It's a good place, but it's still in the same area. So I decided to, if I get the opportunity to go to a sober living far away from her, which will be in Provo, to get out of the area, just to change my old air to old things.
And I'm just making notes of everything you're saying. Sorry, I'm listening. Okay.
Okay.
And I show you have no disciplinary incidents since December of 2023. That's really good. That's obviously over a year, so that's really good. In regards to your release plan, I showed that you'd like to live with your mother in Salt Lake and work in painting. Is that still the plan? It sounds like you're also talking about sober living, so.
Yeah, so the plan is still to do the painting, but not to live at my mother's house no more. The plan is to move to Provo, which is a sober living there.
And what program are you looking into?
So they do have like it's like they do have substance abuse classes there too as well.
Well, I was just wondering the name of the program, sir.
I'm not too
If you don't
familiar.
remember it, it's okay.
Yeah, I don't remember.
What about any employment opportunities or things that you'd like to do?
So I do want to go to trade school and to learn to be an electrician.
An electrician? Sorry, I'm just having a little trouble.
Yes, electrician.
Good. All right, sir. Those are all my questions. From here, I'm a hearing officer. I make recommendations. The board ultimately decides. They're made up of 5 members. 3 of them have to come to one decision. That's the decision of the board. You should get that in writing within 2 to 4 weeks. Your family members, your friends, anyone listening to this hearing via video can go to bop.utah.gov. As soon as we have the decision, we post it on our website. It still takes time, just so you know, it's not immediate, but it's faster on the website than the mail, so someone can look that up for you while you're waiting for your written decision. I note your guidelines, sir, is 58 months or December 24th, 2025. Easiest way to think of that is a suggestion. The CCJJ issued them. They're based on a number of factors. They're calculated, obviously one of those factors being your offenses, and the board decides, right? So they can go below that date, they can go above that date, they can do the same date they decide what happens moving forward. And I showed the expiration of your sentence, meaning the longest time the board could have jurisdiction over you, assuming no other offenses, is September 16th, 2036. Do you have any closing comments or questions for myself or for the board, sir?
No, that's it. Just thank you. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you attending this hearing. I've been making notes of everything we've been talking about. We'll go ahead and conclude. Thank you, sir.
Good, thank you.
All right, we are on the record. Today is the time and place set for a rescission hearing for Mr. Troy Manning, offender number 171544. Is that you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Kelly Perry. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. As this is an official proceeding, I do need to swear you in, so if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you receive 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes.
And did you have a chance to review that?
Yes.
Do you feel prepared to go forward with today's hearing?
Yes.
Are there any errors or corrections I should know about in that blue disclosure packet before we begin today?
Nothing big, but there's a 0 to 5 that's been expirated, but was still on the first page. But other than that, no, there's nothing.
All right, so just to kind of tell you how today's gonna go, today's a rescission hearing, so it's a shortened hearing. Basically, we're going over the reason for the rescission itself, maybe a few background questions I have. If you're released, what that would look like, and then of course, I'll give you the final word at the end of the hearing, okay?
Okay.
So it looks like you had a prior rescission hearing after a parole violation original hearing. Parole was granted for December 9th, 2025. And a special attention in January of this year, it was noted that you were found guilty of a substance use disciplinary incident. And that that was information was being provided to the board to use at their discretion. The board rescinded your parole date and scheduled this rescission hearing. Does that sound procedurally correct, sir?
Yeah, sounds correct.
Okay, so tell me about this incident. What happened with this December incident?
Well, we back it up. Like, I saw you guys back in January of 2024, and I was on a contingency list to get to a program. And for the last 23 months before this write-up, I've been trying to do everything I can to stay on the narrow path and get out of here. I've completed all sorts of, let's see, any classes I was allowed to take, I took. I couldn't ever get into an IOP. And then finally, it was about 2 months from my parole date, which was supposed to be January 28th of 2025. And they rescinded my date and gave me another year to do a program. That was some pretty good setback for me in that time. Someone just kind of said, hey, sucks, bro. You can have this. And it was just little pieces of boxing. I took it. I regret it completely. And that's for the reason we are here today. For what it's worth, I'm on Suboxone on the streets. It does help. And but that's no way to mitigate the situation I'm in.
I do show you're in substance use pre-treatment. Is that right?
I do something along the lines of a language course for Spanish, and then that's all I've really attended.
Okay.
As of right now, I'm not started IOP. I've had to contact some places on the outs to try and set up an IOP on when I get out, or if the board would respectfully allow me to parole, go do that.
Where would you be doing that programming, sir?
It's called the PALEI Mental Health in Salt Lake.
Do you think you need treatment for substance use?
I do. This all started in 2018, and the last 7 years, I've had 7 months on the streets. Just this time around, I've had what we call a moment of clarity. I can't do this anymore. I've had it. The politics, the gangs, just the living situation, missing my family, having a life, being ripped away from it. I'm done with it all. When I get out, I'm planning on doing going back to my original work I used to do, which was heating and air conditioning. And then I'm going to enroll in intensive outpatient. And that'll be, work during days, classes at night. And that'll take probably 6 months. And then from there, that should probably be a great way of integrating me back into society. And from there, I'm just going to stick close to my kids and my family and just bear down and get through this, because I don't want to do this anymore.
And it sounds like you've made certain goals for yourself, already thought about what you want to do on parole during the day, job, at night, programming, which is good. It sounds like that's different than from before. Why do you think things have changed?
Like I said, I first came in, I don't know, my attitude just hurt. I can't do it anymore. Don't want to. I finally understand that that will bring me back here regardless. No matter how I try and rationalize and tell myself the end result is just sitting in here doing this. And between having a life and this, I'd rather be on the streets with just living a life that's not what I would want to do.
Are you currently gang affiliated, sir?
So when I came in, they classified me as, what is it called? STG, as a SAC member. I have no gang tattoos. I have no gang phone calls, no gang activity. And over 2 years ago, I signed the Modify program and started that. I've completed it. I've asked them to submit it to get me off get my name removed from the STG list. And, but currently, no, I'm not.
Okay. How's your mental health?
I've been living in here for a while. It's all right.
Okay.
Be better if I get out and get back to, you know, day-to-day life, being around my family, people that I love.
Are you currently taking any mental health medication, sir?
No, ma'am.
Sir, if you are released, you mentioned, it sounds like you got some programming that you already looked into, Valley Behavioral Health. Looks like, sounds like a job. Do you have a job upon release?
Yes, an old employer of mine, Air Control, Dan Rotani, he told me to come back there, start right away.
And then, where would you live? This is being a live streamed hearing. You don't have to give me an address. Just who do you plan on living with in what city?
So I was thinking I can go with my family, but at first I was thinking probably if Valley Mental Health has an inpatient rehab to go do a 4-month there, I would probably go start there and then transition to their intensive outpatient and then to their after their program.
It's good. And I would note the board received a letter of support. I've reviewed that letter and it is part of the file and the board will have access to it. Okay, sir?
Okay, thank you.
Also, sir, okay, so sir, those are all of my questions. From here, I'm a hearing officer. I make recommendations. The board ultimately decides. They're made up of 5 members. 3 of them have to come to one decision. That's the decision of the board. You should get that in writing within 2 to 4 weeks. Your family members or friends, anyone listening to this hearing via video can go to bop.utah.gov. As soon as we have the decision, we post on our website. It's not immediate. It still takes time even on the website. It's obviously faster on the website than in the mail. So someone can look that up for you while you're waiting for your written decision. I know your guideline has passed. It was June 26, 2024. Obviously, the board decides what happens moving forward. I showed the expiration of your sentence, meaning the longest time the board could have jurisdiction over you, assuming no other offenses, is September 26, 2037. Do you have any closing comments or questions for myself or for the board, sir?
It's just that like I'm terribly want to get back to my family. I've tried everything I can. If you allow me to do this program, I'll take care of it on the outs.
All right, sir, I've been making notes of everything we've been talking about. I appreciate you attending this hearing. We'll go ahead and conclude. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
with treatment, counseling, USARA, everything.
So why do you think on May 5th, 2023, it sounds like you've gone through this event, this tragedy, you absconded. It sounds like you were kind of not complying with probation. What caused your sobriety? What do you think?
Honestly, it just clicked. I did move with the father, my baby's father, moved in with him. He was not a drinker or anything like that. So I don't know, I felt comfortable and able.
So my understanding, ma'am, is parole looks a lot like probation. So if you were paroled, how do you see that going the same or different than probation?
Different, because I know to take advantage of my resources. I'm not ashamed, I'm not ashamed of my actions, and I'm more confident in the steps that I know to take. My daughter is everything to me, and I want to and will break the cycle of addiction so that she doesn't have to go down the same road.
And do you, I realize I'm asking difficult questions. Do you have custody of your daughter, ma'am? All right, ma'am. Do you think, you're talking about sobriety, about using previously. It sounds to me like you don't really want to drink anymore.
Not at all.
Do you think you need substance use treatment?
So I have been accepted to the House of Hope. I feel like, yes, I would definitely benefit from it. Not only, have I became self-aware of my actions and I do have the desire to change, I feel like any kind of treatment or further treatment would last a lifetime.
Sounds like you really thought about it, which is good.
Yes.
How's your mental health?
It's good. So I am on a antidepressant, Lexapro.
Okay.
10 milligrams. I did have a little bit of postpartum depression after delivery. I feel like that has definitely subsided. I'm a pretty anxious person. I have high anxiety, but I'm borderline. I'm not diagnosed with anxiety disorder, but it really helps me just kind of keep my emotions in check.
Do you plan on continuing using it moving forward? Good. Sounds like you found something that works well for you.
Yes. Okay.
And I show you completed MRT.
Yes.
What do you think of that class?
Brought out my inner self. Definitely. It was high accountability. The instructor, Walton, is amazing. It really pointed out a lot of the things that I need to work on, further work on, and continue to work on throughout my life.
Can you expand on that a little bit for me? Is there certain things that you think are true? I don't know, maybe this isn't what you're referring to, but maybe triggers or something that you think could be issues moving forward?
Yes, feeling ashamed and not willing to ask for help. So that is one thing. I had the mindset that I could do it myself. I didn't need any help, but I've realized now that, having a supportive support system, family, using the resources that are available will definitely lead you to a life of sobriety if you choose.
And I would note you have no disciplinary violations, ma'am, which is really good.
Yes.
In regards to your release plans, I showed that you would like to live with your sister and brother in Oklahoma City
Yes.
and work in care or as a receptionist. Is that still the plan, ma'am?
Yes, and going to school, I want to get my phlebotomy license, as well as pursue a nursing career.
Good. So is it House of Hope initially and then going to live in Oklahoma? Okay. And then you probably have already looked into this, but it sounds like not initially you would need this if you're going to go to House of Hope. But if you do want to go to Oklahoma, obviously you need an interstate compact. There's a fee, I believe it's $50, a little bit of process, just to look into that, get that process started as soon as you think it would be relevant. Okay.
Yes, well, I had to wait for a release date before I could start that.
Gotcha. Okay. All right, ma'am. Those are all my questions. From here, I'm a hearing officer. I make recommendations. The board ultimately decides. They're made up of 5 members. 3 of them have to come to one decision. That's the decision of the board. You should get that in writing within 2 to 4 weeks. Your family members, your friends, anyone listening to this hearing via video can go to bop.utah.gov. As soon as we have the decision, we post it on our website. It still takes time. It's not immediate, just so you know. But it's gonna be faster on the website than the mail, so someone can look that up for you and tell you what that decision is while you're waiting for your written decision. I already noted your guideline that has passed, obviously, and the board decides what happens moving forward. That's basically just a suggestion is the best way to think of it, and the board can decide what date, okay? I do show the expiration of your sentence, meaning the longest time the board could have jurisdiction over you, assuming no other offenses, is December 27th, 2028. Do you have any closing comments or questions for myself or for the board?
No, I just wanted to state that I have, you know, sorry, done more programming. So I've completed 4 CBT life skills courses. I've also got a certificate in 12-step recovery as far as attending AA, you know.
Anything in particular, those from those classes that you found interesting or helpful?
So it was a little bit of repetitiveness, but it was, you know, the 6 behaviors or the 6 lessons to change. It was just a lot of self-awareness. So becoming, you know, self-aware of your inner self, of how your subconscious mind and your conscious mind works, to get rid of old habits and reprogram your mind.
Anything else that you would like the board to know?
Yes, that I claim full responsibility of my actions. I know that it was not in anybody's interest, me committing the crimes that I did. I feel very confident in my future with not repeating the same cycle. And it has been a few years, and I just really strive to give my daughter the best life possible and to move forward and look at this as a lesson learned.
All right, ma'am. Well, I've been making notes of everything you've been saying. I have been listening. I appreciate you attending this hearing. We'll go ahead and conclude. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is the time and place set for an original hearing for SHARLI Pettit, inmate 248429. Is that you, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Kathleen. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today. Because I'll be taking testimony from you, I'm going to have you raise your right hand for me so I can place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Ma'am, did you receive 7 days notice of this hearing along with your blue packet?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to review that?
Mhm.
Did you have any questions on it?
No.
Okay, what I plan on doing is going over your current committing offenses, and then we'll see what you've been up to since you've been here. Prior to this hearing, your hearing was smart scheduled, meaning that the board pushed your original hearing date out to give you the opportunity to do some programming. At that time, they wanted you to remain case action plan compliant and free of disciplinaries. I do show you have a few disciplinaries, which we'll go over a little bit later as well. So in case 241500372, you were convicted of 2 third-degree felonies, distribution or range distribution of a controlled substance on both counts. This occurred where in March you had sold some illegal substances to some undercover officers. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything you wanted to add to that?
Am I gonna have time to talk later? Or should I take that time right now?
You'll have time to, I'm going to ask some questions, and then at the end, I'll give you a chance to say whatever you want.
Okay. That sounds accurate.
How long had you been dealing, ma'am?
I had been selling drugs and using drugs for, I want to say like a little under a year.
Okay. Both selling and using?
I was using, yeah.
Was the using for under a year as well, or had you been using for longer?
Yeah, well, I've used before, but this time it was just under a year.
So how long have you had a substance use issue?
Since I was underage, probably
you mean underage?
15.
Okay. Yeah. What got you started in it?
I can't be for sure. I was doing a lot of partying when I was young. I was in foster care. I've been adopted by a good family now.
Okay.
But yeah, it was just bad acquaintances probably when I was younger.
Okay. And then what got you into dealing?
Probably trying to keep up with my addiction, my habit.
Okay. What usually causes you to relapse?
That's a loaded question. But I have 3 little girls, and I think this last time it was getting tired. I was just a single mom.
Okay.
I worked long hours and my kids are very small. So my drug of choice is meth, and so it started with the Adderall, then it went on to the meth. But I was just tired and I was trying to go for longer.
Okay.
Weight. I know that sounds weird, but that's one of my bigger triggers as well.
Okay.
But I do have plans in place to not fall into that bad behavior again.
Okay. Are there any other things that you have found to be triggers as well, or is it just pretty much those 2 things?
It's mainly those 2 things. I mean, I'm very emotional as well, but
Okay.
I think the last time it was those 2 things.
Okay. And the reason I ask is trying to get an idea of throughout your history with substances, what keeps you going back to those things,
Right.
overall. Do you have mental health diagnoses, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. I have bipolar type 1,
Okay.
and then I have reactive attachment disorder, which I was diagnosed with when I was really young.
How old
Probably
were you?
8 or 7 maybe.
Okay. Are you on medications?
Yes. So on the outs, I take Vraylar, but in here they don't really offer that. It's kind of a more expensive drug. So I was on Latuda and Trilipdol, but I just switched to Invega and Trilipdol.
How effective do you feel like they are?
I liked the Latuda, but it was making me like retain a lot of water.
Okay.
So I just switched to Invega. Hopefully it won't make me retain water, but it will still work.
Okay. So you feel like they help then?
Yeah.
how have you found ways to deal with your reactive attachment? If you have.
I have gone through so much therapy since I was young, and so have my parents.
Okay.
It really affects all of my relationships. I have to catch myself now. Now I'm able to like catch myself when I'm pushing my loved ones away, and I can kind of like reel it in. My husband's really good, and he knows when I'm doing that as well, and he can kind of call me out on it.
Okay.
But it's just support, really. They don't really have a medication for
Right.
it.
And that's why I was wondering kind of how you
Yeah, it's
have
therapy.
worked to manage that.
Yeah, it's lots of therapy, lots of support.
Okay. Um, let's talk about your disciplinaries really quick. In July, you had a fighting assault. Tell me about that one.
I had just gotten here. I was still in RNO. I hadn't really, I was kind of in my head a lot. I didn't really care about anybody but myself at that point. And me and a girl in my 8-man cell had got into a heated argument and we fought.
Okay. And then tell me about the tattooing.
That was fairly when I had just gotten here as well, but that was just me still being impulsive, resorting to bad behavior. And I got a tattoo. It's really awful looking, but
What is it of?
it's like a skull, but it was just on my arm. It's like fallen out at this point, thank goodness.
Okay. And then in December, you had an unauthorized possession use of property.
Yeah, so that I was I'm in the Inspire it's a community. I'm in the
Mhm.
Inspire community. And I was working in section 6, the RNO section, and I did pass coffee
Okay.
to a girl there.
Tell me what you've been up to since you've been here.
Okay, so I got into the Inspire community. I went into a program, I don't know if you've heard of it, but it's the IET program.
Okay.
It allows me to finish high school and be in Davis Tech at the same time. It got a little bit overwhelming to me recently because I really wanted to have my diploma by the time I saw the board. So I kind of put the Davis Tech on pause. I got my diploma literally yesterday.
Okay.
So I don't know if it would be in the system yet, but
Not yet, but it's good to know.
yeah. So I got that, so I'll be starting Davis Tech back up probably next week. I've got a couple certificates of like, I did a Seeking Safety, which is like a CBT class.
Okay.
And then I have an Atlas of the Heart certificate, and that's a language and emotional intelligence class. I go to church regularly. I have weekly visits with my parents and my children every Wednesday, so I can work on repairing those relationships. I talk to my husband every day on the phone. I also have an acceptance letter to Lionsgate. I hope that you can see that.
Okay.
He just emailed it in, probably 2 days ago though. And I'll be hopefully going to that program, soon. And they basically set me up with everything. I'll go into residential and then they put me in sober living and I'll do day treatment with them for like 9 months, I think.
Okay.
Oh, I've taken financial literacy classes
Okay.
to help me with budgeting and things of that nature so I don't sell drugs. And the end goal is just to basically maintain my sobriety and do everything that I need to do that and get my children back.
Okay. Tell me about a little bit about your husband. Is he involved in the system at all?
He is on probation right now.
Okay.
When I got arrested, he was going into treatment. He's graduated now. But he's sober and he's been doing really well for the past, like since April
Okay.
of last year.
Okay. And then, how old are your kids?
My oldest is 9, my middle is 8, and my youngest is gonna be 6 in April.
What do you feel like for you has changed, if anything, that's gonna help you moving forward so you don't end up coming back here?
I gained a lot of knowledge and I feel like I can accomplish things. I think my diploma did that for me. Like I know that I can do hard things. I know I can accomplish things. I can work hard for things. And I've been doing some like recovery maintenance
Okay,
on myself and working in classes like that, going to a MASA, which is like a church NA kind of meeting. And I just know that when I get out, I need to stay in the NA community and just work hard on my recovery, whatever that looks like.
so after Lionsgate, what's your goal?
I want to start college.
Okay,
So I've looked in and I've gotten resources because I do a tutor, like she tutors me every single day. She helped me get my diploma and she gave me this little packet of resources. And so I'm going to get into voc rehab. I've
okay,
never utilized them before, but I'm gonna see them. I think what I heard is to help pay for college. And I think I can still sorry, I'm so nervous.
no, you're fine.
I think I can still go to like a technical college out there since I'm in a technical college in here.
Okay,
I think they let me finish that. So that's my biggest plan because I want to own a salon one day. So I really want to finish my business certificate, license, degree kind of thing. So that's my biggest goal and to get my kids back.
right.
Yeah.
All right, and you said you're there with your parents.
They are.
Do you feel like there's anything that would potentially prevent you from being able to have a successful parole?
Last time I really thrived on parole.
Okay.
I was very honest with my PO and we had a very good relationship. I kind of called him for like every little thing, him and
Okay.
my sponsor. And I do really well on parole. I didn't get one violation. I'm excited to be on parole again. I just this time need to get the skills to like, what do I do when I'm not under supervision? I think I can do it this time.
Okay. Do you have a job or anything lined up?
No, I plan on being in treatment for a while. I'll be in residential for probably 30 to 45 days and then day treatment and then IOP, but I am really good at getting jobs, so I'm not really too stressed about it. I have my own vehicle as well, so it'll be easy to get around.
Is there anything else you feel like the board needs to know or you'd like the board to know at this time?
I'm sure I'll think of things later, but as of right now, no.
What I plan on doing is taking the information we discussed today, compiling that into a report and submitting that to the board. You're well aware the board is the one who makes the final decision in your case. They're made up of 5 members and it takes a majority vote for them to make that decision. It usually takes about 2 to 4 weeks for them to get that decision out to you. If you have anyone listening via video, they can actually look on our website. They would more than likely see that once the decision has been made because you'll get a physical copy, which takes longer, but electronically, they would be able to see it more quickly and let you know.
Okay.
You do have a 5-year top, which puts you at June 8th, 2029. That is the length of time the board will have jurisdiction over your case, given there are no other further offenses. You also have a guideline of 13 months, which puts you at July 18th, 2025. That guideline is what it is. It's just a guideline, meaning that the board can go below that, on that, or past that, depending on if they want to see you complete something prior to the opportunity of parole. Do you have any other questions for me at this time?
No, ma'am.
All right, with that, we'll go ahead and conclude this hearing. Thank you. Good luck to you and have a good day.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
This is the time and place set for an original hearing for Kendrick Angel, inmate 199188. Is that you, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Did I say your name correctly?
Yes.
Okay. I'm Kathleen. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today because I'll be taking testimony from you. I'm going to have you raise your right hand for me so I can place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, did you receive 7 days notice of this hearing along with your blue packet?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have a chance to review that?
I did. Thank you.
Did you have any questions on it?
I had 2 different guidelines in my packet.
Okay, the one I currently shows for 11 months for June 14th, 2025.
Okay, I had one for 9 months and one for 11, so I was
Oh.
just curious what was the difference.
And that I could not tell you for sure. It could have been that maybe the possession of a use controlled substance class A was added later and then calculated. I don't know. We have a team that specifically does the matrix for everybody. So I'm not a part of that. There's a lot of information that goes in that.
Okay.
But if you're interested in it, you're more than welcome to write the board specifically to your matrix, and they would be the ones to answer that and give that information to you.
Okay.
Anything else on that?
No, that was just the only discrepancy that I was
Okay.
unclear about.
So it looks like your hearing was smart scheduled out, meaning that they pushed your original hearing date out so that you could have time to do some programming prior to this. Basically, they just stated they wanted you to remain case action plan compliant and remain disciplinary free. So let's go over your charges, your convictions. In case 221700349, you were convicted of a 3rd-degree felony, possession or use of controlled substance. This occurred around June 5th, 2022, where officers were looking for you and another individual who had statewide warrants. Officers located you in a camper, you guys in a camper. They obtained a search warrant. Upon searching the camp trailer, officers located marijuana, large amounts of drug paraphernalia in plain view. They also they also found illegal narcotics, electronic equipment, a rifle, a machete, and drug paraphernalia were found, Suboxone, methamphetamine, marijuana, and heroin. Does that sound about right, ma'am?
Yes.
Anything you wanted to add to that?
I was just at the residence visiting. I had no idea that the owner of the residence had warrants or any of that stuff there. It was all a surprise to me when we got raided,
Okay.
but I was aware of my warrant.
Were you using?
I was
Okay.
not at that residence, but I was using, yes.
And then in case 231700550, you're convicted of a Class A misdemeanor possession or use of a controlled substance. This occurred around August 30th, 2023, where agents went to your home to do a probation check, I'm guessing is what that was, or parole, because it sounds like the person you were with was also on parole. Is that accurate?
Yes.
At the time, a 14-year-old child was speaking with officers through the window, stating that you and the other individual were asleep. Agents, someone eventually let them in. They observed you lying in a bed when within reach of a loaded syringe containing a brown substance, which was heroin. He had admitted to using heroin the night before that you both had. Marijuana was found. Used syringes and pipes containing burnt marijuana were also found in the room. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
And was the child living with you guys?
Yes, he was.
Okay. Anything you wanted to add to that?
No.
Okay. Tell me a little bit about your substance use issue. How long have you had drug issues?
It started probably about 10 years ago when my first husband left,
Okay.
and he took the children when I became homeless because I did not want them homeless with me.
Okay.
And then I just kind of lost it. I lost myself. I became addicted. I just wanted to numb everything and the world around me. And I just having a hard time finding myself back and, coming back to reality and life. And
Had you been using prior to the separation?
I only used marijuana before that,
Okay. What were you using marijuana for?
recreational use.
Okay. What is your drug of choice?
It's heroin and marijuana.
Has there been a time throughout the last 10 years where you've been able to maintain sobriety for a significant period of
Yes,
time?
I was sober for about 3 years. I got sober on my own. And then I had a back injury. and started to self-medicate for the pain, which altered my addiction. I was no longer addicted to numb my feelings. Now I was using the heroin to numb my physical pain.
Were you, in those beginning 10 years, was it heroin you were using? Were you using meth, cocaine?
I was using heroin and meth, but majority was heroin.
Okay. Do you still use methamphetamine with the heroin?
No.
When did you stop using the meth?
I used it probably a year ago, but I don't really like the uppers.
Okay.
I'm more of a downer
Okay.
addict.
What else causes you typically to relapse?
The loss of my mother
Okay.
caused me to relapse.
How long ago was that?
She died in November of 2022.
Okay. What usually, you said that prior to becoming homeless, you sent your kids to your ex-husband, correct? What
The night I became homeless, they went to my ex-husband.
what caused you to become homeless?
I had gotten in a fight with my parents and they kicked me out.
Okay.
So I lost my residence because at that time I was on probation, working. My kids were young. They were in daycare. So I didn't really have a lot of options on housing. So when I lost my housing, I wasn't going to allow them to live in a vehicle with me.
Okay. And then has this homelessness continued throughout the 10 years?
Yeah,
So what,
up to about 2019 till I met the gentleman and we moved down to East Carbon with his mother to
okay.
help. She's got cancer.
So what keeps you in the homeless state?
I think at that time that it happened, I had just given up.
Okay.
I had given up because I felt like I lost my whole family, my want to live. I just wanted to numb everything and just,
Do you have any mental health diagnoses, ma'am?
I have depression and I have anxiety.
Okay. Do you have, are you on medications for those?
I am.
How do you feel like they help?
I think I'm able to, instead of, I don't have as many bad depression days anymore.
Okay.
Like I'm able to function normally instead of, because I'm normally a hermit,
Right.
just kind of in my head all the time. And this has allowed me to, I'm not more social, but the ones that I am social with, I've opened up to
Okay.
instead of keeping all to myself.
Okay. So you feel like then they do potentially help?
So far, yes.
Do you feel like there's anything that would prevent you from being able to have a successful parole? I know you said your probation, it was basically getting kicked out of your mom's home that sent you on your path
Yeah.
of self-destruction for the most
Pretty
part.
much.
What things have you been able to put in place or are you planning to put in place to try and
My
stop
mother-in-law
this?
has a house in East Carbon and
Right.
she has a spare room. And she says, as long as I maintain my sobriety and get back into my IOP and back into MRT, get back on my medication assisted treatment like I was before all this happened 6 months ago. That she would allow me to stay there until I got back on my feet, got my social security for my back problems.
Okay. And then are you married to the individual then?
No, not legally.
Okay. So this is his mom.
Yes,
Are you guys still together?
yes.
And what's his situation?
He is currently incarcerated. As far as I know in Gunnison, I haven't talked to his mom for a little bit.
How long have you not talked to his mom for?
Maybe a month.
Okay.
I don't have a lot of money on my phone, so I try to use it sparingly.
So there's a chance that you could potentially need to go to a halfway house.
No, I have a secured address.
Okay, is that the secured address?
Yes.
Okay.
I just split my free calls up between my children and her, and
Okay.
so I can't call her every week.
Okay. Do you have any physical health issues, ma'am?
My back, I
Okay.
hurt my back in an injury about 4 years ago.
So potentially, is that something that could cause you to relapse if it gets re-injured?
If I stay on my current medications that are helping with the pain, no. That's why I initially started using again, because I couldn't get, and the doctor wasn't working with me with the pain, so I just automatically went to self-medicating. But now I'm on stuff that helps.
Okay. Tell me what you've been up to since you've been here.
I attempted to go to work, but I couldn't stand for that long. I went to grieving classes. I'm currently in prison fellowship. I've tried to do high school, but my caseworker said because I have a GED that she couldn't cap me for it. And then I had somebody put in my name for MRT and for the communication class.
Okay.
Other than that, I just keep to myself.
Now you're scheduled or you've been assessed for residential substance abuse programming. Have you looked into that program?
I have not. I did not know that.
How often do you speak with your case manager?
I've only seen her twice since I've been here.
Have you ever done programming successfully?
I've never had the opportunity to do program. I almost completed MRT.
I'm talking about substance abuse programming.
Oh, yeah, I've never had the opportunity to even do it.
I showed that you don't have any disciplinaries. Is that still accurate?
Yes.
What do you feel like for you overall has changed that's going to help you moving forward so you don't end up coming back? Or in this similar situation of homelessness, things like that?
Well, having a secure residence is a big thing. Having my back pain under control is also another big thing.
I'm sorry, having what?
My back pain,
Okay.
my back injury. My oldest son just joined the military and I didn't even get to say goodbye to him. And I don't want to be in here if anything happens to him. Like, that's my motivation, to stay out. I don't want to be in here.
Okay. How much contact do you have with your kids?
They each have their own cell phone, so I will call one week, one week. And then my oldest just going to boot camp. I can't talk to him right now.
Right. You said your release plans was to go to your boyfriend's mom's and get back on, is it SSI you said?
Yes.
Were you on that before?
No, I was in the process with my peer support.
Okay. And then as far as substance abuse programming on parole, what are your plans there?
I had a bed at a rehab out in Twilla,
Okay,
but I've been incarcerated since I got the bed, so I didn't even have opportunity to go.
right.
So I was gonna have my peer support because she's the one who got me into it. When I get out, have her reach out and see if I could possibly get a bed there again.
Okay. Is there anything else, ma'am, you feel like the board needs to know or you'd like the board to know at this time?
No.
All right, with that, what I plan on doing is taking the information we discussed today, compiling that into a report and submitting that to the board. The board is made up of 5 members. It takes a majority vote for them to make a decision in your case. Usually takes about 2 to 4 weeks for them to get that decision out to you. You do have an 11-month guideline, which puts you at June 14th, 2025. That guideline is what it is. It's just a guideline. The board can go below that, on that, or past that, depending on if they want to see you complete something prior to parole. You do have a 5-year top, which puts you at July 14th, 2029, which is the length of time the board will have jurisdiction over your case, given there are no other further offenses. Do you have any other questions for me, ma'am?
No, ma'am.
All right, with that, we'll go ahead and conclude this hearing. Thank you. Good luck to you and have a good day.
Thank you. You too, ma'am.
This is the time and place set for a rescission hearing for Jamie Lucero, inmate 135858. Is that you, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Kathleen. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today because I'll be taking testimony from you. I'm going to have you raise your right hand for me so I can place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Ma'am, did you receive 7 days notice of this hearing along with your blue packet?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have a chance to review that?
Yes.
Do you have any questions on it?
No.
Okay, so we are back here because it states in a special attention that we received that based on the contingency for residential substance abuse completion prior to your opportunity to parole for June 5th, 17th, 2025, you'd refuse to participate in RSEP programming. Part of that contingency was also not having disciplinaries, which was not mentioned in this special attention, but I do note that you have several disciplinaries. So tell me what's going on regarding the substance abuse programming.
So I completed it in 21 and then I went home and was out a year. And now I'm back on PV with new charges. And I got kicked out
Of the program?
of the program, yeah. And so
What did you get kicked out for?
for passing and a dirty UA.
Okay. When was that?
That was October 21st.
Of this last year?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What else?
I have, my family members and the, oh my gosh, I'm so nervous. The transition team on Saturday have a program that I can go to, but I need a date to be able to go to that program.
And the only thing that's probably going to hold you up, ma'am, because you know it's ultimately up to the board
Yes, ma'am.
what they choose. They could come back and say they still want you to do that residential program.
Yes.
They're going to have concerns not only about your disciplinaries, but your substance abuse disciplinaries. That's going to be the biggest challenge for them to look at this. I mean, you've got one that's pending still for misuse, abuse, medication. December 24th, you have substance abuse. July, you had abuse, misuse medications. Again, in July, you had substance abuse. Like the majority of your stuff just in this last year in 2024 revolved around substances.
So,
And so it's gonna be a hard sell. I'm not saying no, that's what they're going to do, but it is gonna be a hard sell because that's what they're gonna be looking at. Clearly seeing that you're still struggling, clearly. So what program does your family have?
Odyssey House or Beacon House. I just need a date. The problem, I want to be transparent with you about the substance abuse. I've never done opiates. I've always just done meth. And then I got introduced to Suboxone here at the prison because they started giving it to everybody that had, So yes, I have been using it illegally. However, I need a program that offers MAT. And I can't get that here at the prison. I struggled, and I'm not saying that trying to brush off the substance abuse write-ups. However, I know I need treatment. And I need a program that offers dual diagnosis, like for my mental health and my substance abuse. And here at the prison, the director, Dana, is wonderful. However, their caseload is so, they have a huge caseload. So the one-on-one therapy, you get it, but I need more help than they can offer me.
So what keeps getting you involved in the substance use here?
Just that it's there.
Okay.
And then you become dependent on it, and it's a physical withdrawal. And I was in the hospital for 5 days and came back with a prescription for it, but they won't honor it here at the prison because it wasn't for 90 days. And so once you get to the physical withdrawals,
Won't honor what prescription?
the Suboxone,
And you said they won't honor it because of, what about the 90 days?
because I didn't have it for a consistent 90 days. And I know I need help. I'm not saying I don't.
So are the people who are prescribed Suboxone are the ones who come back and were taking Suboxone then in the community? And then, is that how that's working?
Yeah, you buy it on the black market.
Anything else, ma'am, that you'd like the board to know at this point?
Just that I'm not brushing away that I need help. However, I know that Elevate, I need something more than Elevate. And Odyssey would be a good program for me. And I have, I can go there. I just need a date to be able to get released. I also have a detainer that I go, and I'm gonna go to Nevada. They're gonna pick me up. But I have stuff that I need to take care of too.
What's your stuff in Nevada?
Excuse me?
What is your stuff in Nevada?
Oh, for a forgery lab. And I signed for 96 months in 2021. And they gave me a chance at probation.
So you won't be going to prison there, you'll just be going on a probation in Nevada?
No, they'll pick me up and then I gotta go back before the judge. I don't know if they gave me a chance at probation in 2021, but I messed that up, obviously.
Okay,
And,
so you have to basically go back on violations. Okay. Anything else, ma'am?
No,
Okay, what I plan on doing is taking this information we discussed today. As you're well aware, these are quick hearings for rescissions, just basically to go over what's going on, to get more information in that regard. So we'll go ahead and affirm the rescission of that parole date for June 17th, 2025. Your guideline is 35 months, which puts you at June 2025, which you're well aware is also just a guideline. The board can go below that, on that, or past that. If they want to see you still complete that program, they'll come back and state that. Like I said, I don't know that they will. I don't know that they won't. Usually takes a couple of weeks for them to get that decision back to you. You do have that 25-year top, which puts you at March 18th, 2039. It's the length of time the board will have jurisdiction over your case, given there are no other further offenses. Do you have any other questions for me, ma'am?
no, thank you.
All right, with that, we'll go ahead and conclude this hearing. Thank you. Good luck to you and have a good day.
Thank you.
This is the time and place set for an original hearing. So I'm going to have you state your name because I know I'm going to mess it up if I attempt it.
Sure. Heriberto Paredes.
Thank you. Inmate 261285. I'm Kathleen. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today because I'll be taking testimony from you. I'm going to have you raise your right hand for me so I can place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Sir, did you receive 7 days notice of this hearing along with your blue packet?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to review that?
Yes.
Did you have any questions on it?
No.
Okay. What I plan on doing is going over your current committing offenses. I'm trying to see what you've been up to since you've been here. Your case was smart scheduled out to where the board moved your date out to give you the opportunity to get some programming done. Basically, they just stated that they wanted you to remain case action plan compliant and disciplinary free.
Yeah.
We have received a couple of different letters in support, one of which is from your victim, who is also your wife, but it's also a letter of support. So I just want to make sure that, let you know that we did receive those, and you received copies of those as well, right?
Not yet.
Okay. Those will be coming to you.
Okay.
I think we got one from, I want to say your mom and your wife, and we got one from a church congregation of sorts, from what it appeared. In case 231701629, you were convicted of a third-degree felony, retail theft, value $1,500 to $4,900. This occurred around, tell me what happened this day.
It was August 19th, 2023. I was, for such a long time, I was a daily drug user.
Okay.
And I just needed to come up with some money. And I thought it was easy and going into a store and coming out with all this clothes. And I got booked into Davis County that day. And that was the last time I ever consumed methamphetamine.
Okay. Tell me a little bit about your July 4th incident with Riverdale City Police.
So like I said, August 19, 2023 was the last time I ever consumed drugs or alcohol. I came out of Davis County. I moved back in with my parents, started going to church, and finally got a job, got married. And I started going through some emotional problems, financial problems, and I just didn't know how to deal with it. And my way of dealing with stuff in the past was always drugs, mostly drugs and alcohol. And I thought it was easy to go to the store and get myself a 30 case of alcohol, beer.
Okay.
And it's been such a long time that I've drank, and I went ahead and pretty much drank all of it super fast, and my body did not handle it at all. Like I said, it's been a long time since I've drank or consumed anything. And in a moment of anger, I made a threat to burn my house down. I know it looks a lot worse on paper than what it sounds like. And I did start a fire. I'm not gonna lie. And I caused a total of damage, maybe I would say $20 worth of damage. And now when Riverdale police came, I was honest to them about what happened, thinking that honesty could help me out. And I mean, I said the truth, but it came out to a first-degree felony. And now I truly regret that. You know what I mean? So.
And you were placed on felony probation for that one, correct? At first?
That first degree, they put me on APMP starting since December 11th on my sentence.
So that would be felony probation.
Okay.
PNP.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, because I see in here where you had poured gasoline all over the house and things like that. And then there were attempts at starting the fire, so on and so forth. I think it was your mom who originally called.
I think so, yeah. I was out of control. But I mean, if I'm sorry to interrupt you, I'd read the paperwork myself in Weber County. A lot of the stuff that's on that paperwork, it is false. I have that paperwork. My parents actually have it, saying that I poured gasoline all over the house, and you know that is not true.
Okay.
I grabbed maybe, and I'm saying like maybe like 4 ounces, where I threw on my gas stove, and that's it. And my dad was there behind me to see what I was doing, and he turned it off with a rag. I burned my hot sauce label, my cooking oil cap, and a little Tupperware plastic lid. That was it. If I would have thrown gasoline all over the house, gasoline catches fire super fast. It would have burnt the whole thing down.
And that's what I was kind of wondering about, because I did see where you had started a fire at one point.
On the stove,
Yeah,
and it was turned off with a kitchen rag.
yeah.
You know what I mean? But throwing gasoline all over my house, and they say that even on my porch, I don't even have enough gasoline to do that. It's impossible.
So in your retail theft case, what all did you take?
To be honest with you, I grabbed a big laundry basket where you can put all the clean clothes, dirty clothes.
Yeah.
And I went into the store and I took so many pairs of pants, a bunch of shirts,
Just
shoes.
Random clothing. stuff
Yeah,
like that.
you know, what I mean, stuff that for me to use and stuff for me to sell and come up with some money. And yeah, it didn't go well. That was just my part.
And then in your theft case 211100225, it states on here that you had taken plywood, right, from a construction site with the intent to buy it to sell it on KSL.
Correct.
Okay. So what was going on during that time?
Like I said, I was always on drugs for such a long time. Like this, that's not an excuse either way. But just thinking that I can do anything. I had a friend that needed some help at that time. His dad passed away, so and I wasn't working. I was like, you know what? Let's go ahead and do this. You know, we can do this. I got a buyer, and I went ahead and took the whole bundle of OSB board, and I went ahead and took the full blame for it. Because there was 2 other people with me,
Right.
and I took blame for all of it.
Okay.
So it was my idea.
So when your case is a little weird, just in the sense that you have that felony 1, but you're here on 2 different charges, 3rd-degree felony, class A misdemeanor. So were you on probation for those 2 things and then got your prison sentence lifted, but then they put you on probation for your arson case?
I'm not, all I remember, I'm sorry, you kind of confused me
You're
there.
fine.
But-
I'm confused.
Yeah,
So it's
so,
fine.
I got released last year, January 6th from Davis County.
Okay.
I did 4.5 months on these 2 cases.
Yes.
And then I was ordered to be put on APMP. And I was on APMP doing everything I was supposed to. And then on July 4th or 3rd, that's when I picked up that 1st degree. And I've been in Weber County my 3rd degree. Davis County was waiting to see what Ogden was going to do with me first. Because I assumed they were going to try and run it concurrent.
Right.
So they pushed it out. I remember I was already in the county for like 2 months almost, and they pushed it out another 3 months. And on November 26th, Davis County was like, you know what? We're completing this successful, and I'm sending you to prison. And then on, I believe it was December 9th. Yep, December 9th, my class A came for box elder, this theft, and they said the same thing. You know what? We see that you're going to prison already. We want to give you 364 days of jail credit for time served. So go ahead and finish the days off at the prison or run a concurrent over there. So, because they couldn't keep me in the county for the 364 and then send me to prison.
Right.
And then on December 11th, I got sentenced to that 1st degree. And the judge suspended all prison and put me on 364 days also of jail, 4 years of APMP. And then he said, since I see that Davis County already sent you to the prison, I'm going to give you credit for time served and finish your days off at the prison.
Or on your probation. So you're basically probation for that felony 1?
Yes. So
Right.
he started me on APMP on that probation, 1st degree.
Yeah, it's a weird setup that they have. So that's why I was wondering and why I was asking you about that arson case too, because I got information on that case.
Correct.
So you're stating that in 2023, you stopped using all substances.
Correct.
Then you had a relapse due to financial stresses, things like this.
Correct.
Some situations that were going on between you and your wife. Well, according to the report, it said that she made a comment to you about something that kind of set you off, but it
Yes.
sounds like you had already been drinking by that point.
Correct.
So what usually throughout your substance use history often caused you to relapse?
I'm not sure how to answer that. All I can say is that for so many years, if I'm correct, it's been like 8.5 years straight every day.
You were using?
I was using
Okay.
constantly, daily, and not just once or twice a day. I was an addict. And I never tried to get help or anything. I thought I was okay. And so, like I said, in my past, dealing with any stress, any sadness, any anger, anything, my first thing was always run to the pipe or the alcohol. Alcohol would be number two. But obviously, I knew that this time on this first degree, like I was already going through some struggles, and I knew that if I touched drugs again, I was going to be hooked instantly. And I figured alcohol, I don't think I'll be hooked like that.
Okay.
And I decided to go with the alcohol. But like I said, my body did not take it very well at all.
Right. So is this the first time you've done any type of programming?
I haven't had the chance to do any programs. I was in Gunnison. I talked to my caseworker, and to be honest with you, she's not very much help.
Okay.
I asked her what I can get into, what is it that the board wants from me, and she said, wait till you see the board, and then you can go from there. I even tried to get into schooling, and because I seen people would just come in and get enrolled right away. She wouldn't let me do that. So the only thing I've been able to do is do the programs on Origin tablet that the prison offers.
What have you been doing?
I did that. I don't know if I'm not pronouncing this right, that internship or something like that.
Internship?
Yeah, and I got a certificate for that. I got a
Saw you, with that letter, I saw you had several certificates you also submitted.
Yes, that was for Weber County.
Okay.
Yeah, Weber County gave me the opportunity on my tablet to do EDOVA courses. And I've completed over 100 hours, earning 19 certificates in total for CBT, addiction and alcohol recovery, a bunch of Christian material stuff. I can't remember all of it, but a lot of stuff to help me out in my life.
What
better
have you
lives.
learned from taking some of those?
I think I've learned more in the fact of being incarcerated right now. The pain that I have felt, the pain I have caused my parents, my wife. I understand that drugs and alcohol is not the way to go. Now that I have a clear mind. Actually, I wrote something here. If I can read it whenever I get a chance, whenever you give me the
That's
opportunity.
fine, you can read it now.
Okay. I want to thank the Board of Pardons for allowing me to say a few words. I also thank the Board of Pardons for taking the time to read my letter I sent by mail. To the Board of Pardons, I've made some mistakes in my life that I truly regret. I'd like to start off by giving a sincere apology to the Board of Pardons and to the state of Utah. I am truly sorry for the bad and poor decisions I've made in my past. I take full responsibility for my actions. There are no excuses for what I've done. I have given my life to God, to the Lord Jesus Christ, to the Holy Spirit. I will continue strong in the Aposento Alto church ministry, which is ran by my parents. It's a blessing to have my parents as my pastors. It's a blessing to have my wife next to my parents as a leader in the Aposento Alto church ministry. I've made a promise to God to stand next to my parents in the Aposento Alto ministry with my wife, my daughters, to stay in the Lord's path, to stay strong in our faith, to trust in God. God has blessed me with the gift of music at the age of 8 years old, and I will be using my gift to help my parents in the Aposento Alto worship music group. I pray daily, asking God every morning and every night before I go to bed to please let me be someone like my dad, to follow his footsteps. My dad is the perfect example. I ask God to guide me and teach me in how to be an example like that for my wife and daughters, and to love God with all my heart, strength, mind, and soul, just like my parents, my wife, and daughters. I've made a promise to God, a promise to my parents, a promise to my wife and daughters, and a promise to myself to never touch drugs or alcohol ever again in my life, and that this will be the last time I will ever be incarcerated. During all these months of incarceration, I've had the opportunity to complete over 100 hours of EDOVA courses in Weber County, earning a total of 19 certificates. I've also had the opportunity to earn 2 certificates from the Origin programs on the prison tablet and a few other programs that Origin offers, like the Board of Pardons, to be ready for today. Board of Pardons, I understand my punishment can be severe. If I can please have an opportunity to counseling, therapy, any classes or anything to give me better life skills. I've asked God to please forgive me for my past. I've asked my beautiful family to please forgive me as well. I am blessed to say I've been forgiven. Board of Pardons, today I'd like to ask if you can please forgive me as well for my past. I'm asking sincerely with all my heart for forgiveness. It is the first and last time you will ever see me in your court. Board of Pardons, I'm asking for one opportunity to better myself. I know I'm better than this and I know I can do it. Board of Pardons, I'm asking for mercy, anything that can help me out at this point to be reunited back again with my parents, my wife, and my daughters again, to be in the Aposento Alto ministry, worshiping God with all of our hearts, strength, mind, and soul. I've learned that God is the most important thing in my life and my family. My parents, my wife, and daughters need me as much as I need them. Board of Pardons, I thank you for giving me this moment to say a few words. Like I said, this is the first and last time I will ever stand in front of you before your court. Before I finish, I'd like to share a couple verses with you from the Bible. Number 1, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, so whoever believes in him will not perish but have eternal life. John 3:16. And number 2, for he has rescued us from the kingdom of darkness and transferred us into the kingdom of his dear Son, who purchased our freedom and forgave our sins. Colossians 1, verses 13 and 14. Once again, Board of Pardons, I apologize, asking for forgiveness and any mercy, please. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you, sir. Do you have any mental health diagnoses, sir?
No,
How's your physical health? Do you feel like there's anything that would prevent you from being able to have a successful parole?
no.
And it sounds like in your letter that you just read, there's several things that you feel like for you have changed overall, so that this potentially won't happen again. Tell me what your plans are if the board chooses to parole you. What is parole going to look like? Where do you plan on going? What do you plan on doing?
I plan on first things first, reporting to any APMP or any probation officer I need to report to. I'll be going back home with my parents for a couple months until the state of Utah allows me to move it back in with my wife. They are asking for some counseling and some therapy for me and my wife together, and that is for sure. We'll be doing that together.
Do you have domestic violence conditions?
No.
Then?
No, I will be honest though. They did charge me with that, but they did drop that.
Yeah, I read in the report where she had said that you never assaulted her
Correct.
personally. Okay.
And then I'll be back home with my parents. I'll be back in church with them daily, Sundays, Tuesdays for prayer meeting, Fridays for Bible study. And then on Saturdays, I volunteer with my father to help him any landscaping in the building or any maintenance that the church needs. It's a pretty big building, 2 buildings, 2 big parking lots. So there's a lot of work to do. And I plan on going hopefully back to my old job, Wells Cargo. I'm known there, so they said that once I get released to go back.
What do you do there?
I do the flooring for the enclosed trailers. So and I also know another pastor that works there also that will be giving the word for me, and I know the old supervisor. So
If that's not an option, have you ever had any issues getting work?
to be honest with you, I did last year due to that 3rd degree.
Okay.
No staff agency would take me, but I was very blessed to say that I have an uncle that's in the construction industry that does framing that gave me a little bit of work last year. I just went to the trailer place because it was winter time. I like to have a steady paycheck. And there's days in construction where you don't work and you do work. So that's why I went to but if I do have trouble, I will be going with my uncle.
Okay. As far as programming,
Any programs that the board wants from me, I'll be willing to do it. I do know that Ogden City Judge Craig Hall has ordered for me to do a couple classes. I assume those are at the TRC in Ogden, because that's where I was.
you remember what classes?
I don't, but I do know that once I report to APMP, they will tell me what it is.
For sure.
I imagine it's just like last time.
Okay. Is there anything else, sir, that you would like me to know at this point?
I think that's it.
What I plan on doing is taking the information we discussed today, compiling that into a report, submitting that to the board. You're well aware the board has final say over your case. They're made up of 5 members. It takes a majority vote for them to make a decision in your case. Usually takes about 2 to 4 weeks for them to get that decision out to you. If
Okay.
you have any family watching via video or anything, once a decision has been made, they can actually look that up on the website, and they would probably be able to see that before you did, because you'll get a physical copy, which takes a little longer for you to get. Plus, you're in Gunnison, right?
I am.
Or normally.
Yep.
You do have that 11-month guideline, which we are clearly past, but also indicates that guideline is what it is. It's just a guideline. The board can continue to go past that guideline if they feel they want to see you complete something prior to a parole.
Okay.
I will put all the information in there about your probation and things like that that you're already obligated to do. They'll take that into consideration as well, and when they make their decision. You did receive 310 days credit for time served, which is why we're already past that guideline.
Okay.
And then you have a 5-year top, which puts you at February 11th, 2029. That is the length of time the board will have jurisdiction over your case, given there are no other further offenses.
Okay.
Do you have any other questions for me, sir?
No,
All right, with that, we'll go ahead and conclude this hearing. Thank you. Good luck to you and have a good day.
thank you.
This is the time and place set for an original hearing for John Lewis, inmate 174068. Is that you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Kathleen. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today. Because I'll be taking testimony from you, I'm going to have you raise your right hand for me so I can place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Sir, did you receive 7 days notice of this hearing along with your blue packet?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to review that?
Yes.
Did you have any questions on it?
No.
Okay. What I plan on doing is going over your current committing offenses, and then we'll see what you've been up to since you've been here. It looks like your hearing was part of a smart scheduling, which means they put your hearing out a little bit later to give you an opportunity to try and do some programming, which at this point, they just wanted you to remain case action plan compliant as well as disciplinary free. In case 241-900-970, you were convicted of a 3rd-degree felony theft, firearm, or operable motor vehicle. This occurred around January 8th, 2024, where reports of the victim stated that he had picked you up and was taking you to Kanab as you were a hitchhiker. At some point, it states in here that you had given him wrong directions. You guys ended up in Flagstaff. He became upset. An argument ensued. He left the vehicle as he told you, you needed to find another way to get to Kanab. While he was inside a establishment, he came back out to return and the vehicle was missing. Officers eventually located you, pulled you over for some type of traffic stop, indicated that the motor home had been reported as stolen. Sorry?
He threw me his keys.
And we'll talk, I'll ask you if there's anything you want me to know, but I have to get through this first, okay? Officers realized that this vehicle had been reported stolen. Officers removed you from the vehicle, or you were removed from the vehicle. You were found to be in possession of a folding knife. In the motor vehicle, they discovered an empty Glock box and bullets. You had stated you sold the motorcycle that was on the back of the motorhome as well as the Glock.
There was no Glock.
Eventually, let me finish. Eventually, it states on here that you had sold some of the things on a KSL. The individual who bought some of these things stated that he had purchased a motor vehicle or motorcycle for $1,400 and you had attempted to sell him the motorhome for $30,000 plus a Winchester rifle. When they spoke to you again, you say that you sold a computer for $50, a rifle for $320, and a motorcycle for $1,550. Is that accurate, sir?
No.
Okay, what would you like me to know?
For one, he threw me the keys to his vehicle and said, "Find my own way." He took that 40 caliber, his handgun. Let me see, what else?
And it doesn't say you had taken the handgun, it just says that they had found a Glock box
Yeah,
where the
there
firearm was
was,
gone.
there was no Glock box because I looked everywhere for, he threw me the keys and told me to have fun,
Okay,
pretty much, and called it stolen 10 days later.
okay, and in this, it states that he reported it stolen 24 hours later.
I stopped in front of a cop about 8 days later in the damn, what is it, the motorhome.
Right.
They didn't even do anything.
And so did you sell those other items then?
The dirt bike, yes.
Okay. And what about the computer as well as a rifle?
Computer and the rifle, yes.
Okay. What was going on during this time? What were you doing hitchhiking?
Long story.
Shorten it as much as possible. We've only got like 15 minutes.
Something went wrong in the system.
Okay. What does that mean?
It's kind of hard to explain.
Which system?
In the electrical system.
Okay. Were you homeless at the time? Okay. How long have you been homeless?
6.5, 7 months.
Okay.
Whenever I got let out of prison after doing the first stint.
Okay. How long were you in prison prior to this?
I was, altogether, I did 15 years. I
Okay.
was let out for 6.5, 7 months.
Okay. And then you said, I'm assuming the glitch in the system was in the correctional system then?
You can say so.
Okay. What was the glitch?
I can't talk about that.
Why is that?
Why is that? Because I'm not in front of the lawyer.
I'm sorry, you're what?
I'm not in front of a lawyer, and Mark Zuckerberg is not here to detest anything.
Okay. So were you on parole then at that time after you were released from prison, or did you just serve your term?
I served my term. That's what I was telling you. I expired at 15.
So in that 6.5 to 7 months, what were your plans? What were you trying to do? I know you're trying to get to Kanab. What's in Kanab?
I was misinformed.
Okay. What do you mean?
Can't talk about that.
Hey, sir, do you have any mental health diagnoses?
Yeah. Schizophrenia, schizophrenic. ADD, ADHD. I'm taking my medications right now.
How do you feel like your meds are working?
That's fine.
Okay. Are you usually on your medications, even in the community?
Yes.
Were you on your medications during this time of the 6 and
Yes.
7 months? Were you on government assistance, Medicare or
Yes,
Medicaid?
yes, I was.
Okay. Are you usually on Medicaid then?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any substance use issues, sir?
No.
Okay. Have you ever had any substance use issues?
Nope.
What are you planning on doing if the board chooses to parole you, sir?
Go to 4th Street Clinic, get back on medications that I was currently on. If not there, then go to the hospital and get on medications, not in that farm or anything like that, an actual hospital.
Right.
And then go back down to Richfield to get my previous case looked at,
Which previous case?
my sex charge.
Okay. What are you wanting to do with that?
Get it knocked down to a misdemeanor. Because there's some things that didn't add up whenever I was looking at my case before.
Okay. Are you wanting a parole?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right now, I've only done 10 months. I'm not going to, I'm not gonna want a termination and get out 2 or 3 years later.
So so as far as paroling, do you have a place to parole to, or do you need to go to a halfway house?
White House.
Okay.
I've already talked to my caseworker, Jennifer, about going up to Nuke.
Okay. And so it sounds like mental health is going to be your key thing, is because you've got your medication management and stuff that you're aware of. Is there anything else you feel like you need programming or help with? I feel like mental health is
Give me a little bit of time to get off of the registry.
okay. How much longer do you have on the registry? Do you know?
Oh, it's only 10 years, but I came back on a new charge and it got all messed up, so
On a new sex offense charge
No.
previously, or just this charge?
not just this charge.
After you get your stuff in Richfield done, what are your plans after that, sir?
Probably go and make a trip around to see president,
Okay, what do you want to go see the president for?
get my case, looked at. Talk about stuff.
Get your case what?
Talk to him about some stuff.
Okay, what kind of stuff do you want to talk to him about?
Why does it matter?
Just curious. The board might be curious.
What it's none of their business.
Okay. Is there anything else, sir, you feel like the board needs to know or you'd like the board to know at this point?
Just give me a parole date and I'll be happy.
Well, what I plan on doing is taking the information we collected today, combine that into a report, and submit that to the board. You're well aware the board is the one that makes the final decision in your case. They're made of 5 members. It takes a majority vote for them to make that decision. Usually takes 2 to 4 weeks for them to get that decision out to you. You have a 12-month guideline, which we are past. You are also given 289 days credit for time served, which is why we're already past your guideline. You do have that 5-year top, which puts you at February 25th, 2029, which is the length of time the board will have jurisdiction over your case, given there are no other further offenses. That guideline, however, you're also well aware is just a guideline. They can continue to go past that guideline if they feel like they want you to complete something prior to an opportunity at parole. Sir, if there's any restitution owing in your case, are you willing to pay that? Any other questions for me, sir? All right, with that, we'll go ahead and conclude this hearing. Thank you. Good luck to you and have a good day. This is the time and place set for an original hearing for Jose Padilla-Mondragon, inmate 239473. Is that you, sir?
Yes.
Now tell me how to pronounce your last name.
Mondragon.
Okay. I'm Kathleen. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today. Because I'll be taking testimony from you, I'm going to have you raise your right hand for me so I can place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Sir, did you receive 7 days' notice of this hearing along with your blue packet?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to review that?
Yes.
Do you have any questions on it?
No. Just one question I have is that on one of the papers, it said that my guideline was up last year. And then on another paper, it said not applicable. So that was just concerned.
So
or-
the not applicable one may have been the first one you received, so they probably hadn't
Oh.
calculated it just yet.
Okay.
And then the other one, it does say your guideline is last year, but
Right.
guidelines are guidelines. They're just, they can continue to go past that guideline.
Right.
One of the reasons we're past your guideline is because you were given 667 days credit for time served. So that
Okay.
goes toward that guideline. So that's why we're over that right now.
Okay.
It looks like your hearing was also smart scheduled, so the board wanted you to remain case action plan compliant as well as disciplinary free prior to this hearing. What I plan on doing, let's go over your current committing offenses really quick, then we'll kind of see what you've been up to, okay?
Okay.
In case 211-900-978, you were convicted of a third-degree felony purchase, transaction, possession, use of a firearm by a restricted person. This occurred around January 6th, 2021, where officers pulled you over for speeding in an area. You had admitted at the time that you had a loaded firearm inside your vehicle, which they also found a baggie containing marijuana, a grinder, a scale, and a loaded firearm. Is that accurate, sir?
Yes.
Is there anything you wanted to add to that?
That I had my medicinal marijuana card, so I thought I was okay to have marijuana. And but I guess according to the law that's you can't have a firearm and marijuana on your
Yeah.
person.
Okay. And then in 201-906-388, you were convicted of a third-degree felony, again, purchase, transaction, possess, use of a firearm by a restricted person. This was March 19th, 2020, so this was prior to that one. Where it looks like officers responded to Salt Lake on a report of a male hearing voices wandering the home with a gun. Stated that you were hearing voices and believed that your family was in danger. Officers observed drug paraphernalia in plain view in the defendant's bathroom. A search warrant was obtained. Officers found several bongs, a glass jar with 27.1 grams of marijuana, scales, pipes, vape devices, plastic baggies, $1,395 in cash, another grinder, an additional 11.5 grams of marijuana, a rolled up $50 bill which field tested positive for cocaine inside, and a .380 pistol. Police also located a shotgun that had one round in a malfunctioning position and a box containing 20 gauge shotgun shells and 5 boxes of .380 ammunition. Is that accurate, sir?
Yes.
Anything you wanted to add to that?
No, just that so our house, our family's house had gotten shot at in a drive-by. Prior to this or before that, it had happened. So and then one of my cousins had gotten murdered not too far behind that due to a home invasion gone wrong. Somebody had tried to break into his friend's house and he was there. And that's kind of so what had happened that morning was that my parents had dropped a big cooking pot or something, like I don't know what it was, but it was really loud and it just kind of spooked me out. And I had gone upstairs and that's why why the police were called and stuff like that.
Okay. Were you using cocaine at the time?
I was using marijuana. I did use cocaine here and there, but I haven't had a real like problem with that, I guess. I just been trying to use marijuana.
So it sounds like your drug of choice really is marijuana, given the information in these reports. What other
Right.
substances have you used?
I mean, I've used, like mushrooms. I mean, I've tried cocaine before, but it hasn't really been my like, favorite thing to do. And have used like other substances as well, like, I guess like pills and stuff like that too.
Okay. Anything you've ever ended up having an issue with, like an addiction to?
Um, I, I would say, I mean, probably, I guess, I mean, I would drink sometimes too, but, I guess I would have that as well.
But did any of these things develop into like an addiction that you had a hard time kicking, or you felt like you were starting to have an issue with, or was it more recreational type use?
I would try to not use it because I would work, I work as an electrician
Okay,
and they kind of like to UAU a lot.
okay,
And even the marijuana, they kind of they kind of don't like that. So I would
Okay.
just try to avoid using drugs and stuff like that because, yeah, they would UAU, do randoms and stuff like that. So I would just, so I had my medical card, so that's why I had the marijuana. But even though I had my labels, I had the marijuana to my name and had like the vape cartridges and everything, like the police still confiscated it. So
right.
yeah.
Now you have a history of firearm situations. One of them, written in here, it looks like you were committed on an incident that involved you threatening someone with a firearm, then firing shots at the individual as they fled on foot at some point, in your history. Do you remember that one?
Yes.
Tell me about that a little bit.
So somebody had stolen my vehicle and I had gotten fired from my job as an electrician. I was working at the new prison with JP Electrical, wiring up that new prison as an electrician. And somebody had stolen my vehicle and I had lost my job over it. So I was looking for my vehicle for the past 3 to 4 days and I had found my vehicle parked in like I guess say like this drug or like where homeless people like to hang out area. And I had seen these guys shooting up inside my car and like smoking drugs in my car. So I got out of my friend's car because my friend was the one who seen it and I told him to get out of my car, like get out of my car, like you guys stole my car 3 days ago, like get out, you know? Like give me back my car. This is my car. You guys stole my car. Give me my car back. And instead of them giving me my car back, they hotwired my car again and then tried to run me over. And then that's when I had pulled out a firearm and had shot into the air, I shot 2 shots in the air and told them that if they didn't get out of the car and they kept coming at me, that I would shoot them next.
Okay.
And that was a situation with the discharge of the firearm.
Okay.
Yeah, and I got that pled down to the reckless endangerment for shooting in the air.
Okay. And then you
Yeah.
spent some time in the juvenile system, yes?
Yeah,
In secure care facility?
yes.
Where was that at?
I did some time in Decker Lake.
Okay. Do you remember about what year that was?
I think it was 2015,
Okay.
2012 to 2015.
What were some of your juvenile charges, sir?
I think I had 1 car theft, and then a lot of them were just possession of marijuana.
What got you
and
into
prob-
secure care?
The car theft is what sent me to secure care,
Okay.
and then contempt of court for not following with the juvenile probation.
Okay.
And
Um,
yeah,
Say that again?
I was gonna say yeah, and yeah, just car theft and contempt of court and possession of marijuana.
Okay. And then I have you listed as a norteño. Is that accurate?
Yeah, no, when I was in the teenager, yeah, I would affiliate myself with the Norteños. I have gotten my tattoos removed at Decker Lake. At Decker Lake, I got them lasered removed, had laser treatments done, and haven't had any more issues with any of that.
So you haven't been, so you're not an active member?
No,
Yeah, it sounds like you haven't been an active member since your juveniles.
right.
Okay. Tell me about is that a tattoo over your eye? I can't see because you're on
Yeah.
TV. What is that?
Um, it's just like a clown tattoo, you know. I was working doing tattoos for I guess maybe 4 or 5 years at a shop called Hydra Tattoo Shop. So I felt comfortable just, you know, getting tattoos on my face and still wanting to pursue that as, you know, hopefully when I get out. But especially since a lot of us, I mean, that have done time, you know, we all pick up doing arts for some reason. So that's I guess that's something that I'm good at.
Okay. Do you have any mental health diagnoses, sir?
So I'm taking medications right now for anxiety and depression. I take a Remron 45 to help me sleep, and then the Cetraline for like anxiety or depression.
How do you feel like your medications help?
I feel like the Remron, I feel like that's been helping me a lot. And with the sleeping, because I would have a hard time sleeping. And then the other medication helps me just feel all right during the day.
Okay, so you feel like they're effective?
Yeah,
Is that something you plan on taking when you are back in the community?
yeah, definitely.
How's your physical health? Do you feel like there's anything that would prevent you from being able to have a successful parole?
Probably I have so the reason why I have my medical card is because I have bad kidneys. I have chronic kidney disease,
Okay,
CKD, and sometimes my kidneys will hurt. I've been hospitalized twice for kidney failure. Kidney like will shut down.
okay.
But other than that, I think I'm okay. I just gotta not drink coffee and soda and things like that, you know?
Things with caffeine?
Yeah. Just things like even like, you know, like cigarettes or things like that, just things that are gonna put toxins in my body is not ideal for my kidneys.
Okay. Tell me what you've been up to since you've been incarcerated. Have you been able to do any type of programming?
So I know it says on my case action plan that I have to do these treatment programs and I'm willing to do them, but I just kind of am upset because right before so the reason why I got sent to prison was because I had violated my probation.
Right.
And the judge was upset because it was my second or my third violation of probation. But on my probation, I had done 2 anger management classes and got my certificates. Took a parenting class and got my certificate. Took a domestic abuse or domestic violence class and got my certificate. And then took the substance abuse program, got my certificate for that. And then
What
I also
program was that?
it was inside the Salt Lake County Jail.
Okay.
And the program, another program that I had finished as well was the GED program. So I got my high school diploma GED. And then I did another program in the county called Life Skills Program. And they were showing us about like how to meditate and breathing techniques and financial literacy and just how to be, I guess, healthy, proactive member of society, I guess is the best way to
Did
say
you
it.
send some of those certificates in?
I had sent them to my judge,
Okay.
so he might have a copy of them, but I have copies at home I can get sent out or
Well, and
whatnot.
I've written those down. I was just wondering if you had sent them in with a letter or something. I
Okay.
reviewed several letters, and I know there's a few people that sent their certificates and things that they've completed.
Right.
So I wasn't sure if you were one of those people or not, because I couldn't remember. I show that you don't have any disciplinaries as of right now. Is that still accurate?
Yeah, I haven't gotten in any trouble.
For you, sir, what do you feel like has changed so that you don't end up back in this situation? I mean, you've got a pretty good history in the sense of offenses. This is your first commitment to prison, but you've had time in secure care in the juvenile world. So tell me what you feel like, if anything, this time around has changed for you that's going to help you.
I think it's mostly my mindset. I guess I just gotta just think about how the people that I affect, like, it's not just affecting me, it affects my parents, it affects my children, it affects those around me. Like, I might be the one doing the time, but like, so is my 6-year-old, so is my 14-year-old, so is my wife, so is my mom and dad, so are all these people around me suffering because of my choices and my actions. So I think that realizing that this is I guess not just getting old, but it's affecting my 6-year-old the most. So that's what's I guess what's kind of making me think differently, because I mean, he's barely starting school, and I guess he gets sad because I'm not picking him up from school, and he sees all the other kids getting picked up by their dad. So that is kind of what's making me think differently, because I didn't grow up with my dad in the picture. So I wouldn't want him growing up without his dad, me, in the picture, because it's just not, it can be a lot of stress and maybe frustration, and I don't want him getting bullied in school or him feeling sad because of not being there. Because I know when I was growing up as a kid, I did a lot of reckless stuff, like, and ended up in juvie because a lot of it was because I never met my dad, or I never had my dad in the picture. So I always was like, well, who cares? Like, I don't know. I just had this mentality of like, who cares? I don't need, my dad doesn't care about me, so why should I care, So
Sir, if the board does choose to parole you, what is that going to look like for you? What are your plans?
so I was so I have a lot of support on the outs. I was one of my landlord, he's also our family friend. He wants me to because he had a problem with alcohol, and but he had told me that he had went to this treatment program, and that he said that I could get permission from the board of pardons or probation, but it's a treatment program in Tijuana or something like that. That is, you gotta pay out of your pocket, of course, and stuff like that. But he really wants me to do that program, and I've been kind of considering doing it because I guess I just wouldn't want to be falling back into any of I just just using drugs and or drinking and stuff like that, because if I start drinking or acting out like that, I just feel like I'll just end up right back here. So
Right.
I would rather try to see if I can do a program on the outs, or I don't know, because he told me that like a lot of people do first step or they go to like the VOA or things like that. But he told me that the problem with those treatment programs is that people tend to just leave whenever something's not convenient for them, and or like they end up like sneaking drugs into the place or things like that. And he told me that the other program is like you have to do the whole program until you can get how do you call it, so you can get out of that program. So,
So basically, they evaluate your ability to leave.
right.
Okay.
I'd have to get more information on that program, but he told me it's a great program and, yeah. So I want
If that program isn't an option, what is your other plan?
my other plan is probably to, I mean, my wife would sometimes, accompany me to, go to like, Alcoholics Anonymous or, other like weekly programs. And she would, we tend to go to church on Sundays and they're very supportive too. So, I'm thinking that maybe I could find, like a church or like a Christian, how to say, like a program that also focuses on drugs. That's what I was thinking maybe. So,
Because the
like-
board is going to have conditions for you. You're aware of this. It's just like the juvenile system, board of pardon or juvenile board,
right,
where they're going to have conditions for your parole. They're going to have more than likely mental health conditions, substance abuse conditions, where you go get assessments, follow through with recommendations, so on and so forth. Are you willing to comply with that?
yes, I mean, I would be interested in what those, I guess, conditions might be, just so I can make sure to get them done correctly.
Well, for sure, more than likely, they're going to have the mental health substance use
Okay,
piece. APMP is the one that's going to be basically your guide into the parole system and will help you kind of determine what it is you need to go to, where you need to go to, and help you get that stuff figured out. That's what they're there for. They're just like a case manager in the juvenile system, where if you got
Okay.
out of secure care, you had your case manager. In the adult system, you have your parole officer. So they're there to help you with all that stuff. So you would definitely have the mental health, substance abuse conditions, probably some cognitive behavioral treatment. So classes like MRT, things like that, more than likely. And it'll ultimately be up to the board on what they decide to give you, but those are just some of those ideas as far as
Okay.
that goes.
okay,
And then APMP and transition is usually the ones that determine or approve addresses, if you have addresses to submit, to go to, or determine if you need to go to a halfway house for the time being till you're able to transition somewhere else.
okay.
Okay. Sir, is there anything else you feel like the board needs to know or you would like the board to know?
Just that if I am given parole, that, I'd be expected to be working, back as an electrician within a week or two and, starting, school doing that. So if we could fit, all my treatment, but also, have enough time for me to go to work and do school and continue doing school, that would be awesome.
What schooling are you going to?
So it's on the IBEW. It's a union, the electrical union, and they
Okay.
have their own schooling program. It's usually I think Tuesdays and Thursdays from 4 to 7 or maybe.
So are you an apprentice electrician?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
How much longer do you have for that program to complete that program?
If I hurry up and just stay out of trouble and can keep the job and, just do good, I'd say like maybe 2 years, 3 years. I have a lot of the hours. It's like, I think 70,000 or 7,000 hours or something like that.
Yeah.
But I have a lot of the hours. I just gotta, check in with the Utah Department of Licensing to see where I'm at and make sure they're getting all my hours and stuff like that.
Well, sir, what I plan on doing is taking the information we discussed today, compiling that into a report, submitting that to the board. You're well aware the board is the one that makes the final decision in your case. They're made up of 5 members. Takes a majority vote for them to make a decision in your case. Usually takes about 2 to 4 weeks for them to get that decision out to you. You do have a 20-month guideline, which we discussed at the beginning of this hearing, which is passed You're well aware that that is passed because you were given 667 days credit for time served. You're also well aware that the board can continue to go past that guideline if they want to see you complete something prior to the opportunity to parole. You also have a 10-year top, which means that that expiration is February 27th, 2033. That is the length of time the board will have jurisdiction over your case, given there are no other further offenses. Do you have any other questions for me, sir?
No.
All right, with that, we'll go ahead and conclude this hearing. Thank you. Good luck to you and have a good day.
You too. Thank you.
Thanks.
Number 2.
Sorry. I was like, I can't see him. This is the time and place set for an original hearing for KIRAN Farris, inmate 256166. Is that you, sir?
That is,
Did I say your first name correctly?
KIRAN.
Oh, so no. Okay. I'm Kathleen. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today because I'll be taking testimony from you. I'm going to have you raise your right hand for me so I can place you under oath.
Okay.
Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Sir, did you receive 7 days notice of this hearing along with your blue packet?
I did.
Did you have a chance to review that?
I did.
Did you have any questions on it?
No questions.
Okay. So prior to this hearing, the board smart scheduled you out, which means they moved your original hearing out so you would have the opportunity to do some programming prior to this hearing.
Correct.
One of those things they wanted you to complete or at least get into was sex offender programming, which it sounds like you are currently in.
Yes, ma'am.
They recently sent me a sex offender treatment memo, which is basically a report just telling me about your programming, where you're at in the programming, how much longer you have in the programming, and then their recommendations. Did you receive a copy of that by chance?
I did, ma'am.
Did you have a chance to review that?
I did.
Okay, one of the things that was not listed in there, but one of the psychologists did inform me is the amount of time you pretty much have left in that.
Yeah.
Which it sounds like they're looking at potentially you being completed with that programming around August. Are you aware of this?
I was told April 23rd we would be completed.
Okay. So either way, the board more than likely, if they were to give you a parole date, with that, just so you know, they may put that out later, to give you the opportunity to complete that. With that, there's typically a time cut that comes with that if you're given a parole date.
Okay.
I often tell that to people who are currently in programming, just so they're aware that they'll typically put it out a little further so that if something does come up where it gives you a setback or something in the program, hopefully it allows enough time prior to the parole date to get back on track and things like that without having to come back to a hearing and so on and so forth.
Okay.
Anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself. So what I plan on doing currently, however, is going over your current committing offenses, because that's something that has not been done just yet.
Okay.
So in case 211-907-867, you were convicted of 2 second-degree felonies, sexual exploitation of a minor. Excuse me. According to the reports, February 10th, 2021, officers received a report while conducting a parole of abandoned business with a posted no trespassing sign, a vehicle who was occupied by you and a 14-year-old female. Long story short, it sounds like you were having a sexual relationship with this 14-year-old female stemming from when she was 13. Officers ultimately also found graphic photographs, videos, as well as conversations between you and this young female. Is that accurate, sir?
I did receive CSAM from the individual.
What do you mean?
The nudes that I was later charged with.
Okay. What relationship did you have with this individual?
It sounds like it was described in.
It sounds like, or it was? I'm asking you your input.
Yes, it was an inappropriate relationship that I regret.
How did the relationship start? How did this even begin?
They were a patient at a treatment facility that I was working at. And then later they had messaged me over social media.
Okay. When you say they, what do you mean they?
The individual GR, I'm not sure how to refer to her,
You just say the victim.
the victim.
What type of facility was this?
It was a psychiatric facility.
Okay. What was your role?
I was a nurse there.
What kind of nurse were you?
Registered nurse.
Okay. And so what was your role at this facility? Was this like an inpatient facility, outpatient facility?
It was an inpatient facility.
Okay. So I'm assuming this girl had been admitted to the facility,
Correct.
and over a period of time you had started, had this started prior to her being released, or did it begin before she was released? Sorry, that was the same thing, but you understand what I'm saying.
I do. I met her there, but it really became more inappropriate once released.
Okay. And so after her release, about how long did this relationship begin?
We messaged, I believe she went to a long-term facility after leaving the facility that I was working at, and then she had messaged me online.
How long is that, like a couple months, 6 months, a year?
I would say a couple months.
Okay. When did it become physical after the couple months?
I interacted online for a while.
What is a while? A while is different to everybody.
I think a few months at least.
Now, in the police report, it states that this began when she was 13. At the time that this was discovered, she was 14. Is that accurate?
I believe so.
Tell me kind of what your thought process was going into this whole thing. Because I mean, at the time you were 36.
Correct, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah.
You were well into your 30s.
Yes.
She was very young, 13, 14.
Yes.
So tell me how you got into this mindset that this was okay.
Gosh, I had a number of thinking distortions that I've kind of explored through treatment. Some were boundary issues, vulnerability issues. Yeah, the kind of isolation of, it was during the height of COVID. A lot of these kind of stemmed and laid the playing field for this interaction.
So prior to this incident, had you had any issues before
No,
with young girls or young kids?
no.
At any time during this relationship, and I'll just use that in quotations, were there ever any thoughts that this probably wasn't the best thing? Were there concerns about getting caught? Tell me about that.
Most definitely. Yeah, and it was a snowball effect, and I just made incorrect action after action. And due to my deficits with setting boundaries and some of the not, like getting into like many thinking disorders throughout the whole time. I struggled, and it was 100% my fault as far as I was the adult in the situation. And yes,
Well, and many people would look at this, given the background of the situation of how you met this girl, as you could potentially be viewed clearly as the predator in this situation, taking a young girl who's clearly a high-risk type youth, who's clearly going through some issues, challenges, as she was admitted into a psychiatric hospital, and you being an adult in a trusted relationship or in a trusted position, period, and taking advantage of her vulnerability.
100%. I feel immense remorse for my actions.
And so as I asked you the question, as far as ever thinking that this potentially was probably you could get it caught, concerns about getting caught, and you said most definitely, what caused you to continue to do this?
Fear of many things, of definitely of getting caught, of just so many negative outcomes. Like I feared for her potential safety. She had definitely some issues. I don't want to say exactly, but really stemmed with fear that maybe severing would cause animosity, and that was kind of my thought process behind it.
And the reason I'm asking a lot of these questions, one, to get insight into kind of this thought process moving forward, but ultimately at some point, you'll be paroled or released. I mean, your charges come with a 1 to 15 for each one. Your expiration with the board jurisdiction is July 2036. And so regardless of what happens from this hearing today, regardless if you parole in a few months, in a year, 2 years, 10 years, whatever, 15 years, it's going to be done. And so for me, and a concern of the board, public safety concerns, right? And making sure something like this doesn't happen again. So convince me that you are a safe individual that could potentially be paroled and not have something like this happen in the future.
I will say by going through therapy, the CBISO program, I have integrated so many of the positive aspects, positive techniques, coping skills throughout that will prevent that. I have been working on, first and foremost, just a cost benefit analysis of situations so that my risky thoughts don't lead to risky behaviors that spiral out of control. I feel like therapy has been just something I've really integrated in.
So tell me some things you've learned in therapy, like what your triggers are, what your coping skills are, and what you're going to do moving forward.
Some of my triggers that I've really discussed a lot in therapy are isolation, being vulnerable. Sometimes I put too much on my shoulders and don't utilize others for help. And those are some of the key things that I've really worked on, is leaning into my positive supports, asking others for help, being more vulnerable about when I need assistance, and not isolating. Some of my coping skills are just connecting with my positive sports, family, therapists, friends, and there's like thought stopping, breathing, journaling, just being more mindful and self-aware of my actions and how they affect others.
Okay. Sir, if your victim were listening today, what would you say to them?
Ooh, I would tell them that I am deeply sorry and that my heart goes out to them and their family, and that I am sorry for any harm that my actions caused them, any traumas that have come from it. I would let them know that my actions then did not align with who I want to be in the future, that I have benefited immensely from therapy, that I hope that they are safe and well, and that this is something that will never happen again.
If there's any restitution owing in your case, are you willing to pay that?
Of course.
Do you have any mental health diagnoses, sir?
Anxiety and depression,
Are you taking medications?
I am.
How do you feel like they help?
I feel like they have helped a lot. Definitely while I have been in here, I've been on anxiety medication for quite some time. And then when I was in jail, I started depression medication. And I
Okay.
feel like it helped.
How's your physical health? Is there anything that you feel like would prevent you from being able to have a successful parole?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Tell me your standing as far as your nursing. Do you still have your license? Has it been revoked? Tell me about that.
I surrendered my license.
Okay. So what are your plans moving forward as far as work?
That is a good question. So currently, I'm taking a master's in business administration degree from Adams State University. And so I hope to complete that. And I've had tons of customer service skills. I do enjoy the sciences in healthcare. I have been leaning heavily into potentially looking into taking the LSTAT when I get out, and pursuing law school after that. I've been humbled by the system, and I hope to give back in some way.
If you are paroled, do you have a place to go?
I'm hoping to go to my parents. They're the most positive supports, amazing people.
With your charges, you will be restricted from being able to be around kids. Is that going to be an issue?
No, they do not have minors.
Okay. Just because sometimes when people say parents, grandkids are involved, so they don't want that to be a surprise for anyone.
Thank you.
And then more than likely, as indicated in your treatment memo, toward the end, there will be aftercare once you are paroled at some point. Are you willing to comply with that?
Definitely. I have talked to Dr. Bob Banta, the Arrow Point. He's SOTP, Department of Corrections provider. I've also spoken with Peter Burns. He's also a provider of the Monarch Clinic. And of course, there's Alpha Counseling, which I would definitely be interested in using as well. I've given that some thought.
Okay. Do you have work lined up at all? Do you have options?
I have a couple options. I have yes, I have a couple options.
I do show that you have one disciplinary from July, substance abuse. Tell me about that.
It was a failure to produce UA. It was my first UA ever, and they've since changed the way that they conduct UAs. In regards to that, I think my anxiety just kicked in, and I don't recall exactly. I might have urinated just prior, and so they only allotted at that point 2 hours to complete a UA, which is a policy that they've since changed in the building where I'm at. And yeah, I just wasn't able to produce a UA.
Sir, what do you feel like overall? We've talked a lot about some of this stuff, but what do you feel like overall has changed for you so that this doesn't happen again?
I have really leaned heavily into like my more let me use the like protective factors versus the risk factors. I have really become a lot more aware of the positive influences in my life, my positive goals, my values, the things that I want to accomplish, and they do not align with the risky behaviors that I want. I've learned a lot of coping skills and communication skills. While I've been here, I've taken a plethora of classes, MRT, victim impact, anger management. And yeah, I feel like I've been able to improve some of my family relationships with the calls that I've been frequently having with them, since that's the way that we tend to communicate. Yeah, I feel that I will continue to definitely integrate therapy into my life, because I feel like both the therapists that I've experienced here have been awesome and have been very informative, supportive, and positive about the future, which that positivity really just gives me hope.
Okay. You also have a no contact clearly in place with the victim. Is that going to be an issue? Are you willing to abide by that?
Of course.
Well, sir, what I plan on doing, is there anything else that you feel like the board needs to know or you would like the board to know at this time?
I don't
Okay.
know what I should even say.
You don't have to say anything. It's just an opportunity to say whatever you feel like we may have missed, didn't cover, or just anything you would like the board to be aware.
Well, I'd like to thank them for being so punctual with getting me into treatment. That has been awesome. And this has been a humbling experience and has definitely given me a lot of time to grow and reflect on my actions so that I never repeat them again.
Okay. Well, sir, what I plan on doing is taking the information we discussed today, compiling that into a report and submitting that to the board. The board is made up of 5 members. It takes a majority vote for them to make a decision in your case. Usually takes about 2 to 4 weeks for them to get that decision out to you. You do have a 44-month guideline, which puts you at March 28th, 2023, which we are coming to.
Okay.
That guideline is what it is. It's just a guideline. The board can continue to go past that if they feel like they want you to complete something prior to a parole. They will take into consideration everything you have completed up to this point as well when making a decision. You were given 455 days for credit for time served, which is also why we're so close to that guideline date as well.
Okay.
You do have a 15-year top, which puts you at July 28th, 2036. That is the length of time the board will have jurisdiction over your case, given there are no other further offenses.
Okay.
Do you have any other questions for me, sir?
There's one other thing that I did want to just mention while I was here. I don't know if the board will take this into consideration. In the PSI under substance abuse, and it could have been my anxiety. I know when I was taking my PSI, super anxious, and it had said that I drink 4 days a week to get drunk, which is something that I do not do.
Okay.
It should have been one time in my life, it was in my early 20s.
Okay.
I was leaving Connecticut and people wanted to say goodbye and I did drink 4 days in a row, but it was just that isolated time. Yeah.
Okay. Well, sir, if there's nothing else, we'll go ahead and conclude this hearing. Thank you. Good luck to you and have a good day.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
This is the time and place for an original hearing for Joe Rowley, inmate 77675. Is that you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Kathleen. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today. Because I'll be taking testimony from you, I'm going to have you raise your right hand for me so I can place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Sir, did you receive 7 days notice of this hearing along with your blue packet?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have a chance to review that?
I have.
Did you have any questions on it?
There's one question there. I marked on here. So, obviously, yeah, I've been on probation before. It says here in 2008 that I was on probation for a DUI that I had, and it said that my probation was unsuccessful. But I've never had unsuccessful probation. And it says that it was turned over to the court probation after 12 months. But the other page on here says that I absconded from probation and was unsuccessful. In that matter, though, I did everything I was supposed to do. Everything. I passed all my drug tests. Did all my service that I needed to do, and I have never been unsuccessfully terminated out probation other than when I was like way back in 92 one time.
Did you abscond at that time then or no?
No, I never absconded.
I'll make note of that.
Okay, so that's the only question I had on that, because that, I don't know where that came from. But, okay,
So what I plan on doing is going over your current committing offenses and then we'll kind of see what you've been up to since you've been here, okay?
okay,
So in case 1917022226, you were convicted of a second-degree felony theft by receiving stolen property, third-degree felony aggravated assault, and third-degree felony driving under the influence of alcohol or drugs. This occurred around November 17th, 2019, where officers responded to a domestic violence call. The defendant's son reported that he had been sleeping and woke up to the sound of the defendant downstairs breaking things in the apartment. The defendant then entered his son's room. The defendant racked around and pointed a gun at his son before firing a round into the wall. The son then grabbed a child from the next room and fled the apartment before calling police. Officers contacted the neighboring connecting apartment or house where the bullet had gone through just above the bed of a little girl who lived next door. Do you have any, is that accurate, sir?
yes, ma'am, that's accurate.
They eventually, UPH pulled you over on I-15. And that's how they eventually apprehended you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything you wanted to add to that?
Just I was in a really, really bad place at that time. I was super depressed after my divorce, after a 27-year relationship. And I became addicted and relapsed to drugs and alcohol. And I was super out of control at that point.
You said you became addicted or did you relapse
I became
from a
addicted.
prior addiction?
I had a relapse. So I guess you'd call it a relapse because I was clean for like 14 years during my marriage, and I had problems when I was younger, but then I was clean. And so after I got divorced, a really hard time, and drugs and alcohol led me to do a lot of, I did a lot of things, took, I guess, my choice
Okay.
was not good, things that I was doing and how I was living. And
Okay.
so, that's what happened there. There was a lot of other issues also. the issues at hand there. Me and my son have a really good relationship ever since then. We've got back, you know, close. He's seen a change in me since I've been here in prison, and he's been more. He was kind of withdrawn before, I guess you would say, and I understand why. But I think that now that he sees that I'm changing and I'm not like I was, that he's been a lot more open, and he communicates with me a lot more now. So.
In case 211-700-367, you were convicted of second-degree felony sexual abuse of a child. This occurred when on February 10th, 2021, where officers received a CJC interview from the Weber County Attorney's Office, where it looks like the victim in this case stated that her father had molested her. She went into detail about the molestation. You guys had been laying in bed next to each other, which is not something that was uncommon. What was uncommon was she stated that while she was sleeping, she woke up to you putting your hands down her pants and stated that you put your finger in her vagina. Is that accurate, sir?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Anything you wanted to add to this?
No, I don't know if you've read the file and my statement about all that. What I wrote in there is true, correct. And I have not been able to do anything about that other than my own actions and how I make choices from now in the future, you know, and been trying to fix that, but I can't do anything towards that because I have no contact, obviously, with her. So, but I mean, for myself, personal stuff, I've been doing all I can do to try learn and develop skills to not do these things and, you know, become a better person.
And so with that, I see that you have a lewdness charge from 2019. Tell me a little bit about that. What was the situation there?
So that situation, I was down at the lake going to go fishing one morning, was in the process of getting dressed in a fishing gear, and the officer showed up there. There was some pornographic material on my phone at the time, and he gave me a possession of methamphetamine, or no, paraphernalia ticket and a lewdness ticket.
Okay. What were you doing?
Like I said, I was in a process of changing over. So at the
Okay.
time I was just in my underwear. So
And then I see in your juvenile history, you had a sex offense back then as well, correct?
yes, ma'am.
That was back in 1991, so it was a long time ago. What was the situation with that?
That was a situation that was with my brother's son, yeah. And I don't really recall a lot about that because it's been so many years ago.
Right.
But there was something that did happen way back there, unfortunately.
You said it was your brother's son?
Yeah.
Okay. And the reason I ask about that is just because it shows that there is a history, right, of sex offense. And so I like to ask questions about that for potential, what are things going on? What typically triggers you? And I know there's been long duration periods between these offenses, but are there similarities from that offense, from your original offense to this current offense? Like, were there times that, is it stress that triggers this? Is it emotional situations that you're going through? Because I know you said, and we've received a lot of letters of support who address this current situation of you were going through a lot of stuff at this time and so on and so forth.
Yeah, so way back 90, whatever that was probably due to a lot of developmental type skills I didn't have, I guess, and immaturity, and maybe stress played part in that too. This new factor though, like I said, I don't know if you read the file or not though, but it was really common for me and my ex-wife to sleep really close together all the time like that. So I really don't want to know the details about it, but what happened this last time was an accident that shouldn't have happened. And I do believe that my daughter would say that same thing, that the wording was changed a little bit from her CJC interview from what I've seen. And I'm not defending her not trying to say that nothing happened, because it did. But that was a one-time thing, and, you know, it never happened again. And it never happened after that, because that was like in 2019. And when all this came about, it was like in 2020 something. And her mom, she had told her mom, and her mom had known.
Right.
I can't prove that now, but
Yeah, and I read some of that
she
stuff
had
for sure.
known, you know, and they didn't do anything until Angela was almost killed. And I think Julie was afraid because I was on drugs and I wasn't the person that I was before, right? And I think she was afraid. I don't think she was afraid necessarily of that. Maybe part of it, I'm sure, right? But I was with her many times after that. And nothing ever happened after that. You know, like when she was with me, she was happy, I thought, you know.
Yeah.
We have a good relationship. Ever since then, I have not even been able to say hi to her. And so, unfortunately, something did happen, but it wasn't something that I was out looking for or trying to, you know what I mean? Because, like I said, it's just an unfortunate situation. It's not unfortunate. I don't know what word I'm looking for there, but
Right.
it was terrible. And I realized the damage that it's done to her and everybody else that's been involved and me, and just, it's like, it just like keeps going and going. And like, I know that I should be punished. And at times I feel like maybe I do need to be in prison for all these years, you know? But then at the same time, when I, like, my mind's more clear and I'm in a way better place than I was. When I think about it now, like, in a way, I feel like I deserve to be happy too, right? And I've been trying to take all these steps to better myself. But it's like, it's kind of hard for me to say what I think should be done, because had that been a different type situation, like that was my daughter or whatever, you know, I mean, like
Right.
if it was, you know what I mean? Had it been somebody else, you know, I'd probably be like, yeah, you should do, you know, 15 years in prison, you
Right.
know? And I do feel like I need to be punished. I'm not saying I don't, but this is something I get into and never happen again.
Tell me how long you've been off substances.
So I got divorced 2019. I think it was final in 20. When I moved out, like November, December or so of 19, I started using drugs. First, I started drinking and using drugs, and I became heavily involved. I became addicted to drugs in no time. And I hadn't ever really stopped. Even when I was in Davis County, there's a lot of drugs
Right.
in facilities, and I don't want to put anything on blast, but there's lots of drugs in facilities, there's even this one here. If somebody wants to use, they'll be able to use. In Davis County, I was still at times using, and when I got out, I still was in that situation where I think I was I use drugs, you know, I keep failing and relapsing into drugs. And that's what happened when I got out for the 2 months. I was doing everything I needed to do, other than I was doing drugs. I used some methamphetamines, and that's my problem, my drugs and alcohol. I know it's my main problem. Like
Right.
all these classes I've done and all this stuff, and like, I get everything out and open, and then we discuss things. And everything always points back to the drugs and alcohol. Had I not had drugs and alcohol in my life, I'd be, you know, probably trouble-free. So,
Right.
so
So I have a disciplinary from June 28th, 2024, abuse, misuse of medication. Tell me about that.
So that I was given a Rimrod. It's some sort of depression pill that helps for sleep, and I was given that, and I hadn't taken it, and I did just a random search of the bunk areas of the cells, and they found it. I was at work in the kitchen, and so yes, I'm guilty of that. I had that. I'd actually had 2 of them. I'd taken one. I had another one. Since then, I have no write-ups though.
So you said you had used in Davis County. When had you used it all in prison?
Since I've been here. No, so you had to answer that question, sorry.
No, you're fine.
Since the last year, I've been completely sober, yes.
Tell me, do you have any mental health conditions?
No.
Okay. How do you feel like your mental health currently is?
Right now, I feel it's stable. I feel it's real good. I still am taking antidepressants. They definitely help. And I still take those.
Is that something you plan on continuing to take?
Yeah, I plan on it. Like, I don't really notice any of the effects now because I just had more days of feeling down than I did good days. And a lot of it was just because I was mad and angry when I first came to prison and jail, and I was mad at everything. I was super depressed still. But, you know, it's given me time to really think about everything. And I've been kind of materialistic type person, and recreation type drug use has been really high and dangerous for me. And I feel like if I keep the drugs out of my life and alcohol, then I'll be good. So the mental state right now is better than it's been since I was happily married. It's as good as it was then.
How's your physical health? Is there anything that you feel like would prevent you from being able to have a successful parole?
No, my physical health isn't quite what it was once. It's nothing major like I don't think it'll hold me back, but I do have really high blood pressure. I take meds to keep it in check, and also just they found out I had really high triglycerols or something in my cholesterol levels in my blood, and they also put me on medications for that.
Okay.
But they took a blood draw just the other day, and the results was it's down under 500 now. It's still higher than what they want to see, but it's under 500.
Okay.
So those are the two only major things.
Okay.
But it's pretty concerning though.
Tell me what you've been up to since you've been incarcerated, sir.
So, so I came in here, and from RNO, I overheard somebody talk about solid. I didn't even know what it was. I was kind of looking to try to get into a drug program.
Yeah.
I heard about solid, just by word of mouth, heard somebody talk about it. So I signed up for that, and I was luckily, I made it in solid. I've been a solid ever since, and solid's been really helpful for me because we talk about all kinds of different subjects, like from drugs, relapse prevention, cognitive type thinking, you know, anger management, life skills of all sorts of different kinds. Sometimes they'll teach about, you know, financial, you know, how to, you know, get better financial gain, and just all kinds of different things that Solid's really helped me with.
When
And
have you been in it?
so I've been in it the whole time I've been here since March. Well, the end of March, I made it into it. I've graduated the program. I've become I'm the highest level you could come. I'm a mentor now. I have all my graduation certifications here if you want to see them. And I've taught many. We have to teach one a month, one seminar a month, and you know we do 2 seminars a day, and then we do core classes every day too. And if you're not a worker, you have to do 4 and 4. If you're a worker, you can do 2 and 2. I've been a solid the whole time. I've been doing really good. I've done everything in there. I've done Captain My Story, and I'm bouncing back for that. I'm almost done with MRT. I don't know if it shows on your own track or whatever, but
I
Ms.
see that
Johnson-
you've been in MRT since December.
Yeah, Ms. Johnson, she teaches that. She said that I asked if she could write a letter just saying that I was doing it, but she says that you guys will be able to see it. So I'm doing MRT, and I tried to get into like green and do some drug programming and stuff before, but I was told by my caseworker that I couldn't get into green until I was contention, right? So a lot of these programs I didn't even know we offered here in the prison. It's my first time here. And a lot of it I didn't know about, find out about until I started like fishing for things and going to church is how I found out about a lot of stuff, going to church. And so if I'd known that, I would have tried to get into a drug program or get it over to green, right? But I thought I couldn't until I was contention. And then, so in Davis County, I graduated, I got my real diploma. And I did all the CASA testings and everything out here. I've been trying to get into college, but there's such a long list to get into college. It's almost like a lottery system, if you would. And each time I have not gotten in. There's been like 3 open enrollments since I've been here.
Right.
So I'm trying to do that, and I'm trying to do more than just solid, you know, so. But those are the only things that I've completed. I go to most
Well, and it shows that you've been active and doing stuff and not just sitting around and.
I'm trying to do my best and learn, and I have. I never thought coming to prison So now I realize it's been a learning experience for me, right? When I first came in here in prison, I didn't know what to think. I thought, oh geez, prison, that's gonna suck. It's just gonna be, well, I didn't really know what to think, I guess.
Right.
But since I've been here, and I think I've been lucky because I've been in the solid program, and there's a lot of things I've learned, a lot of skills that I've learned here since I've been here.
That's
So,
good. We've got a few minutes left. Tell me, if you are paroled, what is that gonna look like for you?
tell you the truth, like I'm super excited to try and be given a chance to get out there and to get my life put back together. But at the same time, it's gonna be, I understand it's gonna be tough at first, because there's a lot of things I gotta do. And it's like sound petty or might sound simple. But I mean, so I gotta get my driver's license back. I gotta find a place to live, I gotta get.
Would you need to go to a halfway house then?
I don't know. I do have a place that I could go to
What's the relationship?
it's my sister. I could go with her. I have that address if you would like it too.
No, this is live stream, so it's just more of, do you have a place to live? Who's the relationship with? Do you have job lined up, programming lined up? What is that gonna look like?
Okay, so on that note though too, so I've been working with the church, and the church has a lot of resources to help us out. And I've been talking to the Frasers, which are the ones that help on your reentry plan. And they put me on the list for a place to stay there, and they've told me so they can't really do anything until I've got out.
Right,
But they say if I get a chance, then they'll like kick it into gear, and then they can help me with all kinds of different stuff like clothing, bus passes, stuff like that. So I get to and from my probation
Right.
office. And then, because I know I can find a job, and I know I can, with my skills in masonry and stuff, I know that I'll be able to just get a job. It's just that first part that, tell you, like I said, it scares me because there's a lot I gotta do,
right,
And
overwhelming.
so I know I can do that. And I guess there was some.
What about programming?
Oh, so programming, also, I was looking into programming on the outside from here, but all the programming places that I found, a lot of them don't take sex offenders. The ones that do, they can't really do anything until I get a chance to get out, like they won't do anything. But I have had my family members and stuff look into these places, so if I do need to be programmed, I imagine I need it. And I know that drug and alcohol programming or whatever would be helpful too, still
Right,
to keep me that way. And so I have looked at that stuff, but I haven't been able to get anything solid because I guess what I'm saying, there's too many people that they're dealing with, and they gotta wait for somebody to actually get out because they
Right.
don't know what's gonna happen. And I don't know what's gonna happen.
Okay.
So,
well, sir, is there anything else you would like the board to know at this point?
no, other than, I feel like, my time here in prisons, I've used really well to learn skills, coping skills, and problem solving skills, and just life skills to help me be a better person in the future for all my family members and my kids and my grandkids and the public as well. I realized, like before, I never realized like public danger. Like I was like, what do you mean I'm a danger? But I didn't realize, because the state that I was in, that, doing drugs and alcohol and stuff, and getting behind the wheel of a vehicle and these type things, it does endanger the community.
Right,
And I understand that now, whereas before I never really understood it. But I've had a lot of time to think about all that. And I know that I have to change what I do, and mainly in the drugs and alcohol department. And if I can stay sober, I know that I'll be able to do good still. So I feel like I'm not a danger. I know that I probably still fall in that category, which I understand, and that's fine,
okay. Well, sir, what I plan on doing is taking the information we discussed today, compiling that into a report and submitting that to the board.
Okay.
The board is made up of 5 members. It takes a majority vote for them to make a decision in your case. It usually takes about 2 to 4 weeks for them to get that decision out to you. You do have a 57-month guideline, which puts you at February 28th, 2026. That guideline is what it is. It's just a guideline, meaning the board can go below that, on that, or past that, depending on if they want to see you complete something prior to parole. They will take into consideration the things that you have completed. You do have a 1,009 days that you were given credit for time served, which is why the board guideline is so close as of right now, because that goes towards that guideline. You do have a 15-year top, which puts you at June 6, 2036. That is the length of time the board will have jurisdiction over your case, given there are no other further offenses. Do you have any other questions for me, sir?
No, I think that's it. I do have a question, I guess. So I've heard about Pater and stuff. When you get out, they can help you. But my question is, can sex offenders qualify to,
Qualify for what?
for Pater? It's a program that they help you,
That I'm not sure. You would have to, APMP is really going to be your lifeline when you get out on parole. They're going to be able to give you all the information you need to be able to navigate, especially as a sex offender, and what you can't do, so on and so forth. One of the things as a sex offender, you'll have sex offender A conditions, which means you won't be able to be around kids.
right? I know that.
And at some point, if your daughter is wanting to reconcile or whatever, that too is its own process in being able, that goes through a therapeutic process clearly with APMP as well, to have that reunification type of a thing. So, I mean, there's steps that you have to go through and so on and so forth. Having the sex offender thing on there is going to be more of a challenge for you, just in that regard, but they'd be able to give you that information. Plus, the transition team, once you do get a chance to parole, would also be the one to be able to help you with that stuff and get you information on that.
All right. So, another thing is, I know that I probably still need more help. I've learned a lot here, like I've stated, but I would be willing to do treatment and that stuff too still. If needed. I'm sure there'll probably be continued treatment. So, I mean, I'm willing to do all that stuff too. I don't have a problem doing it.
Yeah, and I'll put that in your report as well. I re-listen to all of my hearings when I write my report, so I make sure and get all the information.
Okay.
Okay?
So do you want to see any of these certificates?
If you want to, you can actually leave those on the table right there, and then they would be able to scan it and send it to me, and then I'd be able to upload it, and then you'd get your originals back.
Okay, no, one more thing. So, one of the CPSSs in that section of there too, he's certified peer support. And anyway, he put in for something because I've graduated the program. I guess I could do a special attention hearing. I don't know what's going on with that, but I just wanted you to know that I have been recognized, that I've did a good job in solid.
For sure.
And that they're looking at me to be a mentor or be some sort of instructor, so.
Okay,
Others have noticed it as well, so,
for sure.
all right.
Thank
That's
you.
all I got. All right.
Have a good day. Good luck
Alright.
to you, sir.
You too, thank you.
This is the time and place set for an original hearing for Warren McGuire, inmate 227817. Is that you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Kathleen. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today. Because I'll be taking testimony from you, I'm going to have you raise your right hand for me so I can place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Sir, did you receive 7 days' notice of this hearing along with your blue packet?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have a chance to review that?
Yeah.
Did you have any questions on it?
So I had a question about the jail time. Was that calculated into the guidelines?
You got 194 days credit for time served. Is that what you're talking about?
All of the jail time that I served?
That's all that I see. If you have questions and feel like there should be more, you can write the board. There's a matrix team that actually is the one that calculates all this. So if you write them, just a question about your matrix, credit for time served, whatever, they'll look into it and verify it. And then if it changes, they'll let you know. If not, then it'll just stay the same.
Okay.
All right. Anything else?
On that matter, that's everything on that one.
Okay. Looks like your case was smart scheduled, meaning your original hearing was pushed out to give you time to potentially do some programming. In your case, they just wanted you to remain case action plan and remain compliant and then remain free of disciplinaries. Do you remember that, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So let's go over your current committing offenses. In case 221700592, you were convicted of a second-degree felony theft as well as a Class A misdemeanor possession or use of a controlled substance. This occurred around January 12th, 2022, where it looks like officers responded to a report of a robbery at a Walgreens store, stated that a KSL post had been, a KSL advertisement had been posted. You had met up with the individual who was selling some items, took the items from the individual. When they attempted to go after you, you turned around, brandished a knife and said that you would kill them, off with, it was coins, I guess. Is that accurate, sir?
Everything but the part where I turned around and threatened the guy, that was
Okay.
determined that was false. And
Okay.
that's why they reduced it to a secondary theft. It was originally a aggravated robbery.
Okay. Anything else?
But other than that, I know I take full accountability on that. That's
Okay. In case 221700503, you were convicted of a Class A misdemeanor theft by receiving stolen property and a third-degree felony purchase, transaction, possession, or use of a firearm by a restricted person. This one occurred around January 20th, 2022, where officers responded to a report of a theft and counterfeit operations. Stated that apparently a roommate had been kicked out of a living situation. They attempted to get some of their stuff back that was property valued at $1,500. Stated that he spoke to you, asked you to return his property. You had reportedly became angry and stated that he was lucky that you did not shoot him and you were holding a firearm at the time of that statement. 2 items belonging to this individual were found at a pawn shop, which you had been reported to pawn the items. Is that accurate, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Looks like that police searched the room of yours and found a handgun, ammunition, empty syringes, pipe with methamphetamine residue, as well as property belonging to this individual. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything you wanted to add to that situation?
Just bad time in my life, but
Okay.
that's correct. It did happen.
Okay. In case 241908759, you were convicted of Class A misdemeanor burglary of a dwelling. This occurred around June 20th, 2024, where officers responded to a burglary that had occurred at a residence. This apparently was involving a trailer at a KOA where you and another individual had gone inside the trailer. You at the time stated that you had been looking for a phone for this other individual you were with, basically ransacking the trailer. At the time, officers searched you, found burnt plastic pen that had an unknown residue inside of it. They also found foil, which had burnt marks on it, and a syringe. You had admitted to injecting methamphetamine and smoking fentanyl. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything you wanted to add to that?
No, just wondering that because when I went to court, they dropped it from burglary to a criminal trespassing. Is that true or?
I still have burglary of a dwelling. But I can make note of that and double check.
I believe the prosecutor is the one that said it was dropped to a criminal trespassing.
But it's a Class A misdemeanor. So that was at least dropped. Tell me what was going on in 2022, because you had these 2 incidents. It looks like substances have been a big player in your criminal career. So tell me a little bit about that.
Well, first off, I take full accountability. It's my actions that did it. But I did get in a relationship, and it just started going downhill. And I was just trying to buy everything to keep afloat on the drug habit, of course. And just things went downhill quickly.
Is it a habit or is it an addiction?
It was at first a habit. Never really got, I mean, I had alcohol tickets when I was younger, but that was about it when it came to using drugs or alcohol. And it just became a strong habit at that point.
Okay. So do you feel like you have an addiction? Did it ever develop into an addiction?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay.
I can't say not. Using drugs is an addiction, so that'd be kind of not that word, hypocritical.
Right.
I would say.
So what is your drug of choice, methamphetamine and fentanyl, or just methamphetamine?
Mostly methamphetamines.
Okay. When did you start getting into fentanyl?
Right after my brother died in 2013. But it was opiates.
It wasn't fentanyl. Fentanyl came down the line when they first started coming out. But other than that, it wasn't,
When did you start using substances in general?
like hard substances.
Yeah.
2013 was the first time I tried,
Okay.
and that was painkillers that
Right.
were subscribed to me.
What? And you said your brother had passed away in 2013, and that's what kind of got you into heroin then,
Yeah,
from painkillers?
yeah, just,
How'd your brother pass?
he choked to death on
Okay.
alcohol, I believe it was.
On alcohol?
He like ate something while he was intoxicated and
Oh, okay.
something got lodged in his throat.
So at one point, did you go from the heroin to the methamphetamine?
I didn't try methamphetamines until about 2017 when I
Okay.
was living with my mom.
What got you into the methamphetamines?
Just moving into my mom's house. She was a frequent user with it and just being surrounded by it. And
So is this generational addiction then overall? Cause it sounds like your mom's had a problem. Did she have a problem throughout your life or did it start later in her life?
I didn't live with my mom. I didn't know my mom until about 2016, 2017.
Okay.
I was taken away from her when I was really young, and I went to my dad's. And,
Okay.
But my father's side, that's actually the more healthier side of the family.
Okay.
So
And then from 2017 to 2022, tell me what was going on.
so I got released out of Davis County. I got a possession charge when I was living in Layton with my mom, and then I got on APP. Didn't comply with that, so they gave me the year, and it was just on a class A misdemeanor that they put me on APP. But I did mostly a year in Davis County,
Okay.
and then I got out. I actually left state to where my uncle and aunt lived down in Carlsbad, New Mexico,
Okay.
and things were going good until I came back to Utah,
Okay.
and it just
When did you come back to Utah?
beginning of 2020, I believe it was.
How long were you in Mexico? New Mexico? New Mexico?
Yeah, New Mexico. It was down Carlsbad. Roughly about a year, almost 2 years.
What brought you back here?
I got let go from my job that I was down there,
Okay.
and then just it bummed me out, so I moved back to Utah.
So tell me what your triggers are. It sounds like difficult situation so far. With the getting loss of work, old friends probably coming back to Utah, difficult situations, brothers passing. What other things have you been able to find that are potential triggers for you?
Just being around it, and that's something I actually worked on being in here too, is because it's constantly around in here. too,
Right.
And just being sober, it's been helping a lot. The solid program's been helping a lot. Working's been helping a lot. And it's just, I don't know, I guess finding, when I get let down, that's another trigger for me. I feel like it's just all well kind of thing, you know what I mean?
Right.
But I've actually been staying clean while it's been around me and stuff like that too. Be pushing. I got my family back that I didn't really have. After I came back to Utah, they kind of just said, if this is what you want to do, then we don't want nothing to do with you. And coming to prison, getting locked up this time, and coming to prison, and is actually I've been building that family relationship back. I've cut up that ex-girlfriend. I don't talk to her at all, and I just been talking to my family. And they've been a big support.
Do you have any mental health diagnoses, sir?
Depression. Was that bipolar? I'm not sure if that too, but I know I take medicine for depression.
How does your medication help? Does it?
Yeah, and staying focused and busy really helps more.
Okay.
And that's what I've been trying to do in here.
Are you planning on continuing medication when you parole?
Yeah.
Okay. And you said possibly bipolar?
Yeah.
Have you been diagnosed bipolar, or are you just thinking that might be?
Thinking that might be a thing too.
Sir, if your victims were here, what would you say to them?
That I take full accountability on my actions. It was nobody else that forced me to do it. I was the one that was in the wrong, and that I've been slowly correcting my mistakes. can't ask for them to forgive me because it was my choices that caused them to hurt them. But I have come to forgive myself in a sense, to let it not be a burden on me. But if they choose not to forgive me, then that's their choice. I can't force someone to forgive someone that was hurt by my actions, you know?
Right.
But I am sorry that I did it, you know? And at first I didn't take accountability for it. You know, it took a lot of sitting down and taking accountability and recognition and self-reflection that made me realize that, you know, there was nobody else at fault. It was my choices that were at fault. You know, my actions that caused those things to happen. And ultimately that, you know, I can't change the past. I can only change the future. And I'm sorry.
Okay. Is there anything you feel like would prevent you from being able to have a successful parole?
No, I plan on, I talked to Carrie Shepard. She's a Soap to Hope case manager out for the Soap to Hope program out in Salt Lake.
Okay.
And she's gonna, as soon as I figure out like a date that I can go and be released, like she's gonna help me get into either First Steps or Golden Steps program. And I just want to continue there, get on my feet a little bit. And then my uncle and aunt actually want me to come back down there and live with them. They have a room for me and everything. And they're just big supporters on me doing good. And they want, because I was doing good down there. And they just want to see me be the person that they know who I am, who I have been before.
Okay.
Before I get around those people and I start doubting myself again, you know. And so they want to really help that. Family's been a huge part with this whole me wanting to, you know, continue staying clean in here around it. It's been a big help too, because I've been able to say no to it even when it's around me, you know. So I don't feel like, I feel like if it was just, I don't know, it's hard to say, you know what I mean? But I'm glad that I have that chance to say no to people in here. And it's,
To practice that.
yeah, to build that.
Okay. Do you have any physical issues that would potentially prevent you from being able to have a successful parole?
No, ma'am.
Okay. What do you feel like for you overall? I know we've talked about some of this stuff has changed for you. I know you talked about being able to practice some of those skills and being able to say no to people while in here in regard to substance abuse and some of the mindset changes that you've had. Do you feel like there's anything else that's changed for you that's going to help you moving forward?
Just the will to go back to what I was, you know, before I started, you know, going slowly downhill after losing my brother and just, you know, just the bad things that have happened. I just need to be able to face them more instead of just turning a blind eye or running from them because it's easier to get high or commit crimes. I need to just grow up. And I think that's helped a lot with these, because I was in the program too, Odyssey House before, and I was almost completed with that before I violated my probation to come back.
Oh, okay.
You know, and so I just, that continued push, and I want to find a sponsor too, you know, to keep me when I do get to those parts where it's going to be hard, because there's going to be times that are going to be hard, but I'm going to be able to face them and have someone I can call, be able to like, hey, let's just think about it. Let's go have a drink of coffee instead of a drink of liquor or smoking a pill or something like that, you know? And I think that would really help too, because I didn't have a sponsor before because I was currently still in a program. But I feel like if I got a sponsor, which I'm gonna actively seek to get one when I'm released, and I think that would help a big part on my successfulness.
Okay. Do you have a job lined up for when you are paroled at some point?
So I've been working in the furniture shop here in UCI for going on almost 6 months. And I know that there's a place like that out there that can help. There's this tiny home jobs that's started up. As soon as I get a day, I can go to the gate pass. I'm just looking forward to just continuing those skills. And if not, I can, you know, I do want to, I have a number for the CPSS's thing to get in touch with doing that. And I know Voc Rehab will help pay for that, to do that. And that's something I do want to, you know, actively get into, because I think that would help too, is being a sponsor for other people too would help.
Have you ever had an issue finding work?
No.
Is there anything else, sir, that you'd like the board to know at this point or feel like the board needs to know?
No, I feel like you guys know everything that's been going on. And I can just say I'm going to continue doing my best in here, sorry, excuse me.
You're right.
Whatever happens, I know I'm going to continue to do good in here. And
Right.
This has actually been a game changer for me, honestly. Really has. I've never been in a prison before, my first time down. And just losing everybody that cares about me, that I care about too, coming to prison has opened that. And that's what's continued to push or be that drive for me to continue doing good.
Okay. And I do show you don't have any disciplinaries. Is that still accurate?
Yeah.
What I plan on doing is taking the information we discussed today, compiling that into a report and submitting that to the board. The board is the one who makes the final decision in your case. They're made up of 5 members. It takes a majority vote for them to make that decision. Usually takes about 2 to 4 weeks for them to get that decision out to you. You do have a 17-month guideline, which puts you at July 6th, 2025. That guideline is what it is. It's just a guideline. The board can go below that, on that, or past that, depending on if they want to see you complete something prior to a parole. You also have a 15-year top, which puts you at February 7th, 2039. That is the length of time the board will have jurisdiction over your case, given there are no other further offenses. Do you have any other questions for me, sir?
So if you successfully terminate parole, does that cancel out that 15 top? Or how does that work?
That will depend, because I know there are like early termination dates if you're doing everything you're supposed to. APMP is going to be your best friend when you're out there, if you allow them to be. And they're going to be the one who's going to be able to guide you through all this whole process. They'll also be the one who's able to give you that type of information and tell you kind of what all that's going to look like if you can succeed to get that early termination and so on and so forth.
Awesome. Okay.
Okay. Anything else?
That's everything, ma'am.
All right. With that, we'll go ahead and conclude this hearing. Thank you. Good luck to you. Have a good day, sir.
Awesome. Thank you, ma'am.
This is the time and place set for an original hearing for Todd Kingston, inmate 57728. Is that you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Kathleen. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today. Because I'll be taking testimony from you, I'm going to have you raise your right hand for me so I can place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Sir, did you receive 7 days' notice of this hearing along with your blue packet?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to review that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any questions?
No.
Okay. What I plan on doing is going over your current committing offense, and then we'll kind of see what you've been up to since you've been here, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So in case 231-906-186, you were convicted of a second-degree felony obstruction of justice. Can you kind of tell me what exactly happened in this case?
I was waiting for my friend at his homeless camp so we could go to work. I went to the store with this gentleman, and then when we came back, he got a phone call and was upset about something, and I went back. And he came back and he flipped out on me and hit me in the head with a bucket of tools. And I was like sitting on the ground, and when he did that, he stepped back and was going to do it again. And I jumped up and I stabbed him.
Okay.
And when I stabbed him, I started leaving, and I thought he was still following me. And before I left, I just threw the knife in the field and left the scene.
Okay. And you didn't get a murder charge, manslaughter, or anything like that, because apparently they did find you, it was self-defense.
They found me not guilty of murder.
Yeah, and so, and the reason I was wondering about it is because in the police report, it almost looks as though you were the aggressor. So that's why I was asking what exactly happened so I could get more.
I was the aggressor?
Well, it just kind of almost alludes to that in the police report, and that's all I have.
Yeah, no,
So I
that's
don't
not-
have the information, the transcripts of court and all of that stuff. So that's why I'm asking you about it.
That's not what happened. Is they had it, the prosecutor's witness said he was the aggressor and attacked me first, which what happened.
Yeah.
So
So, in that case, the obstruction therefore is when you threw the weapon into the grass and then officers eventually had found that.
no, they didn't find the murder weapon.
It says in here that they found it, discovered in some foliage near the golf course.
They found 2 knives, but they weren't the knives that was used. They couldn't find it.
Okay.
The knives that they showed me on trial wasn't the knife, didn't look like the knife that I had thrown. So it wasn't, they didn't find the murder weapon.
Okay. That's good information to have. I'll make note of that. Aside from this, tell me kind of what was going on in your life at that time? It sounds like you were working, sounds like for the most part, things were going well.
Yes,
So tell me what was going on.
I just was working, had a place to live, was doing good, and was just at the wrong place at the wrong time. That's what I took, you know what I mean? And then when they looked at the transcripts, they wanted to know and look at our phones. And he did get a phone call from, I guess, his girlfriend or ex-girlfriend, Lindsay. And that's all I know. I just think I was at the wrong place at the wrong time and he took it out on me.
So tell me, I know you got kind of a long history, substance abuse has been kind of an issue, as well as some other things. I have listed in here that are you an active Norteño? Were you a Norteño? Tell me a little bit about that.
I was an active Norteño and dropped out and modified since 2015.
Okay.
And I'm in the solid program right now. When I was in the county jail, I finished the Oxbow Cats program in leadership. I finished Inside Out Dad while I was there. I got all the certificates, I think, that were mailed in with the board packet.
Yeah.
And then I just got my first certificate from leveling up to level 1, phase 1 in the solid program.
Okay. Tell me a little bit about your substance stuff, because we'll get more into what you've been doing since you've been incarcerated. When's the last time you used, sir?
I just got a dirty UA like a couple weeks ago. I relapsed when I got at RNO. But I since removed myself from that section. That you put an addict inside a section where it's like you put a crackhead in the crack house, this is what's gonna happen. So I removed myself from that section and went to a section that's not so much, I haven't been around it and asked nobody that's been around it. And I've done my hours and yeah, and it's been 18 months since I had gotten high.
Okay.
So I took accountability for it and I'm clean, and I asked them if they could piss test me or every week or every day, and I'd be clean.
And I do show that you do have a pending disciplinary, which I'm not going to talk to you about because it is pending for that substance use. But you haven't had anything else that I've seen on here. So tell me a little bit about like going through your last probation before coming here. What do you feel like was going well in your life before coming back to prison or coming to prison?
Just working and not doing what I was doing before, like using all the time. Like I said in my blue packet, I'm taking accountability, and I was getting high when I wasn't at work, like on the weekends and drinking beer. Other than that, I was doing good.
Right.
Staying out of trouble. I had good friends. I had my daughter was in my life. My oldest daughter was back in my life, and I just was at the wrong place at the wrong time. And I was just waiting to go to work.
Okay. Do you have any mental health diagnoses, sir?
Yes, I've been diagnosed with bipolar disorder 1 and depression and anxiety.
Are you on meds?
Yes.
How do you feel like they help?
I've been on so many meds over the years, and this is the first time that I've really had Triliptol's help me a lot, stabilize me. I feel myself normal. I like it.
Good. Is it something you're planning then on continuing when you do eventually parole?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I do eventually want to go to the Valley Mental Health and do what my parole officer wants me to do. And I put it in there and I've been accepted to go back to Odyssey House.
Okay.
Yeah, that program's changed my life when I completed it in the Oxbow County Jail.
Okay. How's your physical health, sir?
Good.
Anything that you feel like would prevent you from being able to have a successful parole?
No, just making sure that I keep going to the Valley Mental Health and doing what Odyssey House wants me to do and just doing what my parole wants me to do. This event has really changed my life. I was doing good in this, you know what I mean? I wasn't planning on coming. I wasn't getting in no trouble. I'm just tired of this. I mean, I quit game banging in 2015. It's just time for me and I'm done. I wasn't even planning on coming back and getting in trouble. And then this happened and I take accountability for it. I'm remorseful. I'm sad about it all the time. I pray. I told the family that I was sorry. I didn't mean to kill that man. I didn't. I just wanted to leave me alone. I thought I stabbed him up here. I didn't mean to stab him in the heart. I didn't.
Tell me what you've learned since you've been here that's going to help you moving forward, sir. I know you said you've been in the solid program.
Yeah, it's helped me to do seminars and speak in front of people because I had that trouble when I was in the county jail doing the CATS program. but this has helped me speaking out more, to be in front of people, you know what I mean? To be a better person, to open up, to be able to go to people and have people be accountable and hold myself accountable for things. And just moving forward in a positive way. I like it, and being in, you know, you have to deal with all the stuff that's going on, like usually like it used to be in prison in Draper. It's just not there. It's a good vibe. I like it, being positive. It just makes it to where you are planning to move forward. And I got my dad back in my life, and I got, you know, and it's been a while since he's been in my life, but this happened. He's been visiting me, and it's just made a big difference now that he's in my life.
Okay.
And he's one of my really big supporters. He sent a letter, but I don't know if you guys got it.
Okay, yeah. If you are paroled, sir, what is that gonna look like for you? Do you have a place to go?
I'm planning on, and the caseworker said she set it up for me to go back
Odyssey?
to, yeah, excuse me?
Odyssey?
Yeah,
Okay.
Odyssey House, yes.
After Odyssey, what are your plans?
Go to sober living and stay in Odyssey, and then, depends on, see, my mom and my sister want me to move back to New Mexico, but I told them I'd have to wait to see what's going on with my father, because I don't want to leave my dad here. I got my brother now. He just finished the first step and is in sober living, doing good. So I got him as my support. I talk to him all the time. I talk to all my family. So it's all positive.
Have you ever had any issues getting work? Do you have a job lined up?
No, but Odyssey House said that they didn't help me to get a job. And then I know there's the voc rehab I'm going to go to. I'm going to set all that up to go to them. And I already have my ID, my ID, social security card. Wayne and my dad has that for me. So I have everything lined up to, I just want to go to Odyssey House to be able to get stabilized with them, because I like that program. I love that program.
Okay. Sir, is there anything else you'd like the board to know or feel like the board needs to know at this point?
Just to know that I'm sorry, and I take accountability for that. And I was just protecting myself, and I got to live with it. And I pray every day to be forgiven by my higher power. And it's a burden. It's a burden. Yeah.
Well, sir, what I plan on doing is taking the information we discussed, compiling that into a report and submitting that to the board. You're well aware the board is the one who makes the final decision in your case.
Yes.
Usually takes about 2 to 4 weeks for them to get that decision out to you. You have a 26-month guideline, which puts you at July 31st, 2025. That guideline is what it is. It's just a guideline, meaning that the board can go below that, on that, or past that, depending on if they want to see you complete something prior to that parole. You also have a 15-year top, which puts you at May 31st, 2038, which is the length of time the board will have jurisdiction over your case, given there are no other further offenses. You were given 524 days credit for time served, which is why we're closer to that guideline than we normally would be, because that goes toward that. Any other questions for me, sir?
No, ma'am. Just give me a chance on parole, and I can do it. And yeah, I'm just being positive, and I like doing what I'm doing here in Solid, and I think I can do it if I go on parole.
Thank you, sir. We'll go ahead and conclude this hearing. Good luck to you and have a good day.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sorry, I'll move fast.
For a parole violation and original hearing for offender Sean SPIDLE, offender number 200332. Is that you, sir?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. My name is Sharla Parrott, and I'm a hearing officer with the Utah Board of Pardon and Parole. I'm going to be the one who's conducting your hearing today.
Okay.
I am going to be taking some testimony from you, so I do need to swear you in. So if you'll please raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that, sir. Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
Yes,
And did you receive a blue disclosure packet from the board?
yes, I did.
Did you have a chance to review all of that information?
I did.
Were there any obvious errors in the documentation that we need to discuss before we get started?
Not that I could see.
Okay, if anything does come to your mind, please bring it to my attention during the hearing, okay, sir?
I will.
Okay, thank you for that. Just for some background, it looks like you had a parole violation hearing back in, it looks like April of 2024. At that
Yes.
time, you did enter in admissions to all 6 of your parole violation allegations. The board then revoked the parole and had to continue that hearing due to pending criminal charges.
Yes.
It looks like it took until November of 2024 for the case to be adjudicated in the criminal court system. You have since been convicted in case 241912065 of failure to register as a sex offender, a 3rd-degree felony.
Yes.
That did result in board jurisdiction and brings us to today's hearing. Is that an accurate reflection of the history, sir?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. With the parole violation allegations, are you still okay with the admissions to all 6 of those violations?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Then we won't need to go over anything in regards to that. But let's talk about this past parole and this new criminal conviction. It looks like you were on parole for, a little bit of time and had some success. So what happened? What led up to you committing this new offense?
I started, kind of referring back to my old ways, not talking to people or not being transparent with my parole officer. I just assumed that I could have certain things on my phone without, communicating with my parole officer. And I just assumed that I could have it on my phones, and I'm taking accountability for what I did. So
What led up to you relapsing with the pornography?
I couldn't be with my son's mom or my son, so I kind of started looking at porn, and then started looking at it more and more.
Were you accessing treatment at that time?
No, I
Okay.
was back a while ago, but leading up to what I did, no, I was not.
Okay. What do you think you could have done differently?
Be more transparent with my parole officer. Communicate better with him on all the dealings, all the stuff I needed to be doing and what he wanted me to do.
What do you think is a risky situation for you?
Just downtime, really. If I have too much downtime, I start thinking, dumb thoughts, which I know I shouldn't, but that I just start thinking in a different way when I should be thinking other ways.
And when you are experiencing that situation, do you mentally focus on some of the training that you've had to restart your thinking in a more positive manner? Or do you forget about your training and treatment that you've had previously?
I try to refocus, but then I start going down like a little rabbit hole, and it just kind of starts festering. And I try to rethink about my training that I did throughout the program, but when I start going down that little rabbit hole and start reverting back, it's kind of hard to bring myself out of it.
Okay, because I do want to acknowledge you've had a lot of treatment. You've
Yes.
successfully completed SOTP and so many other programs. And so I know you have the tools. And so I just want to see how we can help you get to a point where you're relying on those tools and relying on your support system so you don't end up in the same situation in the future. So what do you feel you need in order to get back on track?
Go back to do treatment on the outside.
Okay. And do you have a treatment program lined up?
No, but I was planning on trying to go back to my old treatment with Alpha Counseling.
Okay, and Alpha is a great program.
I love all the therapists that was there. I love how they have everything structured. So I kind of I was kind of procrastinating a little bit to write them to see if they'd be able to take me back.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna write them and see if they are willing to take me back when I'm able to get back out on parole.
Good, good. I think that that's a really good step. I think that you having a strong support system and people that you can trust and talk to in a risky situation will be a game changer for you. What programming have you been able to participate in since you've been back in custody?
I'm in solid right now, and I've done anger management. I've done ideas for better communication, and I've done victim impact since I've been back this time.
Okay. And what?
Oh,
go
sorry.
ahead.
Go ahead. I have a job in the culinary too, and right now too, and I've had it for about 5 months.
Good. That's awesome. Thank you for throwing yourself into programming and with the job. What are you learning in that programming that is different or impactful to you?
Well, being in solid, it's like a community. So if you're doing something that you shouldn't be doing, you have people that's in there that will come up to you and be like, hey, look, bud, you're doing this the wrong way. Hey, let's try it this way. And it's been able to help me communicate a lot better with people around me that's in the program. And it's helping me deal with different personalities.
That's some really good insight. And I like that you are using that as a takeaway from that programming. So what can the board do to support you in being successful in the community?
Just to, let me give parole one more shot, and I'll show you guys that I can do parole. I just need to have, the therapy lined up for me to get out and go to therapy to work on myself in the process. Cause I know there's still things I need to work on within myself.
Yeah.
And, if there's some stipulations that I need to obey by, I'll obey by them. If that's what the board wants, or if that's what APMP wants.
Good. I do want to acknowledge you were on parole for quite a bit of time.
Yes.
So talk to me about your success. What was successful about that parole? What was going well?
Just having, at the time, having my grandma out there when I was out there, she would keep me in line. But since then, my grandma's passed away, so I didn't have really, at the time, really somebody to talk to and reflect on with me to help me bring me back.
Okay.
But since then, now I have my son's mom that she keeps me in line, and when I can talk to her, I talk to her about things that's going on.
Do you feel that the support you have with her and with others is enough, or do you have an idea of how you can build a stronger support system?
By going to treatment and having people there, kind of focus around me and help me if I'm starting to go a different way. And then having my old friends that I've had for a long time that's never been in trouble. They keep me in line. So this time around, they told me that I'm pretty much done for coming back. I pretty much had everything I had out there I needed. They told me that I should have just reached out to them in the time of need if I needed it, which I didn't at the time.
Good. I'm glad that you have that, and you now know that they are a solid support and will be there for you. I do want to acknowledge that you have not had any disciplinary violations during your incarceration. So thank you for holding yourself to a high standard of conduct. We know that that's a very tricky thing to do. The prison system is fraught with drama and other issues. And so thank you for holding yourself to, that good standard of conduct. Please keep up the good work.
I will.
You're probably aware, disciplinary violations are the quickest way to keep you in custody. So,
Yes.
Keep focused on that.
I will.
How is your mental and physical health? Are you doing good? Is there anything that the board needs to be aware of?
I have a hard time sleeping at night, and right now I have depression,
Mhm.
and I'm taking trazodone for the sleeping, which is like a kind of a sleeper that helps me sleep at night throughout the whole night. And I'm
Okay.
taking an antidepressant to help me with my mood in the morning, so I'm not so down and out and not approachable for people to come and talk to.
And do you feel that the mental health department is helping you out adequately at this point?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
They've
And do you,
helped, they've helped me out so much more this time around than I've had in years past with them.
good, good. That's good to hear. Do you have a doctor or a physician that's helping you in the community so you can continue this treatment?
I don't, but I can have my friends and my son's mom help me find one.
Okay, good.
So,
It may not be a bad idea to continue working with a therapist or a mental health provider as you transition into the community, just so you don't have any destabilization with your mental health.
okay.
So those are my questions. I want to give you the last few minutes of your hearing to let me know anything that you would like the board to take into consideration when making their decision.
That when I was out there on parole, I wasn't a problem until the last little bit of my parole. I can make it out there on parole. I just need to have a little bit more tools to help me with, like mental health and a more stable support system, which I need to help them build it around me to let them know that this is what I need and this is what I need help with.
Perfect. Thank you for that information. Just so you're aware, you probably remember the process, but with any board decision, it does require a majority vote from our board panel.
Yes.
So at least 3 of the 5 board members will have to review the information that's provided at this time and make a decision of how to move forward. I do want to note that your guideline date was February 12th of 2025. So we
Yes.
are a little beyond that, and they'll be taking that into consideration when making a decision for release.
Okay.
Any release decision, just so you're aware also, you may or may not know this, we don't do immediate releases. Any
Yeah.
release does require, 30 to 45 days just for it to be processed through the Department of Corrections. The board decision in and of itself takes about 2 to 4 weeks, but as soon as they do come to their decision, you'll get a letter through inmate mail, and so you'll have all that information so you can start finalizing your plans of how you're going to move forward.
Yeah, I did have a place to go to when I was upon release, but there's some fortunate events that happened, so I will have to go back to a halfway house to
So you
help
will-
me
okay.
transition back into society.
And are you looking at Bonneville or?
Yes,
Okay.
because I have 2 job opportunities out here in Salt Lake to
Okay.
go to when I get out.
Okay, perfect. And I'll make sure that the board is aware of your need to go to Bonneville.
Okay.
Is there any other questions you have, sir?
Nope, I don't.
Okay. Thank you so much. I wish you the best of luck moving forward, and I'll go ahead and conclude your hearing.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. So this is a time and place scheduled for a parole violation and original hearing for offender Nathan, and is it
Afalawi?
say it again, please?
Afalawi?
I'm gonna mess it up. Afalawi, so sorry about that. Offender number 221681. My name is Charlotte Parrott, and I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'm going to be the one who's conducting your hearing today. I am going to be taking some testimony from you, so I do need to swear you in. So if you'll please raise your right hand for me.
Yes.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you for that, sir. Did you receive 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
Yes, I did.
And did you receive a blue disclosure packet from the board?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to review that information?
Yes, I did.
Were there any obvious errors in those documents that we need to discuss before we get started?
No.
Okay.
there wasn't.
If anything does come to mind during the hearing, just bring it to my attention, okay, sir?
Okay.
So just for some background, the new offense that you've been convicted of actually occurred prior to you being released on your last parole. This was something that the board was unaware of at that time. So your parole violation allegation is directly related to us not knowing that you were involved in criminal conduct prior to your last parole. So we have two portions of the hearing today. We do need to resolve that parole violation allegation. Do you remember exactly what was written in your blue packet for your parole violation allegation?
Yeah, so there was, I guess, I think I remember, well, there was a couple that was sent to me. The one that I remember of that, I kind of pretty much did, like I, was looking over and I disagree with was the one that it said that I failed to let the board know about having a new case, or if I remember right.
Yeah, so it's kind of a complex statement in it because it has multi-levels to it. And so what
Yeah.
it says is by having provided false or inaccurate information to the board or having engaged in criminal conduct prior to parole, and the board did not have information regarding the conduct at the time that the parole was granted. So it means it's or. So you didn't do anything to provide false information to the board, but the board, you did engage in conduct that the board was unaware of prior to your past
Yeah.
parole. So
Yes, ma'am. So pretty much my caseworker put me in because I got my address approved and I had
Yeah.
90 days until release. So he put me in for an early release electronically. So I never
Yeah.
saw the board or I didn't even, so I didn't even, no one knew. My caseworker put it in. I got that date. I did 20 months in prison. I got out for 3 weeks with that open case, but the caseworker, there was an open case and I didn't see the board or anything. That he just did it electronically, put a special in, it got approved, and I was at the halfway house.
yeah, and that is exactly how the board sees the situation.
Okay.
So with this allegation, it's an administrative violation. So it just allows the board to take away that past parole and just make a decision going forward whether or not to release you and under what conditions. So you have the right to either admit, deny, or plead no contest to that allegation. It really just depends on how you feel the situation, fits the allegation and what you would like to do.
Yeah, I would like to just, I would like to move forward because then, I just want note to be taken that I did not lie to the board. I don't want that. I just want the note to be there that my caseworker put it in electronically
Yes.
and that's what happened. I never came and told you,
Yeah.
So,
And then-
yeah, I do want to plead or admit to that one.
Admit that. Yep, thank you for that. And I do want to note, none of the documentation shows that you did anything to lie or misrepresent yourself to the board. It is an oversight that happened, and unfortunately, you should have not been released until that case was adjudicated and the board could have seen you. So it is just a mistake on everybody's part administratively for not recognizing and seeing that new criminal charge. So just so you're aware, it's not going to reflect badly on you.
Okay. Thank you.
So we do need to discuss that new conviction. So you have been convicted in case 241600191 of distribution of a controlled substance in a drug-free zone, that's a Class A misdemeanor. So it looks like that will expire on 10/11 of, let's see, 2034, because they did run it consecutive to your current criminal charges. So currently your guideline, so it did change your guideline, and your guideline is at 12 months, giving you a new guideline date of September 10th of 2025. Do you have any questions about that?
No, ma'am. I just want to say I take full accountability. I'm just trying to move forward and fix my life. I've done, just aside from this case, I've done 8 years on the original case, was like a car theft. I've done 8 years in here on that, just back and forth. And I completed MRT, graduated MRT that got completed. Just been trying to do everything I can to get out and do better. Just
Good. So why, I know it's been some time since this incident has occurred, but
Yeah.
why did you, I read the pre-sentence report and the official version of it. And so why did you conspire with your brother to bring drugs into the facility?
Yeah, so with that, I don't get I just pretty much with that, I just wanted to move forward. Like I didn't agree with any of that. I don't even know. I was just pretty much, I don't want to seem like I'm not taking accountability or not, because I take full accountability for my actions. My brother had nothing to do with any of that or nothing. And I just got tired of going back and forth from court. So I was like, if you guys give me a Class A, I already did 20 months. I'm just trying to move forward, because it's holding me back to, every time I go to court, they push it out 2 months. So they really didn't even have a good case. My lawyer was like, man, you don't get, but I just wanted to take care of it. I'm trying to get home to my kids. I got 3 kids. I'm trying to get back and get back to their life. But yeah, that's pretty much what happened, ma'am. And I just,
Okay. So have you had a current substance use assessment?
yeah.
Okay. And it looks like there's a couple of different things on your O track. And so I'm not sure which is your current programming need, because it has life skills, medical assisted treatment, and a CCC treatment program. Do you know which one was your current need for treatment?
So I was when I was out, I was doing the CCC,
Okay.
attending that, and then this open case was open or whatnot, got violation. The board approved me to do phase 2 PVP.
Okay.
And I signed a paper, and I was never allowed to do it when the board, even though the board approved it, I was still sent back to prison.
Okay.
So I don't know. It's just I never got that chance to do that.
Okay. Where were you going to do the program at?
I was gonna do it at the halfway house. I was gonna complete that program. Also,
Were you at Fortitude?
yeah, 42. I was gonna do that program, but it's just the halfway house. I just realized that it's just I haven't been doing good there, because you're around other prisoners and around other. I felt like I was still in prison and around that negativity.
Okay.
So I have my family look into an outside source that I can continue therapy out on the outs, which was like First Step in the Haven. I'm just waiting for them to kind of respond, just so I can do that. But really, I wanted to ask the board, if I know I just did 20 months. This guideline is 12 months. At the end of that's 32 months I've done. Like, I've given a lot of my life to this. I would like to ask to be terminated at the end of this case, if that's something I could request. I have a job out there set up for me full time. I got a good support system, and family are willing to help me. I got a place to stay. I just want to get out there and just kind of just do what I got to do. I was stuck in the halfway house where I couldn't do what I needed to do, because I'd come back and be around that negativity. I want to be away from that and work and come home and kind of build, and that's that's just kind of what I'm trying to get to. I got 2 kids with DCFS right now, and I'm trying to get back into their life and get them back. And
What
That's
part of the
sad, man.
state are you going to be living in?
Utah, but my sister wanted me to transfer to San Diego to go out there and live with her, just to change states, to have a I don't know, to have a new start somewhere else.
Okay.
But that's just if the board approved me to. I don't know. Do you think that's possible, ma'am? Like with
So-
what I'm going through, or?
Yeah, so I definitely will let the board know that you're asking for the termination. It is something that is up to them whether or not they grant it. But you can definitely apply for a compact to California. Have you ever done a compact, or are you aware of the process? Okay,
No,
so
never done it.
So once you get your board decision, and if it has a parole date attached to it, you'll want to get with your case manager and ask for the compact information. Because what you'd have to do is you'd have to have a solid address and release plan and submit that to California, and California would have to approve you to go to their state. And so it takes a little bit of time. It typically takes about 60 to 90 days. So you want to get that applied for as soon as possible. So that way you're not stuck in transition between states, and you can immediately go to California as soon as you're released. And then, then California would just be in charge of monitoring you if you're given a parole. Obviously, if you're given a termination, then Utah, at that time would close its interest in you, and then you can do whatever you would like and go to California without any parole supervision. Definitely, depending on the board's decision, make sure that you get with your case manager to make the appropriate plans for that. What do you think the biggest change has been in you throughout this incarceration that's really going to help you be successful in the community?
Well, so the problems I was having in here was pretty much now I'm on just my behavior, my mindset's changed. I've done a lot of growing. I took some losses. My grandma's passed away. I've lost my kids. I've been through a lot to where I'm getting older. I'm 34 years old, and I'm tired of being in prison. Just I'm on a car theft and these little cases, and I've been in and out of prison. I don't know. I just had my behavior wasn't the best when I first came in, but I've been trying to do better. Just feel like I'm on the medication, the Suboxone medication here now at the prison. So that's helped me stay away from substances and just maintain, and that's something I can take to the community and beyond. So I'm just not using any other stuff, just my medications.
Good.
So, and I have no urge to or nothing. I'm cool with just doing my medications, and before I wasn't on it, and now I am, and it's I don't know, it's gonna help me.
Okay. So we do need to discuss your disciplinary violations. So you have 2 disciplinary violations that you've been convicted of, and it looks like you have 4 pending disciplinary violations.
Yeah.
Do you know when you're going to be seen, or when the decision is going to be made on the pending disciplinary violations?
No, I don't, ma'am. I don't. But a lot of those will be dismissed after me talking to the sergeants here, because a lot of the I feel like I don't know. There's certain things that we can do in a section that we can't do somewhere else. Like we'll work out, do there's this thing where we hit mitts and stuff to train, and another officer see it and write you up for that, where it looks bad, where it's just horseplay, But I backed away from that. But yeah, and I guess I don't know how long it takes to see them that they're backed up.
Okay. Nope, thank you for that. So one of the biggest things that will keep you in custody is disciplinary violations. And especially if the board does grant you a parole, if you do have ongoing disciplinary violations, the board will rescind your parole date. So really, starting from now going forward, please really watch your behavior, because I'd hate for you to make all these plans to go to California, to start over, and then a disciplinary violation to pop up and you're back at square one, having to come back before the board. So please try to hold yourself to a higher standard of conduct. So that way you're not being your own worst enemy and keeping yourself there because of those issues.
Thank you.
Those are my questions. Is there anything else that you would like the board to take into consideration when making their decision?
I'm gonna be changing sections because I feel like just the section I'm at, that there's a few officers that write me up for every single thing I do because they just, I don't know, it's just bad relationships. So just but yeah, something I want the board to know is I take full accountability for my actions, and I don't want that if I am granted a parole, if there's any way we can remove the CCC thing, because then that forces me to be in a halfway house where there's other people from prison and all that. I just don't do good in that. It's just negativity. I like being, I like to go somewhere where I can take it upon myself and go there instead of that being on there, because then that forces me to be there where there's, I don't know, it's just I feel like it's just a negative environment for me.
Okay. And with that, with the CCC, it's pretty standard language for any sort of residential substance use treatment program. So with that, you wouldn't have to necessarily go to Fortitude. You could actually go to First Step House or Odyssey House or any of those other ones and meet that requirement, just so you're aware of that.
Okay.
So, and that's just if the board, does grant that, and I'll let them know your desires to have that removed.
Yeah, and thank you so much. And if you can just please make note, I didn't lie to the board or nothing. I don't want that, because I was like, whoa, they're,
Yeah, no, and I assure you, there's nothing in there that says that you
Okay.
specifically lied to the board. It really is just an administrative error that was not caught before your last release. So
Okay.
thank you so much for coming and meeting with me today. Thank you for being open and candid with me. I will get my report written up quickly, so hopefully you can get a decision here within the next few weeks. Our decisions, just like any decision from the board, it does require a majority vote. So at least 3 of the 5 board members have to agree upon your decision before it's finalized. So that process takes about 2 to 4 weeks. I'll get my portion done quickly, so hopefully that can speed up the process for you. But look for that through inmate mail, and then you can make your plans accordingly once you receive that documentation, okay?
Thank you so much, ma'am. And I will watch my behavior and do good, so there's no
Yes.
disciplinary, so I don't mess up anything
Perfect.
for my future. Thank you so much. I
Yes.
appreciate you.
Thank you
Have a
so
good
much.
day.
I'll go ahead and conclude your
Thank you.
hearing.
Thank you.
All right, good afternoon. This is going to place set for the original hearing for Mr. Charles O'Neill Sargent, offender number 180099. Is that you, sir?
But can't hardly hear what he said. It like it's shaggy or something.
We're a little bit jarbled, Samuels. Can you say it again?
All right. Are you Charles Sargent? Offender
Yes,
number-
I am.
Okay, 180099. Well, good afternoon. My name is Robert Samuels. I'm a hearing officer at the Board of Pardons.
Okay.
Mr. Sargent, you'll be providing me a testimony today, so I'll need to place you under oath.
Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to provide will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Did you get at least 7 days prior notice of this hearing? Did you get a blue pack and have time to go over it?
I can't see it because I don't have no glasses, so, but I did get the blue packet.
Do you want extra time to be able to see and go over it?
Well, I know what my charges is still, but they won't give me no glasses, so I can't see it. I have to stop going to school.
All right. What would you like to do, sir?
Well, I like to get this done and over with, see if I'll be getting out.
Why won't they give you glasses?
Because they won't let me have no, I went blind in here. And I just recently get my sight back.
Yeah.
And then they fired me from my job because I passed out.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. So we're going to talk about some cases today. 201-914-178, one count of aggravated assault which produced loss of consciousness, a third-degree felony. One count of possession or use of a controlled substance, a Class A misdemeanor. Case 201-906-876, one count of burglary, a third-degree felony. One count of theft, a Class A misdemeanor. Case 201-907-637, one count of burglary, a third-degree felony. Case 221-903-186, theft by deception, a second-degree felony. Case 221-903-186, one count of forgery, a third-degree felony. Case 221-900-786, one count of burglary, a third-degree felony. One count of assault by prisoner, a third-degree felony. Case 221-100-183, one count of forgery, a third-degree felony. Case 221-100-315, one count of forgery, a third-degree felony. Case 221-100-168, a third-degree felony for forgery. 221-905-460, forgery, third-degree felony. 221-906-311, forgery, third-degree felony. Case 221-907-214, forgery, third-degree felony. Case 221-701-469, forgery, a third-degree felony. Case 221-701-351, forgery, a third-degree felony. It seems like you've made a pretty good living off of robbing from people. Why don't you tell me more about that?
Tell you about robbing.
Why have you done it?
Theft by reception, burglary. It wasn't no robberies.
That's not true. You're convicted of several robberies.
Nah, it wasn't robberies. How was they robberies? They told me it was theft by reception, assault, and assault by prisoner officers. They tackled me in the county jail.
Okay.
And assault by, just assault by prisoner, and the loss of conscience of that security guard. He pulled a gun out on me and tried to shoot me in the back. So I'm not gonna let no one just shoot me in the back for no reason.
Did he say he was gonna shoot you in the back?
He put one in the chamber. I had to take his gun from him and throw it. They did find the gun on the scene. That's why I was fighting it for a year.
Mm-hmm.
And
Okay.
then the theft by reception, those are cashing checks.
Yeah, that's right. And why were you cashing so many
To
checks
pay
that didn't
bills,
belong
because I
to
ran
you?
out of money to afford my attorney. That was my fault.
So you were stealing to afford your attorney?
Yes.
What else? What else did you need the money for?
To pay my bills.
How about drugs?
No,
No drugs?
no. I did all your programs in here. I did Conquest. I graduated Conquest, graduate Hope, did MRT, did Thinking for a Change, did Life Skill class, did MRT. I even graduate your Parole too.
That's
In a
right, you
year.
did, and yet we're still back here talking about new crime.
Yes, this was a mistake. I took things, well, y'all made me lost my apartment when y'all arrested me for no
You
reason.
know what? Will you stop referring to me as somebody that's responsible for what you did?
Well,
Okay,
responsible,
stop
y'all
saying
made
you
me,
all.
wait, hold it. Y'all made
Don't
me
tell me to
stand here.
hold on.
Wait a
You need to
minute.
sit
You
there and
made
be
me stand
quiet.
here for 7 months.
I
And I
didn't
lost
make
every,
you do anything. It's your choices that
The
made you
board
do it.
made me stay in here
Would you
7
like to
months,
continue
and
this
I lost
hearing?
my apartment.
Would you like to continue this hearing?
No.
Okay,
Y'all
what
did
would you,
make me lost my
what would
apartment.
you like to do?
I want to finish this today.
Okay, then be quiet and stop
You
saying.
did make me lost my apartment.
You're the one that lost your apartment.
No, how did I lost my apartment?
You kept getting in trouble.
No, they said I did a burglary and it got dropped. And y'all made me stay in here for 7 months. Then y'all saw me back to Fortitude and I lost my apartment. It's all on paperwork, documents.
Okay. What would you like to talk about then, since we're not going to talk about what we need to?
Well, let's talk about it.
Oh,
I'm giving you the facts.
No, you're not.
But
You're
I'm
sitting
not
here
hiding nothing.
accusing me of doing something I had
I'm
nothing to
not
do. You're
accusing you of
taking no
nothing. I'm just telling
responsibility
you
and you're
what had
argumentative.
happened. And you want,
You're
what you want me to
argumentative
lie
and
to
you're
you?
not taking any accountability.
Do you want me to? Oh, so you want me to lie to you as a black? I'm black.
So
You're
what?
white. Black,
So
you're
what?
white. So you look at me as a criminal. You
No,
already
I'm
look
looking
me
at
as a
you
criminal
based off of
already.
what you've done. That's in black, that's
y'all-
on paper.
You look at me as a
Nothing to do
criminal.
with race.
It got a lot to do with race.
Maybe to you it does, but not to
Yes,
me.
it do. The board is racist. Y'all racist toward blacks. I see I'm
Okay.
still in here. Y'all ain't giving me a chance to do nothing with my life out there. I completed parole.
Well, you're having a parole hearing, aren't you?
Yes. Are you gonna
Okay,
let me
then.
out so I can show you I can do better? I even want a lawsuit.
I read that. You've got some money in the bank?
Yes, I do. I'm trying to
you're
get my
ready-
life
so
together
you're
as
ready
soon as
to
I get
go?
out of here.
So, well, then let's talk about it and get you moving. Okay,
All right.
perfect. I've got a few questions for you.
Go right in.
Thank you. When you parole, are you gonna be on disability?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Plus, I'm gonna get my job back. Because Korean don't give me my job back. They said if I stay out for a year, this time they'll let me be store manager at McDonald's.
All right.
Plus, I can retire off my disability. That's my
Are you
plan.
gonna,
So I can
are you gonna be able to work full-time and be on disability?
no, I have to work part-time
All right.
till cause and this is my plan. Y'all let me out. I'm gonna get my disability back started. Please buy me a house, or if I can afford a house, if my credit is right. I have to see if my credit is right. My credit ain't right to get an apartment. Go back to my job, work there, in 3 to 4 months, retire off my disability because I'll be 60 years old Monday.
Okay,
This Monday. When I retire off that, I'm gonna go full-time with my job
I see.
and try to invest my money to start my own business.
So is the disability just part-time then until you get on your feet?
Yes.
Okay,
I have to let them know my plan too, because if I don't, they can penalize me, and I'm not gonna let that happen.
yeah, that makes sense.
I won a lawsuit from the Boy Scout. Don
From-
Miller Law Firm did my case out of Houston, Texas. It happened in 1979, 45 years ago.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that, but I am glad that you hopefully got some closure on that.
Yes, any fines or any rest, I'm gonna pay all that up when I
Okay.
get out. Because it's kind of hard to pay anything in here. Because
Yeah.
I was having trouble in here. Someone was stealing my checks in here. I got proof of it. Don Miller Law Firm, if you want their number, you can call and verify, it, check it out. Check it out.
It's not necessary.
And the thing is, they won't send me no more money till I get in contact with them when I get out.
Okay. All right. What do you want to do to have some long-term change in your life?
My long-term change, I'm gonna get back with my church. Get with Pastor David since he retired. I know he retired. Pastor Mosley is our new pastor. He's a retired officer out of Chicago, chief of police. We got a couple of officers who work there. I'm gonna be working with them. We got a couple of APMP officers go to our church too, to 90 South State Street. We over there by the
By
probation
APP,
office.
yeah. I know
Yes,
where
we
that
over there
is.
by the APMP office. That's my home church.
That's a pretty big church.
Yes, I'm gonna be back there, get with my members. What made me stop going, I shouldn't have did that, when my best friend passed away. They used to let me detail cars and clean houses, but when I started going back the other way, I left them, but they want me back there, and I'm planning on going back. Charles is the assistant pastor, and I'm finna get back with them. I already got my pastor's classification and license, and I'm finna get with them again.
Sounds good. Let's see here, what else? You had a couple disciplinaries, but those are a ways back. I'm not gonna really worry about those. It's been almost a year.
Thank you.
One was for something to do with the tablet.
Yes, I did get upset that's when the time when my 10 grand came up missing.
Did it get resolved?
Yeah, they had to put a trace on like 3 checks. They got all the checks back and got one of the officers arrested.
Oh, well, that's good. So I'm looking here at your programming history. You've done very well.
Yes, the only thing was wrong, when I went blind, it took me from my job for a little while. Every time I get in a position to be a lead person, it seems like I'm getting fired.
Yeah.
So I'm not going back to that job. If I do stay here for a little while, I'm gonna try to go to the halfway house to work or get on road crew, because I like to work. That's what my mom better than me, to work. I don't see myself going back that way no more. I'm getting too old for this. Coming in here, I've been in Parsons Penitentiary and I've been in the feds, and this is my 4th time here. I'll be 60 years old when y'all let me out. I'm not planning on coming back no more after this.
Good. We don't want you to come back, so
I
that's
really don't.
okay. Well, we can do that. Tell me about your mental health. How are you feeling?
My mental health, it's my eyesight. What made it trigger off real badly when I got hit in the head with that pipe in Venice when I used to sell drugs. I will not do that no more. When I went blind in here, that would make the 6 operations I had on my eyes. And it put me on a CPAP machine.
Oh, for your
So I have a learning disability. That's why I was going to college for. So I can learn more to keep because sometimes I can read something, and when I read it, it seems like I have to keep reading it over till I get it right. If I let someone else read it to me, I get it right. So I plan on going back to school when I get out, because since I can't go in here, because it's hard for me to see because I don't have no glasses. I really do need my glasses.
I believe that. It's I don't know why they won't get you glasses. I used to work in prison a long time ago, and from my experience, they got people glasses. So hopefully that will rectify itself soon, so you can go out and live your life.
I hope so too. I really do, because I really need them.
You started in the system back in 2000.
I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, let me speak closer. You started out in the system here in 2007. I seen that you did some Fed time.
Yes.
You were gone for quite a while. You had patches where you weren't involved in the system. So I'm hoping.
When I went back to church and doing that and working, I stayed out of trouble. I was around my church members a lot. Then when my friend passed away, Dr. Wilson Samuel, he was a professor and a doctor at the U. for 41 years. He passed away, then I went back my old way. That was my fault. I blame myself for that.
Well, the loss of somebody close is hard. I am sorry for your loss. That being said, the longer you live, you're going to experience that, more
Yes.
and more. And how do you plan on handling that so you don't have to come back?
I'm handling that different. I make sure I stay in the word and talk to others at my church who's close to me and stay away from the ones I know who doing wrong. I don't need to go that way no more because I'm starting to see the realization of this because all it do is put me in here where I don't want to be.
Right.
And I don't have to go that way to do anything wrong because the skills when my mom's embedded in me when she was raising us, she raised us how to get out there and work and do things for a living, not to get out there and do crime.
Right. Just based off of the case prep for today's hearing, and after speaking with you, especially the last couple of minutes, I see that you've got some good things in place for when you get out to kind of help you move in the direction that you want to move in. And
Correct.
consistently stay there and improve your situation as time goes on. I really hope that you'll stay tracking with that.
I am because my brothers and sisters out of California and Mississippi, they're gonna make sure they stay in contact with me. They all successful. They never been to jail or prison. And they keep, every time I talk to them, first thing come out of their mouth, mama didn't teach you how to go to jail and prison.
Right. Right. I believe that. And that's another thing that you got family support.
Correct.
People that understand you and have been there since the beginning. These people are going to give you solid advice.
Yes, I'm gonna start listening and start doing what they say because every time when I don't listen, I comes in here.
Right.
So I'm gonna put a stop to that.
Okay.
No more of this. I don't sit no more. I really don't.
All right. I believe you. I totally believe you. Yeah.
Because Monday is my birthday. My brother's birthday is on the 17th, and he retired from the post office after 35 years. And he
That's a big
started
job.
that job when he was 18.
That's a good job.
Yes, it is. And I got
Cool.
some of my relatives is in law enforcement too. And my cousin, he's an accountant, and his sister is a marshal. My brother got his own cleaning service. My sister retired from the hospital, got her own daycare center. I go on and on what my brothers and sisters do, but they want to see me do good and be successful too.
Well, you deserve that. That's the thing is as long as you've been in the system, I can try to understand where you feel like the system is attacking you. I'm not going to disrespect you and say, oh, I know exactly what you're thinking and how you feel, because I don't. But
Right.
I can't imagine that, you've every experience you've had has been positive. I don't believe that. And do I believe that there has been some circumstances that went against you? Absolutely. I've been doing this too long not to understand that. Okay.
Because when I was going to school here, they told me to take up a Buddha class, with a class I didn't want because I needed my business classes back, business management, business, and because I want my own business, and I can't do that because I know where I'm gonna get my license and everything from. But the thing is, I had to stop going in here, so it was just eating up my FAFSA money. So I'll just save my FAFSA money till I get back out there and start going back to Salt Lake Community College when I get back out.
Yeah, that's a good school. Being
Yes,
in
it
here
is.
being in there is just robbing you. It is.
Right. That's why I
It is.
stopped going, because I was sitting in class with no glasses on. Then he let me take a test. I missed 2 questions on the test, but not even studying, because I was showing I was sitting. All of a sudden, he won't let me do no more tests, and I couldn't hardly see nothing on the board. So I told him I'm not coming no more, because this is eating up my fasting. I need my fasting for my college classes, and
Right.
this is not helping me. That's why I dropped out.
As far as your parole agreement goes, I'm gonna put down education and vocational so you can get some help. And maybe vocational or voc ed, voc rehab will be able to help you get some glasses. I think without glasses, it's just gonna be such a struggle for you.
It is, because if I do let me out, I got payers to look at. Payer is faster, because they would because the last time I got out before, I got glasses through them, and they at American Best.
Okay. I'm gonna put down educational, vocational for you, and if Payer
Okay.
works faster, then use them. The educational, vocational won't hold you back.
Okay.
As far as getting glasses goes, especially, it's to be in place to help assist you in moving forward with whatever you want to do, whether it's college or vocational training or getting back on your feet that way. So I'll do that.
Okay.
Let's see here.
I couldn't hear you on that one.
Yeah, I'm just saying, let's see here. I'm looking to see if I've got any more questions for you.
Okay.
It looks like the court has dealt with all of your restitution, so the board's not getting involved in that.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I think you've answered all my questions. What can I answer for you?
That's about it. I just wanted the Mormons, if y'all do send me to if I get on transition,
Mm-hmm.
I can the Mormons will help me find a place out there. They'll pay for at least for a month or two. Because once I get out there, I can go right to Social Security and get my disability back started. Because you can't start your disability in a halfway house because of the state facility. It
Right,
shows on a computer.
right.
And so if I be on transition, the Mormons, they told me as soon as you get your letter from the board, give it to us, we'll find you a place so I can get my disability back started. And after I get that back started, I can start going to my job, talk to my boss, Angelica. She'll give me my job back. And then I'll talk to Social Security about when I want to retire off my disability. Because I'm on SSI and SSDI, disability insurance. Basically, I paid into my disability for 25 years, the work, different jobs I had, and it paid into it. That's why I get my disability. I started in 2013, so I can retire off of it. That's what I'm going to do, retire off my disability after 3 to 4 months while I'm out.
Okay.
Or full-time on my job. But the thing is that like the Mormon said, as soon as I get that paper, if it transition on there where I can go to one of the boarding rooms or something, they help me get into that.
Okay.
Because it's hard to start your disability while you're at the halfway house.
Yeah, and I know that's true. So I'm putting down to the board that you will be working with the LDS church once you get a date for housing.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's no problem. So it seems to me that you've got your release plans pretty set as far as what you're gonna do, as far as the living situation goes, your work, your disability. The board might ask you to do some treatment. Would you be willing to look into that?
I didn't hear you on that one.
I apologize. The board might ask you to look into doing some treatment. Would you be open to that?
No, I'll do it. I have no problem
Okay.
doing that.
All right.
Outpatient program,
Yeah.
I'll do that. I have no problem doing that. Plus, the more will help me find one of them.
Okay. I hope that really wasn't very painful. You've answered
No.
all my questions. I'm very appreciative of your time. Thank you for working with me and I'm sorry how this started out. That was
I'm
not my
sorry too. I
intention.
apologize for that.
And
You take care.
I will too. Is there anything else I can do for you today?
No, that's it.
Okay. I wish you the absolute best of luck and I hope everything works out for you.
It will. Thank you.
Okay, we'll conclude. All right, this is the time and place set for rescission hearing for Mr. Roberto Ruben Cota, offender number 198-673. Is that you, sir?
Yes.
Mr. Cota, my name is Robert Samuels. I'm a hearing officer for the Utah Board of Pardons and Parole. You're going to be providing me a testimony today, so I'll need to place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm testimony you're about to provide will be truthful and accurate?
Absolutely.
Excellent. Did you get at least 7 days prior notice of this hearing? Did you get a blue pack and have time to go over it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, perfect. Let's move forward. So this is a rescission hearing. Your original parole date was rescinded due to a new criminal charge. Now, I looked it up on Court Exchange and the charge was dismissed.
That's correct.
Yep, it was dismissed. So I think it was dismissed without prejudice. So we need to talk about what's happening as far as you getting another date and what your plans are for release. Where are you going to live? What are you going to do for work? And do you have any aftercare planned?
Yes, I do have plans and backup plans. I've been working vigorously with the caseworker in my housing unit, several of them actually. And I have a few different options, position that I'm in. Which brings me to the really one and only question I did have, because I'm pretty familiar and got a good understanding of what's going on right now. It's when I seen the board last time, they said that they would like me to do a RSAT, excuse me, no, it's RSAT program that the board approves of, or even outpatient. I'm just sure you could only imagine the difficulties of trying to establish a program specifically in the situation I'm in. What I would like to respectfully, with all due respect, and I say this kindly, ask for consideration from the board is if you would allow me to go home with my loved ones. The day I get out, I'll get picked up. I can go report straight to AP&P. And from that moment forward, I can go get into a outpatient program and do my treatment like that. I'm pretty sure that was an option already, but I just wanted to go over that and solidify it with you if possible. That would be in, I feel, my best interest and fit my needs
Okay.
better.
I understand what you're saying. What would you be doing for work? Who would you be living with?
Okay, I would be living with my girlfriend out of any toxic environment, which is a blessing. I have a few different jobs lined up now, which the caseworkers actually can. I was trying to get her to give me a board reference / letter to explain to you that they just recently got established with some type of outside provider that specializes in giving post-release jobs to inmates on parole. And I got a phone number.
So you've got some leads and you're going to be looking into it.
Yeah, and it's a for sure thing. I just kind of want to weigh out. I got 3 different ones lined up, but I just want to see which ones is most beneficial and in my best interest. I don't want to make no rash decisions and then regret it later. I kind of want to pick the best one.
I understand. Where does your girlfriend live?
Excuse me?
Where will you be living at? What city?
In Roy.
Okay. Will there be anybody else staying there too? Will it just be you and her?
It'll be her and our 2 children.
Okay. So you guys have a pretty established relationship.
Yeah, fortunately, I'm a blessed man with that.
Good. Have you, as far as treatment or aftercare goes, have you looked at any specific program or are you waiting until you get out?
Well, no, I got a couple right now. Like when I was in population, I would go once a week to the Odyssey House. So Teresa gave me a screening orientation / interview, and everything seemed to be good. But kind of with the job situation, there's then we got Phoenix Rising might be better. So I just wanted to explore my options and what's in my best needs for that as well.
Well, I can't hold you for that.
But there are tons of resources that we all get via tablet from the caseworkers.
Yep. You've got a few disciplinaries between 2020 and 2024. Substance, robbery or extortion, STG, cocaine, abuse, misuse of medications, inappropriate staff offender relations, intoxicant, assault. Are any of those gang related, or is your gang involvement kind of push you in that direction?
Well, not necessarily. I mean, some of those, the reporting officer has the responsibility of, in their opinion, giving the inmate the exact disciplinary sanctions or whichever charge institutionally they deem necessary. So sometimes they're dot on and they nail it, and then sometimes it kind of feels like they're just trying to do their best job on pinpointing what it was. So it's up to IDHO, as I'm sure you're aware, to try to make sense and iron that out.
Okay.
So
So you're not going to confirm one way or other. That's fine.
well, it just you just said a lot right now. So there's kind of like it's a case by case scenario. So I don't want to tell you yes to one thing that don't apply to another, but And I did answer for that, the last time I was here.
I was just asking a question. That's all. That's fine. How's your mental health doing?
Tip-top shape.
Have you ever had a diagnosis for any mental illness? Are you taking any meds, seeing a therapist?
No, not right now.
Okay. And when you got your disciplinary for the substance, what were you using?
Now, I'm not mistaking, alcohol.
Okay.
And it's kind of a funny story.
Well, I
Because-
don't have time for that, unfortunately.
Well, that's what I was gonna explain to you what you asked.
Well, this is a rescission hearing, so unfortunately, I don't have the time that we would in a normal hearing for that. It also says that, they found Suboxone back in 2023. What was the story behind it?
I got criminally charged, convicted, and sentenced for that. It was something that was technically in my possession that I didn't even know was there. So I went to court and I, got found guilty. I think I got a case closed on that.
All right, do you have any questions for me?
Can you say that again? It cut out.
Do you have any questions for me, sir?
No, I'd just like to respectfully bring it to your attention that my last hearing was June of last year, I think. And he said, don't get no disciplinary, a major disciplinary until my date's contingent. And I successfully did that. And the only reason I'm in max now is because seeing the board, there's a post-board assessment that takes place. And my points went one up because I had an electronic with somebody else's name on it. So it made my point go from 22 to 23. So it took me back to max. So I'm not back here for a disciplinary.
But you had something electronic that didn't belong to you.
Yeah. And this was prior to the board, months before. And I just never got reassessed for that to happen. But the board triggers an assessment.
Okay. You've answered all my questions. I'm appreciative of that. It's gonna take, the board probably about 2 weeks to get a decision back to you. And I appreciate your time and thank you for speaking with me today. I wish you the absolute best of luck.
Thank you.
All right, today the time and place scheduled for an original hearing for Mr. Is it Adalberto Lozetta?
Yes.
All right, offender number 233577. That's you, sir?
Yes.
Sir, my name is Jared Chappell. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I've been assigned to conduct your hearing this afternoon. I will be taking some testimony from you. If you could raise your right hand to be placed under oath. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Did you receive at least 7 days' notice of today's hearing?
Yes.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, I did.
Did you have an opportunity to review the information that was contained in there?
Yes, I did.
Did you have an opportunity to review the summary of your cases? That should have been included as part of the PSI.
Yeah. Yes.
Is that information accurate?
Yeah. Yes.
Is
it
there
was.
is the rest of the information in that packet accurate, or is there anything you'd like me to know about it?
No, everything was accurate.
Okay. First time for an original hearing, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Let me just give you a little roadmap so that you know what to expect. I know sometimes it can be a little nervous when you don't know what's going on.
Well, I'm nervous.
What's that?
I said I'm nervous.
Yeah, take a deep breath. So what we'll do is I'm gonna have a whole bunch of questions for you. Just answer them straight up and honest. And then at the end, I'll give you time to ask me any questions that you might have, okay?
Okay.
Okay. All right. So it looks like you have commitments on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different offenses from 1, 2, 3, 4 cases. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And this occurred, it looks like back in 2021, 2022?
Correct.
Okay. Tell me what was going on during that time of your life.
I honestly, I lost my kids, and instead of fighting to get my kids back and stuff, I started hanging out with the wrong crowd. Everything just kind of spiraled into, out of control, and I guess I could say I was at a lowest point in my life. And I made some mistakes, met some people, the wrong people, and yeah, made some mistakes. That's what led me to what I did.
Okay. Are you aware of any restitution on these cases?
I don't think there's any.
Okay. I didn't see any either, so I just wanted to make sure that it didn't come in through another avenue that I wasn't aware of.
No.
Okay. So, a lot of this stuff, there's an escape from custody, there's some possession charges, there's some using a financial transaction card of somebody else. There's a weapon of possession of a firearm, or there's a offense of possession of a firearm. Tell me specifically about that case. What happened there?
Like I said, I was at a low point. I started selling drugs. I guess the possession with intent, the firearm, and the 2 credit cards were all one
case.
Yeah, it happened all one night. I went to purchase some drugs, and I had it on my possession.
And what was it? Firearm?
Yeah,
Pistol?
yeah. It was a 22. I don't remember what it was, but
Okay. And where'd you get the firearm from?
a friend of mine.
And what was the purpose of having it?
I guess, I don't know, protection, or being involved in that kind of environment.
Okay. When you're dealing with those kinds of people, you were doing that for protection?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, the most serious offense, maybe not degree wise, but certainly human wise, is the failure to remain of an accident that involved a death. Pretty heavy stuff from what I read in the police report. Tell me what happened there.
Yeah, it was late one night. I was driving back to the hotel, and unfortunately I didn't see this guy that was in the middle of the road. I hit him. I was scared, I panicked, and I left the scene.
Did you have anybody else in the car with you?
Yeah, my girlfriend was with me at the time.
So you were aware that you'd hit somebody or something anyway?
What was that again?
You were aware that you'd hit something or a person?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what happened after you went back to the hotel?
Yeah, I mean, I talked about it with my girlfriend, and I don't know, I was just, I don't know, I was scared, you know what I mean? I was, it kind of traumatized me and stuff. I knew I made a mistake by leaving. Like the whole night, I thought maybe I should go back, you know.
Did
But
you know the victim?
no, I did not.
Okay. How are you located?
I guess the truck that I was in, which was my friend's, was under investigation.
Okay.
And during the course of the investigation, they were able to ping where the truck was at because it was being monitored or something. And then after that, they started looking into me, and eventually I was caught, whatever.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just reading through the summary again, see if there's any other questions. So, and then it looks like, did they pursue you into Utah County? You were driving pretty crazy, and then you ended up hiding in a field in a pasture?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you ever get a chance to speak with the victim's family in court, or did they submit any victim letters or anything?
No, I believe they did not.
Okay.
And no, I haven't spoken to the family or anything.
Looking back, I know it's been a couple of years, what are your thoughts about that whole incident now?
I wish it never happened. I feel really, really sorry for what happened and sorry for the families that were affected. Like, it messed me up pretty bad, you know, and I think about it every day. If I don't know, I normally don't take the street, you know, I normally take the freeway. If I would have just took the freeway, that would have never happened that night. Yeah, I don't.
Were you under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No.
No, okay. Were you during any of these offenses?
I think I was on the ones with the possession.
Okay.
Yeah.
What were you using during that time?
Marijuana, methamphetamines.
How frequently were you smoking marijuana?
Every other day.
How long have you been using? What time? At what age did you start?
18.
Okay. And then what about meth? Same questions?
That started in 2016.
Okay. How frequently were you using?
I'd say every other day as well.
So you were an adult when you started using drugs?
Yes, sir.
What led to that? I mean, typically most people, if they make it through their teenage years, late teenage years, they don't use.
Yeah, like I said, my spouse or whatever, we separated, and she took the kids. Like I said, I didn't fight hard enough to get them back, so I just started hanging out with the wrong crowd, and eventually drinking, when, you know what I mean, came something else. They offered me, and I instead of saying no, I said yes. And then it just started from there.
Okay. What's your status with your ex at this point, I assume?
We're
And your
actually
kids?
we're actually in good terms. She wants to. I've been keeping her updated on everything I've done. The drug program, high school, building trades, everything. I keep her updated on it, progress and stuff in prison, how much I've changed, what my mentality is and stuff. And she's willing to let me see my kids when I get out, and start working towards visitations and stuff like that.
Okay. So your parental rights haven't been terminated then? You just don't have
No.
custody or anything?
No.
Okay. Any mental health concerns, any history of any diagnosis of anything there?
No.
And how's your physical health?
I'd say pretty good.
Okay. Nothing that keeps you from being able to have a job, to be active, get to where you need to go, things like that?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Any gang involvement?
No.
And then it looks like you've completed your education while you've been in there.
Yes, sir.
You completed substance abuse treatment while you were in Millard County.
Yes, sir.
You've done MRT. And you've done some residential construction classes.
Yes, sir.
So it sounds like you've been making pretty good use of your time.
Yeah, I've also done Inside Out Dad.
Okay.
I've done domestic violence classes. I think that's about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you're working out there in Duchesne County?
Yes.
What kind of job do you have there?
I'm a night janitor.
Okay.
Yeah, I've tried to keep employment the whole time I've been down. I worked at a UCI furniture when I was in Draper.
Okay.
And then they transferred me over to Millard County. I started in the kitchen. I was in the kitchen for almost a year and a half. And then I went to another facility. Job wasn't available. Now that I'm here, I've tried to keep, employment the whole time after building trades, at least.
Tell me about the write-up you had about a year ago for the hooch.
It was a mistake. I tried making some hooch and it was a disaster. I was trying to throw the bag away in the morning so I wouldn't get caught, and there was an incident that happened that day which led them to find it in my box. So
Okay. What was the consequence?
I got some lockdown time and a fee.
Okay. And no other write-up since then?
No, sir.
Okay. What is your plan if the board were to grant you another parole?
I am going to be living at my mother's house. My mom and my dad both work at Amazon.
Okay.
She says she can give me a job the day I get out. And Amazon helps pay for schooling and stuff.
Okay.
I want to go into the electric field.
Okay.
I've also I'm interested in driving as well. I don't know if that'll be possible while I'm on parole or not, but I have a friend. He drives trucks for a living, and he said he can get me a job as well.
Okay.
So
what about, it's likely the board's going to want you to do some treatment, some continued substance abuse treatment aftercare. Are you willing to do that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you thought about that? Have you looked into programs that might be available to you or anything?
I haven't.
Okay. All right. Well, I think those are all the questions that I have for you. What questions do you have for me?
One of them, am I going to be eligible for time cuts for the programs that I've done?
Yeah, it looks like we did get a notice for the residential construction. They'll consider that as part of this hearing. You should get a consideration for the substance abuse program as well. Your guideline is 68 months or September of 2026. So you could get some time cuts off of that.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions?
No, I think that's it.
Okay. Well, then let me just tell you what'll happen from here. I'll write a report summarizing the conversation that we've had. That report will get routed to the board members. There's 5 board members. 3 of them have to come to an agreement on what should happen next. Once they've reached their decision, you'll receive a copy of their order through the mail. It could take a few weeks for that order to work its way to you. If you have contact with your parents or anybody else on the outside, you can ask them to start checking the board's website next week.
Okay.
Hopefully sometime the decision will be posted next week. Sometimes it takes a little bit longer, but that decision will be posted online before you receive it. but they can look it up and then tell you so that you're not waiting around wondering what's going on, okay?
Okay.
All right, anything else you want to discuss?
No, sir.
Okay, that'll conclude the hearing then. Thank you. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Time and place scheduled for, an original hearing for Mr. Frank Modes, offender number 157775. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Sir, my name is Jared Chappell. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I've been assigned to conduct your hearing this afternoon. I will be taking some testimony from you. If you could raise your right hand to be placed under oath. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give to be truthful and accurate?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Did you receive at least 7 days notice of today's hearing?
Yes, sir.
Sorry, you can lower your hand.
Okay.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, sir.
Have you had a chance to review that information?
I've read it.
Okay. In a second, is there anything you want to discuss regarding that information, or is it accurate?
I was looking at a couple of the things that they had here,
Okay.
that I wanted to talk about.
Okay. Well,
And-
let's see if we naturally get through them, and if we don't, I'll give you plenty of time at the end to bring those up and we'll
Okay,
discuss.
sounds good.
Okay. I'll also note for the record that we do have a representative for the victim who is online. The victim and the representatives are not required to show up on video, so we'll just have an audio feed of them. I believe they want to make a statement, so we'll allow them to do that. And then, Mr. Modes, I'll just ask you to remain silent during that time, and then I'll give you a chance to respond afterwards, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, so Mr. Modes, you're here on one count, case number 161912922, aggravated sexual abuse of a child, first-degree felony. That case does not expire until January 1st, 2118. Obviously, none of us are going to be here at that point. You do have a guideline of 192 months or January 1st, 2034. In your blue packet, there should have been a summary of that offense. Did you receive that summary?
Yes.
Or there should have been a copy of the PSI that details that offense?
Yes, I mean, yeah, there probably is. I mean, there's a lot of pages here, so.
Okay. So you probably didn't go through that then, I'm assuming.
I did read about a PSI. If you can just refresh my memory on it. I'm looking at the pages right now.
All right, well, let me read you a summary that I prepared, and then you can tell me, you can respond to that, okay?
Okay, sir.
Says on or about September 30th, 2014, 17-year-old KV reported to West Valley PD that she was sexually assaulted by her uncle, later identified as the defendant. She stated that when she was between the ages of 3 and 4 years old, he abused her on several occasions. She told detectives she was tended by her aunt in her aunt's daycare when the abuse took place. She stated her aunt would put all the children down for a nap and she would run errands. She left her alone with the defendant. KV recalled that when her aunt would leave, her uncle would wake her up and take her into a room in the house. She stated that she would wake up and find the defendant on the side of the bed or next to the bed while he touched himself. She stated the defendant made her take her pants off and lie with him naked while he touched her, and stated that her uncle touched the outside of her vagina and penetrated her vagina with his fingers skin to skin. The victim stated that there were occasions when there were other girls in the room with her and the defendant, and he would make the other girls kiss each other. She said that he would make them take their shirts off and make them play with each other. On November 17th, 2016, the detective met with the defendant regarding the offense Post Miranda, you denied touching the victim. That's the quick, brief version. Tell me your side, or is that accurate?
Well, and on the first part of that, where you said that she, in 2014, she said she didn't know who had done it, and they had closed the case. And then she had been talking to my ex-wife, and apparently in 2016 or 2017, 2015, I believe it was 15 or 16, she actually came out and said that she believed it was me.
Okay.
So as far as that goes, I mean, they had actually closed the case in 2014 and then reopened it in 2016.
Okay. So it looks like some restitution was ordered on that case. And then that restitution was modified later on. Looks like it's about, my math's not great, a little over $17,000. Are you aware of that?
Yes, sir, I did see that.
Okay, are you willing to pay that?
Yeah, I want to get out and get a job and yeah, pay all my bills, really.
Okay. All right, before we go much further, I'm going to ask Ms. Flanagan if she'd like to make any comments.
Yes, I have a statement from the victim I'd like to read.
Okay, thank you.
Dear members of the Utah State Board of Parole, I am writing this letter to request that parole for Frank Modes be denied at this time. When I was just 3 years old, he molested me while I was in his care, at an age when I should have been safe, loved, and protected. He violated me in a way that no child should ever have to endure. The trauma that Frank Modes inflicted on me did not end when the abuse stopped. It has shaped every aspect of my life in ways that no child, no person should ever have to endure. I have suffered from severe PTSD, crippling anxiety, and relentless depression. Each day, a battle against the memories I have never asked to carry. I have struggled with self-harm, trying desperately to numb the pain that he caused. The shame, self-blame, and low self-esteem he left me with made me feel unworthy of love, of safety, of happiness. As a teenager, I was in and out of mental health facilities, trying to piece myself back together from the destruction he caused. I have battled with insomnia, relentless nightmares, and gastro issues. Physical symptoms of trauma so deep it has taken root in my body. Forming and maintaining meaningful relationships has been nearly impossible, as trusting others has always felt like an unbearable risk. I have fought for years to heal, but the scars he left, both visible and invisible, are ones I will carry for the rest of my life. There is no parole from the suffering he inflicted on me. I was given a life sentence of fear, pain, and trauma. However, through years of therapy, self-care, and relentless effort, I have worked hard to overcome many of these struggles. While healing has been possible, it has come at a great cost, requiring constant effort to rebuild the trust, security, and peace that he stole from me. Frank was my uncle. My parents trusted him and his wife, Kim, to care for me, believing their home to be a safe place. Instead, it became a place of terror and betrayal. The abuse did not end when I left his home. It stayed with me, poisoning every part of my life. Because of what he did, trusting people has at times felt impossible. I've struggled to let people in, to believe in their intentions, to feel safe in relationships that should bring comfort and love. I've spent my life battling the deep, unshakable fear that those closest to me will hurt me. No child should grow up with this kind of burden. No child should have to fight to believe that the world can be safe. Now, as a mother, my experience in childcare setting has deeply shaped the way I protect my own daughter. The trauma I endured at the hands of someone entrusted with my care has instilled in me an unwavering commitment to ensure her safety. While I initially pursued a career in dental care and had every intention of entering the field, I have chosen instead to remain present with my daughter, making certain that she never suffers the same fate I did. My decision is not one of fear alone, but of empowerment. To break the cycle, to ensure she grows up in a world where she is safe, is never questioned. Though this choice has placed financial strain on my family and put my career on hold, nothing is more important to me than protecting my child from the horrors I endured. Frank Modes did not just take my childhood, he took my security, he took my ability to trust, he took my future, and now he's asking for his freedom. How is that fair? How is it that he should get to move on with his life when I'm trapped in the nightmare he created? If you grant him parole, what message does it send to survivors like me? That our pain has no expiration date, but our abusers' punishments do not. That his comfort, his second chance, his freedom matters more than a lifetime of suffering that he has caused me. If he's released, it will not just be another injustice, it will be another violation, not just by him, but by a system that is supposed to protect victims like me. I never got to choose what happened to me. I never got to walk away from it. I have spent my life fighting to survive the wounds he left on me, and I will carry these scars for the rest of my life. I am personally unaware of any meaningful progress Frank has made toward rehabilitation. I have worked tirelessly to heal from the trauma he inflicted on me, and through that journey, I have found forgiveness, not for his benefit, but to free myself from the weight of shame that was never mine to carry. However, if you believe that he has taken the necessary steps to re-enter society, I urge you to consider the life impact that Frank Lode's actions have had on me and the ongoing risk he poses to others. While I have worked tirelessly to heal from the trauma he inflicted, I will never be free from its efforts. There is no parole from what he did to me. If you choose to grant him release, I ask that you impose strict stipulations to ensure my safety and the safety of others. At a minimum, he must be prohibited from contacting me in any way and required to stay away from my family and my home, workplace, and the location I frequent. He should also be barred with having any contact with minors, including residing with or being in an environment with children present. Additionally, he must be subject to electronic monitoring, mandated sex offender treatment, strict parole supervision to ensure compliance. Any violation of these conditions should result in an immediate recurrence of his parole. I'm asking not just for myself, but for every survivor who lives with the consequences of their abuser's actions. If the justice system cannot undo the pain he caused, it must at very least ensure that he never harm another innocent child. Please keep these considerations in the forefront of your decision and uphold the protections that survivors like me deserve. With hope and protection and justice, KB.
Thank you, Ms. Flanagan. Anything else to add?
No, thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Mills, you heard that statement. What's your response, if any?
Well, she came out and said that she was 3 years old. Nothing matches in this story. I mean, I understand from when this first started, they said from 2003 to 2005, she was 5 years old. And I mean, everything keeps changing. None of the dates are correct. They knew I wasn't living at that home in 2003 to 2005. I mean, it's all on record. The state has this. My ex-wife had a violation or a protective order against me in 2001. And I lived on Robin Road. So I mean, nothing matches to what they claim. It's not that I have no remorse for her. I mean, I understand she's went through something. Nobody's brought up the fact that, you know, when they're stating around this time that her father was masturbating with the older sister in bed, the same thing that she said that I was doing to her. And nobody investigated that, and that's all on record. There was a lot of things that weren't investigated on this case. You know, I've done a lot in here as far as programming.
Tell me about that.
Well, I've done like your MRT. I have a whole list of the programming that I've done here. See if I can find that for you.
Let me just go through some of them. I show that you've done some financial literacy, MRT, a couple of different times. Let's see, a victim impact class, a bunch of education courses. I don't want to go through each one because there's several of them.
Yeah, Traveler's Gift. The schooling I've done. When I first came here, I had just barely gotten my GED prior to 2009, but I've done all like your math comprehension, the math, GE class, computer literacy, self-study, all this within the time that I've been allotted since I've been in the prison system. I mean, there were times where I wasn't able to do anything because I was sent out to IPP, which was different counties.
Have you done any SOTP programming?
No, as far as I know, I couldn't get into that until it was recommended.
All right, and that was gonna be my next question, is if that was because it hasn't been made available to you.
Right, and it's just like I told my caseworker, I'm willing to do anything you guys want to show you guys that, you know, I am a good person. I mean,
It's not like you're refusing to do programming, it's
No,
just not
sir.
available to you yet.
Not whatsoever.
Okay.
The other thing is I've always held positions. Every time that I've been able to hold a position of employment, even volunteer work that I've done, I have over 100 hours of volunteer work for the church where, you know, I've made blankets for kids, for adults. I've done scarves, hats, shawls, monkeys for what the church wanted to do was for us to make stuffed animals for children, for like the fire station, for the cops. We did a lot of that stuff. So I mean, I've kept busy and done what was expected of me.
Any drug or alcohol use in your lifetime?
No, sir. Well, when I was younger, I had a couple drinks, you know.
Okay.
But I think the last time I had a drink was in this paperwork. It says 2002, and I had a drink maybe every New Year's or Christmas when we get together with family. You know, we'd have a drink, just a social drink.
Right.
I mean, it wasn't anything where I was getting sloppy drunk.
No gang involvement?
No, sir.
Any mental health issues, any history of anxiety, depression, suicide attempts, anything like that?
No, because in this paperwork, it did say that I had a depression, but I don't have a depression. I just, you know, sometimes, you know, get to where I start going through the situation of everything and I'm like, you know, I need to pick myself up. But other than that, no.
Okay. How's your physical health?
My physical health is not bad. I mean, I hold a job now where I get up at 4 o'clock in the morning and I do special diets for Duchesne County Jail now. So my physical health, though, I feel is good.
Okay. In your packet that you submitted, you did note a couple of things about your eyes and being pre-diabetic and then some back and nerve pain. Is that still
It's something I deal with on a
something
day
you
to
deal
day.
with, but it's not debilitating. You're still able to
No,
do your things.
it's just getting older.
So if the board were to grant you parole, what would your plan be?
Well, I wanna find work as soon as possible. I've, you know, looked into a couple things, but I actually want to start my own business.
Okay.
You know, and I have a couple things that I've thought about doing once I get out. I don't know if you read my work history before. I had 28 years. That was my longest job with the railroad, and that actually I was a laborer, truck and bus driver, fuel truck driver, semi driver, crane operator. I was OSHA and ANSI certified to operate cranes. I've ran work crews of 40 men plus on the railroad, replacing rail and doing other work. So I do have an extensive work history.
Okay. And then I show that you wrote that you'd live with your common law wife in Salt Lake City.
Yeah, but I'd
possibly go to Vegas.
I could probably possibly do that. I mean, it's
not
still up in the air. my thing was, is it's gonna be determined by what you guys decide for me.
And anybody have young children in their homes?
No,
Okay, because I'm quite certain that would be a condition, as you wouldn't be able to have contact with any minor children.
right.
So have you looked into any kind of treatment or therapy?
No, as of now, no. I didn't even think I was gonna get a hearing this early, sir, so I do apologize.
Okay, no, that's understandable. Well, I think those are all the questions that I have for you. Do you have any questions for me?
No, there, like I said, there was a couple things I wanted to look at on this before I let you go.
I was gonna say, did we cover those, or do we need to go through them still?
I'm sorry, sir.
If we didn't cover those, let's address them.
Okay. In 2001, on the adult record where it says attempted violation of protective order, I got picked up for that. I didn't even know that I had a protective order. And when they came to arrest me, I told them that they said, well, you have a protective order from being at that home. And I said, well, I didn't even know I had a protective order. And he said, well, you know now. And I was arrested and taken to jail for that. I didn't sign a protective order or had no knowledge of one. So, I mean, you see I don't get into, trouble like this. And the one for the ISAT, when I went and talked to the ISAT therapist, I had also talked to a Ron Yangich, and Ron Yangich told me just to hold off on that until he went and talked to the judge. And when I went and visited her the last time, she told me, well, you either need to tell me that you're guilty on this case, or I've got to tell the judge. And if you don't tell me you're guilty, then she goes, I don't know what they're going to do with you. I said, okay, so, well, I've already talked to my lawyer. My lawyer told me to hold off on this. And when I did that, she reported to the judge, and then my parole officer came to my job and arrested me at my job, and they put me back in jail because it wasn't because I didn't finish this per se. It's just my lawyers told me not to say anything.
Okay. And I was gonna ask you about that, so thank you for clarifying that.
Okay.
Anything else you want to discuss? Any other questions you have?
I don't believe so, sir.
Okay. Well, let me just give you a little bit of an idea of what's going to happen moving forward. I'm going to write a report summarizing the conversation that we've had. That report will go to the board members. They'll review it. Once 3 of the 5 board members have reached an agreement on what should happen, you'll receive a written copy of the order. It could take a few weeks for that order to work its way to you. In the meantime, if you have contact with anybody on the outside, and Ms. Flanagan, if you want to report this back to your client, the board will post that decision online, bop.utah.gov. That may happen as early as next week. Sometime it does take a little bit longer. But if you have anybody on the outside, they can check that website and then let you know what the decision was, so that you're not waiting around wondering what's going on. Okay. Mr. Modes, any questions about that?
No, sir.
Okay. Anything else you want to discuss?
No, not that I can think of right now, sir.
All right. That'll conclude the hearing then. Thank you.
Thank you.